professor here at ID, and I just wanted to say welcome. Thank you so much for coming. We really do appreciate it. We have a really exciting schedule today. I have already said the number one complaint, I think, will be that there are too many great things happening at the same time. And so I'll talk about how we want to address that a little bit later. But I do have just some opening remarks just to frame what we're doing here today, and then we will turn it over to the keynote speaker, Anne, to get us going. So again, my name is Jessica. I also just want to say I've co-led this program with two amazing graduate students, Flora Massa and Becca Beltran, who are here, and you will meet them. And we're here at the Institute of Design. For those that don't know, it's the only United States graduate school only dedicated to design. We were founded by the Bauhaus emigre Laszlo Moholy-Nagy in 1937, and we have several alums here and continuing to evolve and change how we work and approach design, which brings us to design as activism. But before I get into that, I have a sort of a two-part land acknowledgement I'd like to offer us. And again, this is an acknowledgement from the organizers of this conference. It's not necessarily an official thing with Illinois Tech or anything, but we feel it's important for a couple different reasons. So if you'll just let me offer this to you. We, the organizers of this event, acknowledge that this institution occupies land that intersects with the ancestral homelands of several tribal nations, the Anishinaabe, the Potawatomi, Odawa, Ojibwa nations, the Illinois Confederation, the Peoria and Kaskaskia nations, the Miamia, Wea, Ho-Chunk, Sauk, and Meskwaki nations. The Menominee, Kickapoo, and Mascoutin nations also call the region of northeastern Illinois home. Indigenous people continue to live in this area and celebrate their traditional teachings and lifeways. Today, Chicago is home to one of the largest urban indigenous populations in the United States, and this land remains an important place for indigenous peoples. It is our responsibility to acknowledge this historical context and build reciprocal relationships with the tribal nations on whose lands we are situated. We know that land acknowledgements can simplify complex histories and obscure present harmful actions. Without action, they're optical allyship. We hope that many of the issues we'll talk about today are about intentional action around many different oppressed and marginalized groups, including indigenous peoples. In addition, we acknowledge that this university is in Bronzeville, a center of African American history on Chicago's South Side. Forced to live in this area due to racist housing laws in the early 20th century, Bronzeville's residents worked cooperatively to establish a vibrant community with business, culture, and community institutions that did not have the racial restrictions enforced in most parts of the city. However, following World War II, residents faced increasing hardship or were forced out due to ongoing disinvestment, persistent segregation, racist housing practices, dwindling public transit, and the construction of interstate highways. So some of the university buildings you see on campus today were constructed following the forced demolition of historic buildings such as the Mecca Flats, which Illinois Tech demolished in 1952 to make space to construct Crown Hall. However, in recent years, we've seen Illinois Tech acknowledge this history, so I just kind of want to point out the multiple threads here and begin to repair relations with the Bronzeville community. And these efforts can be seen in the new book by Professors Michelangelo Sabatino and Kevin Harrington, Building, Breaking, Rebuilding, the IIT campus and Chicago's South Side, and also efforts in community engagement led by Alicia Bunton, Assistant Vice President of Community Affairs, and ID's own Dr. Weslyn Ashton, to unify our efforts around creating mutually beneficial partnerships between Illinois Tech and neighboring communities. So I know that was a bit long, but I really just kind of want to acknowledge all the history that's in and around us. Much of these issues will surface again throughout the day. So now on to what we're here for. I want to explain how this came about and just frame it. I am first and foremost an educator, and so we have a lot of students that will be here today, and I just kind of want to provide some framing for that and the rest of you. This symposium was originally conceived by Kristen Geekin, our Assistant Dean and Senior Director for Content, and former faculty members Laura Forlano and Chris Rudd, who is here today. The symposium was always intended to serve as a counterpart to an exhibition currently on display at the Chicago History Museum called Designing for Change, Chicago Protest Art in the 1960s and 70s. Both that exhibition and this event are supported by grants from the Terra Foundation as part of its Art Design Chicago initiative. If you haven't been to that exhibition, I highly recommend you make time. We were there yesterday. Yesterday was actually the first day of the symposium. We had amazing sessions on healing justice and craftivism, tours of the exhibit, There were also other events around the city, including the Voices Embodied exhibit at the Design Museum of Chicago, the debut of Redline Services' 12-foot puppet of care, which you need to get online and see this. Those folks, some of those folks will be here talking about that. The puppet won't be here, but they'll be here talking about that. And we also had a community reading and workshop focused on environmental justice and everyday life. And so that brings us to the second part of this event, what we're here for today. And I just want to say, we think of this as one in many of an ongoing conversation about designers activating for change. Within the past year alone, this includes things like the Activism Symposium, the Association for Community Design Annual Conference, and the Design Summit for Friends of Friends. In other words, we didn't start this conversation and it doesn't stop here. And I know, Marlene, you're here from People's Action. We have an event on the 26th, Design for the Movement. We have lots of other things coming up and going on, especially related to the election, which Anne will be talking about as well. And so we'll share some of that with some handouts on the way out. So again, this is part of a flow. This isn't the be-all, end-all. We're not capturing everything. To further situate you today, I just want to talk about what we mean by activism here. The word activism comes from the Latin word actus, a doing, a driving force, or an impulse. In many ways, this is perfectly suited for design. We understand design as activism, as taking action, putting theory into practice, and learning through doing and making. Yet design is also deeply entangled with capitalist systems, with many designers working in service of clients that prioritize profit, expansion, and growth. So we ask, what space is there for activism, for social and political change within those contexts? Angela Davis is often quoted as talking about how the word radical means grasping something at the root. The interventions we will talk about today take place at all levels across the spectrum of engagement and impact. Some of you are directly grasping for the root, while others may not even have access to that. Some of us are working on large-scale projects, while others are working on small or even micro projects that are still inextricably bound up in larger social and political contexts. And of course, not all designers think or act this way, and we'll talk about the range of approaches and how many of the things we discuss here today intentionally disrupt mainstream design practices and orientations. But no matter the project or the site of intervention, the people we've invited to speak here today understand the root itself, the systemic structures that hold power and oppression in place. And also, I just want to acknowledge that we know in the programming of this that not everybody is included. There are some things that didn't come together. There's lots of more conversations we need to be having about indigenous thinking about design, queering design, many other topics that aren't here. So this isn't meant to say we've captured it all, but we have a lot of different approaches throughout the day. So I'm just sort of skipping through my notes here because I always write too much. Those of you that know me know, wow, Jessica's actually sticking to the script slightly, so this is amazing. But I really just want to say the main goal that we want everybody to take away from is that we've invited people to talk not just about their work, but how they did it. What were their methods, what were their practices, what can you all as audiences learn from each other and take from that? And so it's really like actionable takeaways, things that you can actually do, try out for yourself and think through. We've tried to build in a lot of time and space for you to connect with each other. Around the building, we have a lot of spaces. I'll jump to Anne, but after Anne is done talking and we have a few more folks in here, I'll go over like a lay of the land before we disperse into the first sessions. But we have a lot of opportunities for you to connect. And if you desperately want to meet somebody that you haven't met and you need an introduction, just come find me and I'll introduce you to them. So we want you to sort of feel like you're in a space for community. A lot of your favorite people are here, people that you want to meet, and so I'm happy to do that. Okay, so now I'm going to introduce Anne. We're ready. I'm so excited to introduce you to the first of our two keynote speakers today, Anne H. Berry. And I'm going to tell a slight story. I first met Anne at a design incubation writing retreat in 2018 in New York. And Design Incubation is a really amazing organization that helps designers who are more perhaps traditionally practitioners transition into writing about design. And so Anne and I were paired in a small writing group with a couple other people, and I was immediately struck by Anne's thoughtfulness, intelligence, and most of all, her generosity in giving feedback and support to fellow group members. She put her feedback all over my manuscript. I kept it because it was so generous. We stayed connected throughout the years, and I yelped for joy, literally, when I heard that she had been hired as the new director of the School of Design at the University of Illinois, Chicago. And so I thought, what a better way to welcome Anne to our community and be inspired by her work. And I'll do your little brief bio, and then you can come up. Anne describes herself as a writer and designer. She is a co-creator of Ongoing Matter, Democracy, Design, and the Mueller Report, and managing editor of the Black Experience in Design, Identity, Expression, and Reflection, an anthology centering teaching practices, research, stories, and conversations from a Black African diasporic lens. Her talk today is titled, I'm Not Really Political, Activating Designers in the Work of Sustaining Democracy. So please join me in welcoming Anne H. Berry.
Thank you so much, Jessica. I just have warm feelings when I think about you and that time we got to know each other in New York, and who would have predicted that this time later
we're just going to stand up here and hug.
I was going to say, yeah, we're just going to stand up here and catch up.
Make sure you're good.
Okay, I think, first we'll double check. All right. Hopefully something will be on the screen. Oh, there we go. All right, and actually before I get started, I'm trying something a little bit new. I'm going to be presenting from Miro, but I've added a QR code, so you should be able to scan it and follow along. If not, E for effort, I guess. But if you're interested, I would be happy to share the slides with Jessica or disseminate them if people want to have access to this later.
Can I pause just one second? Can everyone hear Anne?
Oh yeah, can everybody hear me? Should I stand closer? I will use my inside teacher voice. Here we go. So it's great to be here with you this morning, and thank you so much, Jessica, for the invitation. Admittedly, anytime there's an opportunity to talk about anything that might slightly be related to politics, my ears perk up, and so this is just a way to bring some of my interests together. I want to be clear, though, that design is my expertise. I'm not a political scientist. I'm not a historian. I'm a designer who just really loves talking politics. So just with that understanding. The other thing I want to say at the outset is that I'm really approaching the discussion and presentation today as a conversation that was inspired by basically some experiences I've had in my teaching experience, where I've had a lot of really bright, engaged, creative students. And I think probably all of us in the room know a lot of bright, engaged, creative people who are interested in politics as well. I know a lot of people I talk to have strong political beliefs, and as I said, I enjoy engaging conversations. But I also have been thinking about the students who are also bright, engaged, and interested in social issues, but politically distance themselves. They don't want to talk about politics. And for whatever reason, there are lots of reasons, the word politics kind of probably makes us feel something immediately. Or maybe I could be speaking for myself there, but I think the word itself can sometimes make people feel things immediately in a way that we just want to kind of step away from it. So one of the things I hope to accomplish today with your help is to think about ways that we can invite, engage the people who are actually on the fringes of this conversation, who love design, who are good at design, who are great communicators, who care about the people around them, who care about the world, but don't see the connections between the things that they care about and their existence in the world and political realities. And I guess another thing that's important to add is that we are living in a time when our political systems here in the United States are under a lot of duress. I also just want to acknowledge that. And that's one of the reasons that I think the conversation today is so important. Certainly throughout the world, democracies are challenged in some places, and that includes here in the United States. So I also should be clear in saying that I do think it's very important for designers to be civically minded. If not politically engaged, civically minded. So we'll return back to some of these themes later on, but I just want to also be clear in terms of positioning myself in this conversation that I do think it's important for us to be engaged politically, civically, however you want to phrase it. Oh, by the way, yes, this is me. If you're interested in learning more about the Ongoing Matter project, there's a link for you. I should also give credit to my co-creator, Sarah Edmonds-Martin. Without her help, this project would have just been like a hobby thing that I was doing on the side. So since we began the project back in 2019, a lot has happened in that time. But our interest in this topic of civic engagement, civic design, has been sparked even through our own experience with this project. Important to acknowledge that conversations about politics are sometimes awkward and uncomfortable. So I just want to let you all know that, especially once we get into the discussion, I think people should feel confident to ask what they want to ask without being afraid that something they're going to say is going to be awkward or make people uncomfortable. All right, so I'm just going to start with a little bit of an introduction about me and some of my background, which I think is important in sort of helping you understand why I feel the way I do about all of these topics. So this is an image of my mom on the left, my dad on the right. My dad went to a segregated school in the South. My mom grew up in the Midwest, Ohio, to be specific. She's holding a snake in this photo, which is interesting knowing her. I still can't believe that she actually did this. But down in the left-hand corner, there's text that reads Loving versus Virginia. So I'm not going to give you a quiz right now, but I want to make you aware that that Supreme Court case, which was decided in 1967, was decided 2 years before these people got married. So when we talk about history, it's important to recognize that for some people, history is like not that long ago. Another important Supreme Court case, Brown versus Board of Education. So this is a family photo of us. I don't actually remember the specific year, but I'm the little baby way on the left with my mom and dad and siblings. So I'm a designer. My dad is a political scientist, retired political scientist and historian. My mom is a retired school teacher. She also taught children's literature. She also became a librarian. And then my siblings, my sister Melinda on the left, who is a theologian. So her PhD was in systematic theology. And then on my sister's right is my brother, the oldest in our family, who is a physicist. So his work and research is related to solar energy. So I mention this to say, yes, we're a family of educators, and education was held up as something really important, but also a reminder of the context that my parents grew up in, the context my dad grew up in particular. So education was really held up as something that was so valued in our home. And some of the things that my siblings and I have been able to accomplish would not have been possible without Brown versus Board of Education. So I've just given you two specific examples of ways in which legislation, of which the laws in this country have had an impact on me and my family. And maybe not super directly, but kind of directly. And I will also, I also wanted to kind of throw in some of these images. So when I was in the second grade, my dad was in law school at the time. We were living in Bloomington. And I had these creative writing books as part of my second grade class. And it's funny to kind of go back to this entry from February 6th, 1984. So the left is the image of the creative writing book, and on the right is what it says, including all the spelling errors. I'll just read it out loud. If I became president of the US, the first thing I would do, ... get excited, make peace, lower taxes, get rid of the bombs and missiles. I would faint, give food to the poor, let the soldiers see their families, and make everybody rich. So that gives you an idea how even as a second grader, and I can't tell you, I don't remember kind of how this conversation was prompted in class at the time, but it gives you an idea of like how my identity as a political person was becoming formed, and maybe what some of the conversations at home were like. So which brings me to kind of this next theme that I want to talk about, which is design identity and political identity. And notice I said design identity plus political identity as opposed to design identity versus political identity. And let's see, oh yeah, I touched on that. So while I talk a little bit about this particular theme, I'm going to ask all of you to think about this question of like, if you had to define yourself politically, what would that look like? And I'm not just talking about Republican, Democrat, Independent. If you think about the things or experiences in your life that have influenced you, that have changed you, and how those are maybe tied to politics, or even, I guess we could say democracy, how would you describe yourself? And one of the reasons I'm posing this question is because, you know, as a Black woman in the United States, I've had many conversations about what that means, or even what it means to be a mixed race person in the United States. Many conversations about that. I've also had many conversations about my identity as a designer. So it's an interesting question to kind of think about, okay, so if I strip those things away, how do I define my political identity? Now, for me specifically, it's hard to separate those things out because they're all enmeshed together. But I think it's an interesting exercise to kind of think about how do we articulate these things, and maybe it's awkward and uncomfortable to kind of think about, but I also think that it's an important part of narrowing in on this conversation about how we engage the people in our lives who are maybe on the fringes of some of these conversations. So these are just some examples of images of things that are designed, right? They're related to design. I'm sure there are people in this room who recognize this image. This one had a strong impact on me. It was the election of 2000, the butterfly ballot. Actually, let me go back a step. So this is obviously something that I have feelings about because I'm, again, a Black person living in the United States. So this is part of history. This is also part of history, but it's a part of history that I was living through at the time. So this butterfly ballot basically upended the presidential election of 2000, and because of the poor design of the ballot, we ended up, the case, what was it, Bush versus Gore? Is that the name of the Supreme Court case? Anyway, it got bumped up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ultimately decided who would be president. So just sit with that for a minute. And then this symbol, the accessibility symbol. So if you're in the Miro board, you can see that I've included some links to some references. And I just want to give a shout out to a couple people because I'm not an expert in disability design, but I want to acknowledge people who are. Jen White Johnson, who's also in the Black Experience in Design. Josh Halstead, who is in the book Extra Bold. And then Elizabeth Guffey, who wrote a book about the accessibility symbol. So there are links to these folks in the Miro board, and I encourage you to, if you've never heard of them before, to check out the work that they're doing. But this is also something that is designed. These are all things that are designed that in my mind are directly connected to what happens politically in the United States. So the message being, of course, we can't divide ourselves from these things as designers. Okay, it's not separate from how we work in the world as people who are creative, as people who are visual communicators. So I'm going to move quickly now. I'm going to need Jessica's help to kind of stay on task here, keep moving, because I do want to have plenty of time for discussion. But I'm just going to show a few projects that I've worked on in the past that are also tied to some of these issues that I've been talking about. So it's about history, it's about being Black in America, it's about politics. So this is an exhibition for the Civil Rights Heritage Center in South Bend, Indiana. And the Civil Rights Heritage Center, again, I didn't include a link, which I usually do, but you can certainly look this up. It became a place for discussions about like civil rights. It's in the name of the title of the place. But it was also, the building was converted from a swimming pool that used to be segregated. So when you go into the building, you can see some of the remnants of that time, but in their narrative about the history of this place, they highlight the story of a young girl who has memory of going to the swimming pool to be turned away. She was a young Black girl, and that memory, of course, stayed with her for a long, long time. So the building has been renovated, but you can, as I said, you can still see the remnants of what it used to be, and it's an important story about history, yes, but also what are the civil rights issues of our day? Like, what are the things that we need to sort of continue to fight for? So these are just some images that show, again, the project. And I'm including it in the slides I'm showing today because it was something that it was a project I was interested in at the get-go, but it also, I don't want to say shifted my thinking, but helped me think a little bit more deeply even about history in general in the United States and how we talk about history, whose stories we include, whose stories we don't include. So if you're ever in South Bend, I encourage you to go see the Civil Rights Heritage Center. There are really wonderful people there. And then some images from Ongoing Matter, which I mentioned was co-created with Sarah Edmonds Martin. And this was directly connected to politics in that it was based on the Mueller report, which was published in 2019. This presentation isn't about Ongoing Matter specifically, so I won't go into details, but suffice it to say that for me, this was a design challenge. This was a question of how do I take my skills as a creative person and make information that is presented in such a boring way, Times New Roman 12 point to be specific. How do I present it in a way that people might be more interested in engaging with, if not the content, the story around the content? What is this about? So I actually did start reading the Mueller report. I mean, I did read the Mueller report, but when I started reading it, I was shocked at the information in there. So again, the Mueller report came out in 2019. It was an investigation by the Department of Justice about political interference, essentially, and the Trump administration. And the report, if nothing else, was a blaring alarm about how we need to safeguard our elections from 2020 on. And we can see the results of what has happened in that time. So these are just some images. My co-creator and I both have created posters for this, but we also engaged design friends and connections, anyone who wanted to participate, to include, to help us in this endeavor. So we had a traveling exhibition, and the exhibition itself, we haven't exhibited in about a year or so, but we've been working on other related projects. So it's still ongoing. It's still ongoing. It's a continuing discussion about the impact of the information that was in this report and just other government reports more generally. So since the Mueller report came out, there have been hearings about Trump's impeachments. There have been legal proceedings. There's all of this bureaucratic, let's say, content that has been generated. And how many of us have read those reports? How many of us sat through the hours of the Senate hearings about the insurrection? I mean, I'm sure some of us did. I want to say I'm sure some, because I did. I know some of you did. But more broadly, across the communities of people that you are connected to, how many of us? Yeah, this is just another poster from Ongoing Matter. So that's just a little bit about me and sort of the way I'm thinking about these things. But I think one of the other important parts that I want to make, points I want to make, is that however we think about ourselves politically or our identity when it comes to how engaged or not engaged we are within American democracy. Legislative power is also a reality that we have to deal with. So when we think about the things we care about, how do we make sure that the things we care about are prioritized? I think we do that as citizens, as people who are active in our communities, but we also do that by voting, right? So I also included, I'm actually going to exit out of presentation mode here for a second, try to exit out. I included some of these terms because I'm sort of using civics and politics interchangeably. I know they're not the same thing, nor is democracy the same thing as civics, but I am sort of talking about them a little bit in an interchange. But I've included some of the definitions here in Miro as well. So that's why I'm scanning out a little bit so we can look at these as a whole. But it's important to remember, right? Democracy is, it's right there. It's government by the people. That means us. That means we have a responsibility. Whether we're designers or not, we have a responsibility. So the question becomes, how do we, again, invite people who are maybe on the fringes of some of these conversations into the fold, especially other creatives, other designers, and what is our responsibility? What is our role? So with that, I don't know how we're doing on time, but I'm 20 minutes in. Okay, all right. So one of the things, and we'll get into this in discussion later, but I'm gonna go through some of these prompts so that you have some time to think about them, because we will be circling back to them. I am an educator at heart, so I do want to hear from all of you. This initial question that I posed, how might you define your design identity? How might you define your political identity? Something different. And again, by political identity, I'm not talking about the way you might label yourself as a Democrat, Republican, or independent, or some other way, libertarian, I don't know. But I'm talking about going a little bit deeper than that. I'm talking about the things, like the experiences you've had that might shape the way you think about politics. So between design identity and political identity, do those things intersect with one another? Or are they like completely separate? For me, as I mentioned, these things are intertwined because politics has had a direct and indirect influence in terms of my family, but also things that I've been able to accomplish. This is a more general question. What are our ethical responsibilities as designers? And then the follow-up to that piece is, how are politics, ethics, civics connected? And really what I'm trying to get at through these questions is, like, how are all these things, how are all of them connected? Like, what do we, when it comes to our ethical responsibility as designers, when we come up against political issues, what does that look like? On a side note, I think it's important again to just remind you all of the political context that we're living in right now, where our systems, our democratic systems, are feeling pressure. The political rhetoric is really challenging for those of us who are paying attention and watching the news. It's a very challenging time, and it's a scary time. So that's, again, something to think about, especially in our role as people who communicate with other people. Some additional questions to think about. What are some of the challenges when it comes to engaging in conversations about politics in design education, so whether you're a practitioner or an educator or a student, and why is politics so seemingly disconnected from our lives? So to circle back to something I noted earlier, this talk was inspired by my experience with students who are bright, creative, engaged people, but when it comes to talking about politics, they take a step back. Why is that? And then I think this is the last slide, maybe. What specific steps or calls to action can we take? So I enjoy talking. I enjoy having lots of animated conversations with people who are equally interested in the things I'm interested in. But beyond that, what are things we can actually do? Especially when, again, it comes to the people who are on the fringes of some of these conversations. I think it's probably fair to say all of us in the room, all of us watching, know at least one person that we connect with, that we consider to be a good friend, but maybe we know we just don't want to engage them in conversation related to anything political. So that's something to think about. And then how can we be more inclusive about addressing these topics and calls to action? So that second bullet point is really more about how we function in our roles as designers specifically. So beyond like knowing that maybe there's some people who are not politically aligned with us, how can we at least try to get people to sort of bring people into the fold, into conversation, to address these topics in ways that are more inclusive? And then, like that, in my mind, that becomes a call to action in and of itself. I don't know. I'm posing it as a question. All right, so that's all I have in terms of my slides, but I'm really anxious to get into conversation about some of these things. So, yeah, I guess that's.
So we're going to move over here and then pass around mics and things.
Okay.
So thank you, Anne.
Okay. Yes.
Do you need help? I got it.
Okay. Yeah. You know what? I'm going to sit in the orange chair.
This is better.
Bean.
All right, thank you so much, Anne. Oh, this is a lot easier. We can just whisper. I want to start with one question, and then we'd love to hear. Anne has offered so many interesting questions as prompts, and would love to hear from all of you. One thing, and this isn't, we didn't plan this, so I just thought of this now.
That's fine.
One thing that you've talked about, like what is our ethical responsibility as designers? What is our stance? What are our politics? What do we not bring to our practice? What do we bring to it? Even within the halls of this building, as you know, I've had just, arguments and discussions with people about how design has traditionally been more of a service profession. Like we have clients, we understand their needs, their users, and we serve that. It's not unto me to bring me into that.
Sure.
I would argue that that's not possible, and it sounds like you're making similar arguments. But how do you talk about that balance of like, even the title of this, Design as Activism, is problematic for people. So what are your thoughts on that?
Well, first of all, I think there are always going to be people who don't think the two go together, design and activism, and I think that there will always be those jobs that, creative jobs that aren't really about anything political directly and that are more sort of service, like creating deliverables for a given client. But my short response is like, look at where we are now in the United States. And by where we are now, I mean, I mentioned this earlier, the political discourse in and of itself. And think about how that impacts people in our communities. And it's also, in my mind, a question of access to information. I think that's part of it too. So let me circle back just a little bit. As I mentioned, I've taught in the classroom for many years, and I have students in class who are, they really diverse group of students. In the election of 2016, it was a really, really difficult time to walk into the classroom, knowing that Trump had won the election. I think everybody knows that. Given some of the political discourse that had happened, because then the question for me becomes, how do we talk about communication with students who are feeling under threat now? So, and I'm drawing a connection between political discourse and the words that are said and how that makes people feel, and then how they're able to do their jobs, how they're able to learn, communicate. But I also think that, and this is one of the reasons why I shared kind of the accessibility piece, even though, again, that's not my particular area of expertise, but I think it's a reflection of, in the built environment, of how discrimination works, discrimination through design. So I think there are just many, many ways in which design has been a contributor to, and part of the problem when it comes to racism, like bigotry of all kinds, and that has an impact, direct impact on people's lives. So I think part of it is just recognizing the ways in which those relationships are already there. It's just whether or not we're choosing to identify or see them or acknowledge them. So you can stay at a distance if you want to, but I think that's a world that you're constructing for yourself. I don't think it's a reflection of reality.
Great, thanks, Dan. I have a couple other questions in my back pocket, but I want to turn it over to you all. And we have our amazing assistants here, Meghna and Selena, who can pass a mic. Would anyone like to offer thoughts or responses to some of Anne's prompts? And I shouldn't have told you I had backup questions, but.
I have a question. I'm a teacher, and I teach younger kids. I teach 5th through 8th grade design. So I am thinking about how to include activism and politics in my classes, but I think a lot of times teachers are also told to be apolitical and not to bring their opinions into the classroom. So that's been something I've been, I don't even know what the balance is, but I'm wondering, if you've taught, how do you bring that into the classroom? How do you help kids investigate things? And then also, because I do have strongly held opinions, how do I bring those things up without alienating any of my students as well? Like if I have a student whose family is strongly Republican, and there's a lot of values there that are hurting people, how do I navigate that?
Yeah, this is a great question. I'm going to really try to stay focused on my response because there are 50,000 things I want to say right now. But the first of which is you're not alone. I have had that internal mental gymnastics experience many times. And I think what I've landed on is rather than just coming in and saying, not that you're doing this, but I think rather than just say, we're going to have a political discussion, it's really looking at some of these specific examples of design through, I don't want to say a political agenda, but through a legislative agenda. In my mind, that's kind of where Americans with Disabilities Act comes in, for example. Because my experience with Elizabeth Guffey, it was the biggest light bulb moment ever when she's they should be teaching this in schools. Designers need to know about this because it's the law. And I was whoa, yeah, it's the law. So that's one piece of this. What I have done in the past with students is they all know, if you talk to any of my former students from Cleveland State University, they'll be yeah, we did all these voting things with it. Anne made us always do some voting related project. But really my agenda was to get them to study a little bit about voting laws and regulations. And maybe that would pique their interest to learning a little bit more about other things related to voting or legislation, or why are we getting rid of ballot boxes, kind of a question. Why are we making it harder for people to vote? So there is no like one right answer. I think it's really challenging, but the question I keep coming back to, even as in my own mind, I'm like, what does this mean? What do I do? What do I say? Our system of government is under threat right now. And that's not hyperbole. Like, we're in a very, very dangerous place in this country. And so, like, what is my responsibility in that? I can't do everything. I'm not gonna like save everyone. I'm not gonna save democracy, at least not alone. But I do feel that it's important to think about, well, and the other trick of this, right, is that things that shouldn't be politicized have become politicized. Even things like masking, which we do for community health or personal health, that can become a sign of like somebody's political identity or their political beliefs, actually. So that makes it trickier, but I think that the other thing I would suggest, specific thing I would suggest, and this is something I've tried with students as well, is to ask students what they care about. Do they care about health insurance? Do they care about being able to go to the library and use resources at the public library? Do they like being able to use public transportation? Do they care about the environment? And then from there, having some nuanced conversations about, well, how do we advocate for the things that we care about? And while it's important to protest, you know, when there are opportunities to protest things that we care about, that's really important. This is where, going back to something I mentioned about legislative and political realities, like, we live in a political system. Change is not going to happen because we have lots of conversations about them. There has to be political will in order to make these things happen. And that's part and parcel of what it means to be in a democracy, is the other piece of this, the last piece I will say. We have to be engaged. It's not a privilege. It's an expectation.
Thanks, Anne. I think I saw a couple other hands as well.
Hi, Cheryl Dahl. I'm an adjunct professor here at Institute of Design. And I also am a consultant and have my own design practice. And at different times have experimented with hiring into organizations and trying to be a change agent from within. These ideas are really important to me. I teach on systems change here at ID. And some of what I've noticed is if you have students find the data themselves and find the connections, they can't help but see how all of these systems around us are designed to discriminate in multiple ways, intersectionally. I guess my question is, as someone who's neurodivergent, I really am not good at the game face or not saying exactly what's on my mind. And so let's just say, I'm a really unpopular person at a lot of meetings because I'm saying the thing that nobody wants to say, and it's the first thing out of my mouth.
Yeah.
And that, trying to be a change agent within organizations, means you get ejected, right?
Yeah.
I don't really care if the reason I'm on this planet is to go lose my job at a bunch of places but be a saboteur. I'm okay with that. But I guess my question is, should I be doing something else?
That's such a great question, and thank you for the way you are trying to advocate. I mean, it's true, especially inside bureaucratic system, any bureaucratic system. Like, everybody gets excited about the idea of change when it comes to actually making change, and it's like, oh, I have to have some responsibility. No, thank you. I don't have sort of a quick response for you. I'm still thinking about the question. I will say that I feel there are many times when I have to be very careful how I conduct myself. I think this is one way in which having allies in the room, whatever that means, can be really important, because those people need to speak up, especially if you know people agree with you on something. So I think maybe part of it is like building your own like coalition of support. But I think too, and I don't know you, and I've never been in a meeting with you, so I can't, I have sort of a limited context based on what you've said, but I think there is something to be said for building support because we're all going to disagree at some level, right? We're not all going to be in agreement all the time. but I think it's really about building support, at least on some issues. So let's say on your campus, it's not, I'm just pure hypothetical, it's not as accessibility friendly as it could be. It's important to find the other people who really care about these things and build a support system, and that becomes then a force to be reckoned with, essentially, especially when you're advocating for students to be able to access resources, access the building, versus just trying to take these things on by yourself or be the lone person who's always standing up, who's always saying the thing that nobody wants to hear. Like, what are ways that you can potentially, it's going to sound, I don't mean to sound sort of like glib about it, but like, how can you get people on your side? How can you like build those connections so that people become as persuaded and recognize how important this is? And I think sometimes that can be accomplished through like personal experiences and personal stories. That's the other thing that kind of ties back into the previous question too. Like, if you get people to kind of talk about their personal experiences with the healthcare system, in their jobs, in whatever it is, that has a interesting way of bringing people together. So I don't know if that helps.
Can I actually going to pull out one of my questions. Hold on. Because it's related to this. And I know you and I have talked about the work of Carl DeSalvo. I'm currently reading his book, Design as Democratic Inquiry.
I'm reading it too.
Neat. And brings up a lot of interesting ideas, also talking about not just democracy, but democracies, and so like things that are more like transferable to other contexts and working in civic environments. But he uses the work of Chantal Mouffe and other political theorists, the idea of agonism, that in any sort of democracy, there is actually no consensus.
Right.
There's always dissensus, there's always, I like how it's called agonism, but it means there's just always this conflict. And so you mentioned students and people being hesitant to speak about this, that's not something we're taught very well either. How do you foster or facilitate that to happen?
Yeah, no, that's actually a really good point, because even you and I are not in alignment on everything 100% politically, right? Although it's probably 90% maybe, but not everything. Point is, not everything. So I will use a specific story and context from the classroom experience, and maybe that will help people think about how they can employ similar ways of thinking. So I mentioned what it was like teaching after the 2016 presidential election. So I was co-teaching, it was a typography class that I was co-teaching at the time, and I reached out to my colleague, Sarah Rutherford, and I was like, Sarah, so the election happened on a Tuesday, no class on Wednesday. I personally was like curled up in a ball in the fetal position. I really was. So I reached out to Sarah and said, how are we supposed to do class on Thursday? I don't know how I'm gonna do class on Thursday. And so what we settled on was we'll have class, but then we'll save 20 minutes at the end of class for an exercise as a way to, we didn't want to get into a huge debate because feelings were really raw, but give people a way to sort of express their feelings, whatever they were. So we did this, it's a prompt that I learned through some educational resources that I had gotten years prior, but we got a huge piece of butcher paper and put it up, and we gave students Post-it notes, and we gave them some specific prompts. So what are you feeling right now? Or like, what are your fears for the future? What are you hopeful about? And then some semi-related questions about like what communities are you connected to, and how can you use your design skills as a positive influence in your communities. So the first part of this exercise was completely silent. Students could only write their responses on Post-it notes and put them on the paper. We opened up discussion only on the questions about how might you use your design skills in ways to contribute to your community. Like, essentially, how can you use your design skills for good? But it also had this impact of allowing people to like get whatever was on their chest off their chest. And we ended up taking this huge piece of butcher paper and putting it out on the hall, and through the course of the next several days, I have photos, but students added more comments. And there was some disagreement about, some people felt like people were too worried about what was going to happen, but some people were like, this is like a threat to my safety. So I think we have to make ways for that to happen in our conversations with people, that there has to be room for disagreement, even if we're generally on the same page. I think we're not very good at just sort of listening and acknowledging that, there's a difference there, but that doesn't make us any less connected or being afraid of being different on certain issues. Now, when it comes to your physical safety, now that's something different than like maybe different opinions about how or when people, should we have a holiday for voting, voting specifically versus, whatever some other political or legislative issue might be. So there are some degrees of nuance here too, but I think I think part of it is just, if we take the idea that I just mentioned and we make that sort of a mental idea of people are sort of sharing their ideas, I don't have to respond to them. I'm just gonna sit with them for a little while, whether I agree or disagree. And then maybe we can circle back to some areas where we have some things in common as a starting point for further discussion. Does that make sense?
It does. So that makes me think it's also offering space to not be immediately countering. So
Yes.
creating some other environments
Exactly.
where ideas can be exchanged before we begin debating that. So thanks.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, back to you all.
Hi, I have a question. Oftentimes in design education, we are taught to represent storytelling through a neutral mindset. We talk about the new normal recently, or not recently, but more in mainstream discourse. Are there ways that you are discussing on your own writing and through your new work, new ways to be the new neutral through storytelling in a very intense political environment?
So you'll have to help me if I didn't quite get your question correctly, but my initial response is there's nothing neutral about design ever. It's just not a neutral thing. Because anything we create, like anything creative, it comes from a place. And we all have identities, we all have experiences. What does neutral even mean? Because whoever you are, wherever you're coming from, you're bringing something to the work that you're doing. I think as a formal exercise, yes, design can look very neutral, but it's still coming from somewhere. Somebody created it, somebody designed it, somebody chose the typefaces, the colors, whatever, or made the thing, whatever it is. So so maybe even separating out the formal aspects of something creative versus what it is meant to communicate or who it's meant to communicate to. I just don't think we can ever be fully neutral in anything that we do. So I actually think that I've tried to become more, I've tried to become clearer in saying, I'm not coming from a place of neutrality. Here's where I'm coming from, though. And you can decide as the audience for yourself what you think about that, but I'm just gonna try to be transparent and honest about how I'm approaching this thing that I'm making or the conversation we're having or what I'm writing about. Does that help?
Thanks.
I think there's also something there too about it's not just, yes, it's my identity, where I'm coming from, but also the materials, the typeface, everything that I choose and use has a history to it, has
Yes.
politics to
Yes.
it as well.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Ruth Aguilar. I am here representing the Arc of Illinois, the disabilities population. So I am blown away for every word that you just said. And I don't really have a question, more of a comment. And I am hoping that our director, Samantha Alloway, and Shirley Press are watching this, because I really want to invite you to the Arc of Illinois and have you show us how we can do design as activism. This is just amazing. So my question is, will you be willing to join us?
So thank you so much for your comment. I'm willing, but I want to first acknowledge go back to some of the folks I mentioned, Jen White Johnson, Josh Halstead, Elizabeth Guffey. Those would be my go-to first, because they are people who are writing about it, researching it, living it. So yes, but with a caveat that I hope you reach out to, and I'd be happy to put you in touch with him also. And I will also share a personal story about part of the reason. I can't remember if I mentioned my former colleague Robert Sedlak earlier during my talk, but he really was part of the reason that this hit home for me. This is somebody who was over 6 feet tall, extroverted to the max, really loud, could be very obnoxious, but like such a good person. Anyway, he was my design colleague at the University of Notre Dame. Athletic, he'd run marathons. I mean, yeah, when I say extroverted to the max, that's just like how I picture Robert. Really wonderful human. Robert was diagnosed with ALS, I think maybe 2 years after I met him. And so over the course of my time working with him at the University of Notre Dame, I saw his physical health deteriorate. And man, was that eye-opening. Because not only was I seeing his physical health decline, but I was noticing more and more how difficult it was for him to be able to do all the things he used to be able to do. Like getting into the building. Like what good is having an elevator in the building if you have to go down or up a flight of stairs to get there? Sorry. So there were moments where it was really scary, actually. I was afraid for him, just like in the way he was able to kind of move around. But, you know, he was the kind of person who was always forging ahead and always found a way. But I think that it just really hit home that the way this world is designed, I mean, all of us are gonna have some run-in in some way, whether it's a physical disability or maybe it's something mental, emotional, that's gonna hit us in some way, and boy. I mean, I also have a mother who has dementia, and I think about how hard it is to travel. I take the subway every day, and like, if I was already challenged in some way, physical, emotionally, mentally, how would I navigate this system? I actually think about that every day. So that's kind of where I'm coming from with all of this, recognizing that it's not my area of expertise. I'm just like part of this system where I'm like, this isn't right. What can I do? And maybe I need to find the people who can help hold me accountable, and I can do a better job in some way.
Thanks.
Hey, hello. Yeah, so I just want to say thank you so much for everything you have said today. It has all resonated with me a whole lot. One of the things that I noticed you were talking about is when people are hesitant to engage in politics and political conversation. So in a social setting, that is not me at all. You know, I'll walk into a room and I'll say, hey, free healthcare, free Palestine, you know? But it's very different when I'm at work. So it's funny, I'm actually wearing my employer's logo right now, but there was a recent PR thing that came out where, you know, we basically got canceled by MAGA for being quote unquote too woke. And basically the higher ups told us, hey, yeah, no more employee, you know, identity ERGs, no more LGBTQ groups, no more Asian identity groups. We can't sponsor pride parades anymore. You know, the list goes on. And, you know, while that's frustrating, it's also very frustrating because it affects a lot of the things we're talking about, you know, especially the things I work in on a day-to-day basis, like accessibility and environmental communication. And, a workplace is not a place that, I definitely want to, I guess, stir up the pot in for obvious reasons. But at the same time, I'm someone that's not afraid to engage in political conversations. But my question is, how do you navigate that in the workplace when you know that there's a good chance that people in your workplace might not agree with you, and your job can be at risk if you push it a little too far?
Well, this is the challenge, right? I mean, I work at a public institution. I've been working at public institutions for a long time now, and I have limitations, or at least that is to say, I feel that I have some limitations, right? And what I'm saying in a particular kind of setting. So there is something to be said, I think, for diplomacy. I'm not just trying to let myself off the hook. I think there is something to trying to be diplomatic. And let me also just say that I'm sorry for your work situation. That's really unfortunate that that happened. But I would also say it kind of, I guess for me, goes back to, for lack of better phrasing, like some coalition building. I mean, there may be limitations in your job at what you can do, but what can you do outside of your job? And even in the workplace, I think one of the things I've started to get better at is thinking about, and again, it's tricky because things that shouldn't be political or politicized have become politicized. But you look at the accessibility symbol, like the wheelchair symbol, and I showed you an outdated version of it actually, but that to me that symbolizes an opportunity to have some conversations about politics in a way that is about like making the world better for everybody. So maybe the conversation isn't directly about a particular senator or legislator or political party that is preventing us from doing X, Y, Z, but at least using, like, when it comes from a design perspective, what can we do to actually make it easier for the people that we're serving to do X, Y, Z? I mean, the short answer is I don't know. I don't know, but I feel your pain, but I'm just posing more questions as a way to say, like, it might be that it has to be outside of work, that you're advocating for these things. I'm not trying to give you more work outside of work, but I think that, it's important that you are holding fast to your ideals as well. I attended a private institution for college, and we came under fire. This was pre-MAGA days, but because I'm a pacifist. I come from a pacifist background. In my institution, we don't fly the American flag at athletic events. And that we've been not flying the flag at athletic events for many, many, many years. But it just so happened that some right-wing radio person caught hold of this, because I think it was during the Iraq War. Somebody caught hold of this and was really upset about it, and then suddenly, Mennonite institutions were besieged with, why aren't you flying the American flag? So, I'll just leave it at that. But, so I have some sense of understanding of where you're coming from. I just don't have a great response other than the work continues anyway, and even if it's just in your own personal life, trying to make yourself more available to have conversations with people, or even that can be really important. It's like all the things. It's not just one way, right? And it can be tricky in a work environment. And especially if you're working with somebody who has very different political beliefs, you're not just gonna go up to that person. I mean, you said this yourself and say, like, free healthcare, let's duke it out. But then again, lastly, think about personal stories. Like, sometimes if people have the opportunity to share a little bit about what they've experienced in life, that has a way of, like, getting stuff out of people, that maybe there's a way to have additional conversation. Does that help? I don't know. It's tricky.
And I would also encourage, for folks who have other ideas about your question or other questions, to seek you out and have some conversations throughout the day about that. It's really important. I think we have time for one more question.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Rugg. I'm here from UIC, where we're so lucky to have Anne with us. I'm so happy that you're here in Chicago and we get to be having this conversation. It's so great. I really appreciated the powerful piece about disability in design, and I think my question has to do with what you were just talking about in terms of, but maybe not just about sort of like one's personal behavior at work, but like for the field of design, which is not my field, I'm here as a fan. I'm interested in the notion of neutrality, or when design work is really perceived as service work, like, and let's say you're just like super involved as a designer in corporate capitalist culture, like as a field, how does design think about activism there? Because it seems to me that that's, is the activist work of design only in projects where the client is the people, as we've heard Kamala Harris say, so, is it really only when it's redesigning the ballot, or can it be when you're working deep inside of capitalist culture at, major corporations? Not just in terms of how one conducts oneself individually at work, which I think is really complicated, and I'm not trying to like dismiss that, but like as a field, how does design think about that? Or how do you think about that?
Well, I guess I think about it that like activism from that perspective, yes, activism happens anywhere and everywhere, right? And I do think there is something to be said for being a change agent within a bureaucratic system, because that's how I think of organizations oftentimes, bureaucratic systems of one kind or another. But it's an interesting question. I mean, I will say that for me personally, I've always gravitated to places or spaces or projects where I don't feel those kinds of constraints. But I think that there is something really important about it as well. I mean, think about climate change maybe as a parallel sort of topic, in that, even corporations can get behind policies that support policies in favor of, like green design, green energy, because there's political pressure, or there's pressure from within. Now, sometimes that may come down to money and bottom line, but I think the key is that if policies are popular, or if ideas are popular, then I think that creates a way forward. And, designers, we need to be ready to push sometimes. Even if it's like, no, we're not gonna do that, I think we just can't afford to be silent. So I think whatever space people are working in, there are also like, it doesn't have to be large ways either that we're trying to make change. I think small changes can be important too, even if that's just making sure that, well, I call it a small change, but that people are able to get into the building without, if they're using a wheelchair or some other device. Like, to me, that's kind of a small change, but it speaks to how an institution thinks about people and treats people.
And I just want to build on that and say that is my favorite kind of question, and I'm happy to share the entire lit review of my dissertation, which tries to get at that question, is how people think about it. But I'll just turn it back to today, is that we've been intentional in trying to ask folks to come and speak about what can you do, like inside of a Salesforce or or another organization that one might be wearing a sweater of. And so I would really love to hear more about how people think about that question throughout the day. It's fantastic. So, well, we have to wrap it up, and I have to go through a couple of logistics, so let's all thank Ann
you.
Berry.
Thank you.
Check. Oh,
Check, check.
definitely loud enough. Thank you.
Check, check.
Hello. Okay. Nicole Robinson, paging Nicole Robinson, our third panelist.
She here?
Yeah, she's here. She's just, she was out there talking to people.
Shall we go grab it or?
Okay, yeah, no rush. Yeah, we could probably move these.
Thank you. Did I practice? Some like highlighted points I wanted to hit, but that's about it.
What? Oh, because it's very cold? Feels good to me.
Yeah, I'm glad I brought this because I wasn't going to wear it. I'm like, oh, I put that jacket on. It's breathe. It's airy. It's gorgeous. Not bad.
It's just me to not feel cool enough among designers. I don't feel like I'm cool enough to be among designers, right?
I was going to be here for the beginning.
Yes, we are. Look at us live. I'm like, ow. On it. Hey. I was like chit-chatting in the hallway.
That's all good.
Nicole Robinson. Nicole, Leslie, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Leslie.
Ahmed, nice to meet you.
Ahmed?
Ahmed.
Ahmed?
Ahmed, yes. Yep.
Ahmed. Okay, good.
All right, well, thank you for being here.
Happy to be here.
I appreciate your ability to just roll with it.
And I think I had a phone. Oh, it's in my pocket.
All right, well, I think we're going to get started. Are we going to get started? Yes, we're getting started. Okay. Thank you for the signal. Hey everyone, welcome to How to Share Your Power. I'm very excited to have some amazing panelists here. These are like my heroes, so you'll get to meet them all shortly. But we are going to talk about co-design today and sharing power as designers. So I'm Sarah Cantor. I will introduce myself as we go. Once again, thanks for coming. So we're going to start with a shared definition of power. I think of power as the ability to change someone else's reality, maybe another person's or even maybe your own, right? Now, while power can sometimes feel icky in our culture, and it does get a bad rap because of how often it's abused, at a fundamental level, power is neither good nor bad. It just is. And in fact, it's really important. We can't shy away from power if we want to talk about social change, right? So who has power? One way we can think about this is organized people and organized money. So institutions like businesses and government hold power, as do grassroots movements. All of us have some power, at least over some aspects of our own realities. But, as I'm sure we all are keenly aware, power is unequally distributed in our society. So there's no science, there's no biological basis that says that white, straight, cisgender, heteronormative American men are the right ones to be in charge of government and business. And yet, in our society, we have chosen to perpetuate a slew of cultural and structural traditions that keep these various identities in power. We see the rich get richer, we see the racial wealth gap grow. And so without an intervention, this is the track we're on, right? So we think about an intervention. We think about this concept at a very high level of equitable social change. And it would seem that at the highest level, we need to see a redistribution of power. So I know this is a very simplistic idea. We will talk about it in more detail. But typically the idea of a redistribution of power gets a lot of head nods, right? People in the social sector are like, yeah. That's what we gotta see. We gotta see that. So what does this have to do with design? Well, a shared definition of design is gonna be hard to come by at a conference like this, but I will give one take, something that's always stuck with me since I went to the Institute of Design about, 100 years ago. Design is the tangible realization of intent. right? So it's taking our intentions, our goals, and it's turning them into something tangible. In fact, something that may change someone else's reality, right? And so what I'm getting at is that design holds inherent power. Because another way to think about design is that it's a structured process of making decisions. Designers work with clients and stakeholders. We facilitate a whole series of decisions, right? From what problem should we solve, to who should we learn from, to what did we learn, to what are we going to do about it. You know, that's kind of how designers, and then all the way down to, for example, if we're talking about the built environment, what building should go on this corner? What should it include? If we're talking about the digital environment, you know, what should this website say? How does the navigation work? When I click here, what happens? All of those are design decisions, right? And so by moving our clients through the series of decisions, we're generating a sort of power. And not only that, but we, as designers, have the ability to extend power through our projects to others. So this might be kind of a cheeky way to say it or a little bit goofy, but I think about co-design as extending the power of design, the decision-making power of design, beyond the client, beyond who's paying you. Bringing others into the process in order to, number one, make the design itself better, and number two, redistribute some of the power that's been concentrated in the designer-client relationship. So I'll give a quick sidebar intro. I'm a co-founder and co-executive director of Greater Good Studio. We are a design firm advancing people-centered social change through our research and design projects with nonprofits, foundations, and government. And when we say people-centered, we're not talking about our clients. We are talking about their communities, the people they serve. We want to make their work in housing and public health and education, community development. We want to make it better and more people-centered, more true to their missions, right? More informed by their end users. And so we bring aspects of co-design, aspects of the redistribution of power into every project. Now, our clients are already like on the same page with us. They are all working for an equitable society. And yet, in the 13 years since I've started the studio, I've noticed some barriers that get in the way of that redistribution of power, which we all claim to want. So I've put together a short list of barriers to co-design. Some of these are more emotional, while some of these are more logistical. I think they are all swept up in each other. So on the emotional side, for starters, you have denial. I don't have any power to share. I barely have any power myself. How could I possibly share it with others? And you know, it is uncomfortable if you're someone who does hold some institutional power to acknowledge that, because if I have power, why haven't I solved the problems, right? There's also quality, and I put quality in quotes, because this shows up sometimes as, well, if we bring others into this design process, like, what if they do a bad job, right? Who are we gonna hold accountable? Like, I'm on the line for this, right? Now, I would argue that the quality argument is often a proxy for other forms of bias, right? So, for example, it's often the case that clients are white and co-designers are folks of color. And in our white supremacist society, white people have been taught to have low expectations for people of color, right? Similarly, people who are highly educated tend not to value lived experience the same way as they do their own learned expertise. So all of that hides within that concern about quality, right? And then we also have insecurity, unfortunately. What if our co-designers actually do a great job? Will I look bad? Should I not have been doing this all along? So because these emotional barriers are just often hiding below the surface, I think we typically more hear about the logistical barriers. And the logistical barriers are easy to blame. They're also real. Compensation. You know, how are we going to pay people? We have these legal guidelines. We have these ethical guidelines. If we pay people too much, it'll interfere with their benefits. How are they going to pay their taxes? Yada, yada, yada. There's also timing, like, we want to meet during the day. People aren't free. They want to do nights and weekends, or we want to do a one-day workshop and nobody can take off that much time from their work. Sometimes it's just technology barriers. You know, we want to do a Zoom call, but maybe co-designers in our community don't have the means to do a Zoom call. I believe that these barriers are real. I also believe they're totally surmountable, and I think they are completely insignificant when compared to the scale of the avoidable suffering in our country due to inequitable systems, programs, and policies. So in order to use our power as designers responsibly, we can and we must move past them. So how do we do that? Well, I went to the Institute of Design, and we think a good 2x2 will save the world. So this is a framework for how we approach co-design at greater good, otherwise known as redistributing power through design. It builds off of Sherry Arnstein's Ladder of Civic Participation and other frameworks that have kind of a single spectrum around low to high power. However, we made it a 2x2 because, again, Institute of Design. But also, I think there's a second spectrum that's important to consider. So we have low to high power for co-designers, and we also have low to high effort, because the amount of effort we're asking is actually really important and kind of determines what that role is, what that job is for a co-designer. So a high level of power would be where co-designers are making substantive, strategic decisions about the project's direction, whereas a low level of power might be a role where co-designers are providing input, but they don't have decision-making abilities. A high level of effort would be a role where co-designers are spending a long time on the project. Maybe the work is ambiguous, it's physically or emotionally taxing. Whereas a low level of effort would be a role where, they're spending little time, the work is relatively straightforward. So you can start to imagine, these different types of roles. And we've kind of codified this as 4 models, 4 ways that we can co-design. From the bottom left to the top right, we've got power is supplemented, power is spread, power is shared, and power is shifted. And I'm going to share an example of each of them. But before that, a couple things to note about this framework. First of all, none of these is like good or bad, better or worse. The top right isn't always appropriate. What is always appropriate is designing a project that's going to meet the client's needs while also responding to the interests and the capacities of the people that we're working with. Oops. The other thing to note is that this line is about 45 degrees, right? We are always trying to align the amount of power with the amount of effort. So, bottom right, lots of power, no work, sounds great. We've never been able to pull it off. Top left, high effort, low power, that's exploitation. Like, we're not doing that. So we want to kind of keep it on that line, right? I'll share an example of each of these types of projects, what it's great for, kind of a little bit about how you do it. My hope is that this provides a set of examples and some really concrete ideas for those of us who might be getting stuck on the barriers. Then we will shift to our amazing panel and have a conversation about what sharing power means to them. So the first model, power is supplemented. We call this project participants. This is basically your typical human-centered design process. We start with research, meet people where they are, learn about their lives, but then we invite them back again to a brainstorm, to a workshop, to a prototype feedback session. We make it low effort for them to participate, give gift cards, provide food and childcare, have events at centrally located spots. For example, this is Beverly, someone who we shadowed for a day in California, and then she attended an ideas workshop. Now, this is still low power for someone like Beverly. The client was still making all the decisions. Their eyes were being opened through new inputs. And I would suggest that this approach is a great way to dip a toe into co-design. Like, if you're already doing research with people, bring them back and have them weigh in on the research and on the ideas. They're mostly just being asked to be experts in their own lives, which is amazing, and it puts them in contact with the client, which is a great first step. So this is kind of our low effort, low power, but it's better than nothing. Next, power is spread. So this is an advisory group. We can kind of imagine how this works. This is a human-centered design project with an additional formalized role, project advisors. So what you do is you bring a group of people together and you ask them to weigh in collectively at strategic points throughout the design process. So this was an advisory group that we convened for a project focused on global learning. Now with an advisory group, we always advocate for some kind of written agreement in order to ensure that everyone has the same expectations for time, for compensation. And of course, remember our timing barrier, it can be hard to find a time. You can book these things out weeks or months in advance. You can use Doodle, you can do every meeting twice. There's lots of ways to make this accessible for advisors. What's nice is that even though this is still kind of mid to low power, the client is working together with the advisory group. So some decisions are made collaboratively. And this group can serve as a bridge between the client and their community because they're more likely to build these ongoing working relationships. I think this approach is great for clients who have relationships with folks in their field and they want to honor their expertise in a more long-term way. The third level we call project ambassadors. So this is similar to the advisory group, except now it's a little higher effort and a little higher power. Ambassadors actually conduct some of the human-centered design work themselves. They might conduct research, host workshops, or gather feedback on prototypes. Not just give feedback, but actually go gather feedback from their communities. This is a group of project ambassadors we convened for a project on Chicago arts and culture. And they each convened a session with their communities to talk about how arts and culture could dismantle white supremacy. Because this is a higher effort, we provide ambassadors with a contract. So they're compensated at a higher rate, and we provide them with the training and tools to be able to do that work. So there's a capacity building component as well. This group does come together for some specific decisions, sometimes with the client and sometimes without. So this approach is great when you're trying to reach communities that you might not be as close to, and in situations where the client might be totally ready to share their power, but co-designers maybe don't have as much time and capacity as you would hope. Finally, power is shifted through what we call design teams. This is where the client says, I believe the people in my community know what's best for them, and so I'm going to use my dollars and influence to empower them to go through a human-centered design process from start to finish. So we've put together design teams comprised of local leaders who have professional and personal stakes in the work. We give them the training and tools. We facilitate their decision-making along the way. Essentially, as designers, we treat them like the client, except that we're paying them instead of them paying us. Now, design teams is a high level of effort. This was a project that we did in 6 communities across the US. Each design team spent 3 two-day workshops with us and had a bunch of stuff to do in between. They signed contracts, they were fully compensated, and we planned out their participation to remove as many barriers as possible. This approach is for the client who really trusts their community and is secure enough to know that the work will be better if they just frame the project strategically and get out of the way. Now, as you can see, all of these project models, can be effective, can be powerful. They're all relevant for different circumstances. I think the overall, hope is that through these methods, clients can say, I see how you've gotten over those logistical barriers, and maybe now I'm starting to get over some of those emotional barriers, because co-design as a way to share my power is both more equitable and more effective. Thank you. So I'm going to transition us over here. And we are going to have a chat. Thank you all. So I would love to start by having each of our panelists introduce themselves, and we're going to do a little bit of a different kind of intro. I'd love to know a little bit about each of you, your life's work. Tell us what you do. But then I'd also love to know about a time when you felt powerful, and also about a time when you felt powerless. And I'm wondering if Leslie would like to kick us off.
Hi, I'm Leslie Kennedy. Nice to see all of you. Happy Saturday. I am a birth worker. It's so cool to say that out loud because that is a new way to describe what I do in the world. I was a part of Greater Good Studios' design process, people-centered design process when I worked with the Girl Scouts of Greater Chicago and Northwest Indiana. And I didn't know it then, but I was on a 3-year exit strategy out of the nonprofit industrial complex. And I didn't know it, but here I am. So I have worked at the helm of many nonprofits and in philanthropy for the past 25 years, in mostly youth development, which I love. I love young people, always have. I was in AmeriCorps, like I did all the things, like kind of that cut your teeth early in AmeriCorps and then just do the nonprofit youth development journey. But I've always, I think I look back at my high school book and it said, what do you want to be? And I put obstetrician. I was a senior. I got very average grades. There was no way I was going to be an obstetrician. However, there was some kind of seed in me. In my very first pregnancy, I have 3 beautiful, beautiful young people, young adults now. My very first pregnancy, I was transported into a completely different time and era and space. And I threw everything I knew, everything I could into understanding what my body was moving through and what I could do. Talk about power, right? So to, I guess, segue into the double-click question. So let me just say real quick. So I just love birth work, always have. And I tried to walk this fine line between dipping my toe in midwifery school while I was leading nonprofit organizations throughout my life. I tried twice and just couldn't. I had 3 babies, like all the things, right? And so in about a year and a half ago, I quit that job at Girl Scouts. I was chief equity officer, right? And took it, I think I was sitting on my couch doing really nothing, healing, honestly, I was healing. And Spirit just spoke to me, like, right now, why not now? Why not now? And so I called my instructor, who I had this probably 8-note chain over the last 15 years with, email chain. And I was like, here I am again. Can I try now? Within 2 weeks, I was back in class with a full ride scholarship on the board of the new Chicago Southside Birth Center. And in about 3 months after that, I was hired as the director of strategy. Right? You talk about alignment. So that's what I do, is I'm helping to build the first Black midwife-led birth center on the south side of Chicago. Insane. Living the absolute dream, my literal high school dreams. And I didn't even have to study that hard. I'm back in midwifery school to be a certified professional midwife. And I'm sitting here, we met a few days ago, and I've really been thinking about this question of shared power and what it means to be powerful and how to share and redistribute power. And I think the time when I felt the most powerful was in labor, literally conspiring with my God to bring life to the world, right? Like, that's power that is shared by me and my Creator, right? And this wonderful, magical human that they and I had to dance to get here, to bring them here. And when I felt powerless was as a doula, right? So I'm doula as part of my practicum for midwifery school. As a doula, you're with woman, you're with the birthing person, right? You can do nothing but support them to feel powerful. So for me, that's my redistribution, where I just sit back, do all the things, right, to support them to feel as powerful as possible so that they could then conspire with their God to bring a new human to the world, right? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ahmed?
Yes, so good morning, everybody. My name is Ahmed Jatan. So my current role, not my life's work, but my current role is I'm the director of organizing at the Inner City Muslim Action Network, also known as Iman, on the south side of Chicago. We also have a branch in Atlanta. I would describe my life's work, and I pray that every day my role, if it's into my life's work, is the work of liberation. And I see that as my own personal liberation spiritually, and what that means to feel free in my body as well. And also the liberation of my people, and I define that as my people as Palestinians, as Muslims, but also my people as my neighbors, as humanity, and also the way that humanity affects our environment as well too. And the way that I see that liberation work for myself is, as an educator, as an organizer, and also as a poet and a storyteller. So that's what I see as my life's work. And that has taken me in so many different ways, took a very similar path in terms of with youth development, and that has taken me all around the world in terms of what that looked like as a professional journey, but also as a personal journey. Having the opportunity to work with young people in North Carolina, in New York, in Palestine, in refugee camps in Lebanon, and finding myself back in Chicago as well to continue that work. I think for myself, a moment where I felt powerless, or times where I feel powerless, is times when I'm trying to get my head around, feel in my heart, especially in this moment, trying to comprehend the unfolding genocide that's happening in Palestine, and feeling powerless of what can I do to stop this. I can go to a protest. I can have call my congressperson. I can sit in a room facing my congressman and still feel like, what can I do? We can have masses of people, I can trials, and it still can sometimes feel powerless. And then I think where I feel powerful, and I think of a moment I even had this morning. One of the many programs that we do at Iman is every Saturday morning we have a breakfast at dawn. So we gather at 5 a.m. And it's residents from our housing program, who are in our reentry program, so those returning home from incarceration, as well as community members and others who are just looking for that healing space. And I think what happens in that space, and very similar to what you were saying, it's an opportunity to be able to connect with Creator. It's a multi-faith space as well. So, that's a time where Muslims traditionally do their first prayer of the day, but it's a time that's also across cultures across the world is recognized as a very spiritually sensitive time, because most people are asleep or just getting to start their day. And what it does if you start your day with that intention and collectively. And what we do is, some people will do formal prayers and read from their different traditions, but then we come together in a circle and just ask each other, what is on your heart? What do you want us to pray for you this week? And it's an opportunity not just to be able to beseech the Creator and beseech each other for that assistance, but to be able to build those bonds together too. And I think that's where the power comes from. So even, in that moment, I was able to share in terms of some of that powerlessness that I'm feeling in this moment. But then where the power comes from is in this sphere that I'm in now. If we have any hope of changing anything, climate crisis, genocide, racism, right, sexism, the only hope that we have to be able to tackle any of these things is the strength of the bonds that we have starting at the neighborhood level with the people that we interact with every day. So that's where I feel powerful.
Oh my God, you guys are both terrific. My name is Nicole Robinson, and I am the CEO of the YWCA Metro Chicago. I live in Bronzeville. That's very close to here. I'm a product of what I call the 4 Ps, public schools, public libraries. That was my after-school program. I terrorized librarians. Public parks, that was my summer program, so I went to the free day camps. And then I would say public benefits. So I know what it's like to get public benefits. I know what it's like to go to the store with, it was food stamps back then. And that's important for me to share just because I lead an organization that is trying to make Chicago better, trying to support people and help them reach their full potential, help them achieve and tap into their own power. I didn't jump right into this space. I actually was the kid looking in, wanting some power, right? Because I would see some people make it and some people don't. It was before we had terms like equity, before we talked about power sharing. I was just looking and I was curious and I was like, well, how do I get some of that? So I did what a lot of people do. You go to school, you try to get a job, you do things like that. And I spent 19 years in corporate America. I started my career in finance. So I share these things just because there's all these dimensions of power at the community level, in institutions, in faith organizations, in nonprofits, in governments. Every sector, like your framework, could be, the audience could be every single industry and sector that we have, not just designers. So as you were speaking, I was like, I think I'm a designer. Because maybe I'm a little bit of a designer of how we share power, right? So, so I share a little bit of that. Let me circle back. I spent a little time with, after leaving corporate America, with the Greater Chicago Food Depository, 5 years there. And I would just mention in the corporate space, I went from finance to leading corporate social responsibility. So when corporations are trying to do good and try to share a little power, but even, you know, it's not perfect. And so I had some experience there. And then fast forward, and with Greater Good, we actually worked on some power sharing work because that's a sector that there's a lot of inequity in who has power, and it's built in. Yeah, it's built into the system. And then today I have I feel like this organization I get to lead, get to be a part of, that has a mission of eliminating racism and empowering women. We're 148 years old. That mission itself is only a little over 50 years old, but it's rooted in sharing power. It is completely, I mean, I'll tell that. Does anybody want to ask me later how a group of black women organized across the United States and went to a meeting in Texas and said, we're going to talk about how racism is what we need to deal with if we want to overcome anything. So I feel like I stand on the shoulders of all these cool people before me. So getting to your question about power, I mean, that's part of what I do every day. I can't, probably in my job description I need to put, you know, designer or sharer of the power, because there's 300 people who work at the YWCA. There's thousands of families who rely on us. We're in a dozen different communities across Cook County, Lake County, and DuPage County. So it's like that's my main responsibility, to ensure they have everything they need to win. And when I think about our measure for our success as an organization, we do 3 big things. We unleash the potential in young people, from early childhood to teen girls. So we gotta give them power every day to make that happen. We help people heal and belong. And what I mean by that, we have therapists who counsel people from 5 to 85. Again, art therapy, individual therapy, all forms of therapy. Everybody is hanging on a string. Everyone is, and black and brown people are on the margins of everything. So I just feel like, you know, they need that power and the healing. And then the last thing we do is around economic, what I call equity. Sometimes we say empowerment, but I say equity just because it does require a shift. And then for me personally, I feel like when I think about my whole life, I'm in and out of feeling powerful and powerless all the time. And I know sometimes we think that if I get to this point, I'm suddenly powerful. Nope, I'm constantly, because there are all these bubbles as a society. We're not good at sharing power. We're actually really bad at it. And our whole structure is built on domination. So even as I'm the kid from the South Side who gets institutionalized into some of these ways, because we all do. And then you go back and forth between moments of power. I feel powerful when I'm unleashing the potential in someone. That's when I feel most powerful. I'm least powerful when I feel like the system is pulling me to do something else. Right, and you make those trade-offs because I have 300 people who need to get their paychecks. That's real. We want to make payroll. So do I do what's best for one, or do I do what's best for 300 people who got to take care of their family? So I would say that's when I feel like, ooh, I don't feel so powerful now.
Yeah. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I think it was something we talked about with Ahmed and Leslie too, the idea that like none of us is just always powerful or always powerless, but that we kind of go back and forth in these moments and day to day. I'm thinking like you run the YWCA, surely you like put your feet up and say, yeah, like I'm making the shots. But yeah, I can very much relate to the fear of the payroll. As a, you want it to happen, and you're gonna fight for that. So it sounds like, and each of you talked so beautifully about the ways that you feel the power that you have, that you use the power that you have, and also sometimes the ways that that systems or structures or even the bureaucracy, the power structure that we have, you know, a congressman like can't do something, like the ways that we can't always move someone else's reality. I guess I'm curious, you know, if you could maybe either share an example or a kind of situation where you were enabled to share your power, you know, because what I'm kind of looking for is what are the conditions that allow us or encourage us to do that more, to do that better? And I know it's a little abstract, but I bet y'all have some examples in mind. So whoever wants to jump in.
I can start.
Yeah.
So I can speak a little bit more about, you know, what some of the work at EMAN looks like, and even what initially drew me, even as a student when I first heard about EMAN's work, to some of their framework. So in general, you know, EMAN's mission is geared towards health, wellness, and healing. And we do that first by, of course, running a federally qualified health center and other programs, like I mentioned, the reentry, as well as in integrating arts and culture through arts and culture programming. But we also do that through organizing for social change. And one of the most longstanding campaigns that we've had at EMAN is the Corner Store campaign. So if you're from Chicago, or really if you're from most any urban area, you're familiar with this phenomenon of what sociologists call the middleman minority, where often in black neighborhoods, there's another minority that often occupies the role of running the kind of small retail corner stores, bodegas, food and liquor stores in the neighborhoods, and oftentimes, you know, generating tensions across communities and exacerbating issues of food access and food justice, as well as community violence. You know, I think one way that the whole nation, the whole world was reminded of this was during the murder of George Floyd, which happened outside of an immigrant-run and actually a Palestinian-run corner store in Minneapolis. So the ways that already you can begin to see that this campaign wasn't just about food, although we have to talk about the food that's on the shelves. But really what it's about is about the relationships. So to me, one of the ways that was about sharing power is that one of the other things that the system does is very effective because of this capitalist structure and because of this kind of scarcity mindset and the unhealed trauma that's across communities, that it pits communities against each other. So the situation is set up where there is a kind of tension between, pick your immigrant group. I mean, if you're talking about early 90s in LA, Koreans and black folks. In Chicago, you know, what comes to the attention to the front a lot of times is between Arabs, Palestinians in particular, who don't, I wouldn't even say run the plurality, but run a good amount of corner stores, the South and West Sides, food and liquor stores, and black folks. Which, if you were to think about the histories of those two communities, should be natural allies. But there's no opportunity for that connection to happen. So for me, that's one of the ways that where the power is shared. And that campaign started off, and Iman started off just as a volunteer-run health center, running these campaigns just on a volunteer basis. Have been able to build up to the point where now it's a federally qualified health center, and build up our base as well, and build up the capital that we have. That when the campaign started in terms of having interventions at local corner stores led by the residents who are having to shop at these stores, alongside allies from the community who are deeply invested in this idea of how do we tackle the issue of food justice and community safety in our neighborhoods, and how am I accountable, how am I holding my community accountable to these issues. I've been able to build up to the point of having a network of these stores that are committed to it, and at the same time recognizing that we're still hitting a wall, that because of the way that the generations of disinvestment and racism and those obstacles that are there. But been able to reach a point now of creating the North Star of opening up our own corner store as a model on 63rd and Racine in the Inglewood neighborhood. And this intervention didn't start just from there. And I could speak more about, okay, what was the design process of even getting to the point of what does the store look like? What's in this store? Well, how does this store function more than just a store, but as a community center, right? The intervention also is beyond food, because again, we're looking at the holistic health, wellness, and healing. For those who don't know, there was a study done by the NYU School of Medicine looking at life expectancy gaps across the United States in major urban centers, and Chicago had the largest life expectancy gap. And the two neighborhoods that had that gap was Inglewood, where the store is located, and Streeterville. A 30-year life expectancy gap. That you're expected to live 30 years longer just 10 miles north in Streeterville than you do in Inglewood. So there are so many factors that go into that. Chronic diseases being one of the major factors, and of course what you eat being a contributing factor to those chronic diseases. But in addition, what else was at that intersection at 63rd and Racine? A Green Line station that was closed in the mid-90s for renovations. Has not been opened up, and since that time we know there have been other renovations done in other stations, so it's possible to do. And I think if you're in this room, you know why it hasn't been done yet. And one of the things, as we know, is power concedes nothing without a demand. So that requires collectivizing and making that demand very clear, which we were able to do, at least the first phase of that, of getting a local referendum, which passed with 93%, and already as a result of that, being able to get a commitment, at least for a feasibility study from the CTA, and we have to keep pushing. What else is at that intersection? A closed CPS school that was closed during the term of Rahm Emanuel, like dozens of other schools across the city that are there as a potential community asset, but sitting as vacant real estate, right? So when we're thinking about even just the design problems of urban planning and what could be done there and the way to involve community. So to rewind, in terms of, and to answer the question, it's those kind of very concrete campaigns, and it can start even just at one intersection of being able to see what's actually a problem and being able to shift that, and or pivot, for those who are familiar with the four pivots, pivoting what can be a problem into an opportunity. This problem of black-brown tension is actually an opportunity for black-brown solidarity to build a neighborhood with the people in mind.
Oh, good. Yes. Yes. I think similarly, right, with the maternal health crisis that we are in and have been in for a really long time, and folks starting to, really wake up, and women, particularly Black women, paying voice to their experiences. Here in Chicago, There are 3 birth centers in Chicago currently. In the Chicago Southside Birth Center will be the 4th. There's one in kind of like Ravenswood-ish, Lincoln Park area, Chicago Birth Center, which is a for-profit model. There's one further north, Burr Ridge, north, I can't know. Another for-profit model. And then there's PCC Wellness on the west side, which is a federally qualified health center. And the Chicago Southside model will be a nonprofit model. There was a law that wouldn't extend the ability to build a birth center on the south side, right? That law had to change. So talk about, right, like how we collectively, strengthen the understanding of folks who may not even feel like they're in that political mindset or maybe feel powerless that they can shift the law, change the law, right, to be able to, kind of even cultivate the vision to create an option, a different option for women, particularly Black women on the South Side. And that happened. It had to happen. We had to change the law in order to develop. You shared a term that I tried to lock in my brain, the brick and mortar, right? Physical design.
Yeah, the built environment.
Built environment, right? So now we've moved from the visionary space to the built environment, and understanding design coincides with vision, right? Boots on the ground, changing laws, being able to support folks to feel powerful enough to do that. And I came in late, right? This is Janine Valerie Logan. Remember her name, Janine Valerie Logan, who is the founder and lead steward of the Chicago Southside Birth Center. She's done it, right, along with partners. And so the physical space has been purchased in cash from the community, right? From the community, all that money to purchase that building, right? There were a couple of grants sprinkled in there, but the majority of those funds were raised by the community, who said out loud, we need another option. Black women need another option, a safe option. We will not go to the hospital. We will rather have our babies at home without any assistance. A free birth is what they call it, right? Which is also risky because Black women's birth isn't always, it hasn't been, we haven't evolved in a way that will allow to have a safe free birth often, right? So to have a birth center, freestanding, physical space, built environment, right, in a community that is in such desperate need, led by a Black woman midwife and many others, it's just, we're living that process right now. So I'm so glad you set that up, because I'm still training my brain to think like this, right? But it's absolutely design, shared power, all of the things.
Yeah, thank you.
Terrific. You guys are amazing. I'm gonna say that again. So one of the things I mentioned at the YWCA is about unleashing youth potential, and I talked about the early childhood ecosystem. Childcare is the second largest expense for any family next to rent. The second largest expense. And we all learned during the pandemic to undervalue how undervalued childcare providers were. We pay them the least, yet they're responsible for the first 1,000 days of development that's that window where we don't get it right, we can't get those years back. It's a wrap. We're just struggling trying to catch up. So it's interesting. There's some nonprofits who actually do direct service childcare, like they run a childcare center. We don't do that. I love that. And I love that we don't do it is because the power sits with the 90% of Black and brown women who lead their own home-based childcare or either have a community-based childcare center, right? Because that's a choice point. We could say, we're going to be like this organization and we're going to run childcare centers. We're like, nope. We're actually going to empower the women who do the work every day. And there's not one power thing. To me, there's just multiple power points. And what we do is we have a whole parent and child care advisory council that's all led by women, mothers, aunties who are passionate about young people and child development. They are not graduates of Erickson Institute, which is a prestigious place of higher learning. They are just people who said, this is my passion, right? Taking care of the babies. YWCA help me figure out how to do that. So we probably support about 250 of these child care providers. There's a council where there's leadership. They're compensated for their leadership. They have decision making. We go after funding for them. So there's probably a couple of $1 million that come to the YWCA that we don't get any of that money. We're just a conduit, because oftentimes there are resources for child care providers, for food, for paying higher salaries, for training. Individually, they could not do that on their own because it's an administrative burden, it's crazy. So we are like kind of the middle person who kind of helps them get all of those resources. We help them advocate. So those are the folks who go down to Springfield to advocate. We actually have a state that's actually childcare friendly. Not every state is, but they are the ones who do the talking. When we go to an elected official, it's not Nicole talking. It's not anyone on Nicole's team. It's actually the individuals who do the work every day. So to me, it's like all these nuggets of power. It's like when they have ownership, when they grow their own business, to me, that again, that's unleashing power, because they actually don't need us to win completely. It's rooted in their own. They've created something for themselves and for their families. So I really love that. I do want to mention one thing, just because place. We are down the street from Dearborn Homes, and that's a site where the YWCA team, we have a team of folks who work there every day, Monday through Friday, and they are actually, the residents regularly go through what is it that they want for themselves. And I mention them just because I think a lot of times when people think about public, they forget that it's still there. It's like people, I think I was talking to someone when I came here. I drive past this building all the time, but I've actually never been in this building. And I'm sure people drive past Dearborn Homes and they don't see them. I just feel making them visible is sharing power. Reminding people that they're there, reminding people that they have dreams, they have goals, they have aspirations. So we have a team member who's actually taking them through their own, we call them community circles, where they get together, they talk about what they want beyond Dearborn Homes, right? Because a lot of times conversations about what do you want for Dearborn Homes, but it's like, no, what do you want beyond Dearborn Homes? What do you want to do, transform? And there's a lot of criticism of public housing, but as we critique things, we can't forget that people are there and how we give them power, because actually ignoring people, looking away, is stripping people of power.
That's right. That's right. Thank you all so much. I'm like a puddle over here. I don't even know what to say. Everything that you've shared is so beautiful today and so inspiring. I do want to take a little time. I think we have 15 minutes or so to see if there are any questions from the room about anything that has been shared so far today, or just to be in conversation with these luminaries. Yeah, Anne. I will do my best to repeat the question. Thank you, Anne, for articulating that. What do we do when people who we might have chance to interact with in our lives are really in their power and don't want to budge? Yeah, that's real. That has happened to me. Gosh, what did I do? Ooh. Do folks have ideas while I think about it?
You build your own.
Yeah.
You build your own. And I already shared the history of the Chicago Southside Birth Center, but that's exactly what is happening, right? We had to build our own, right? Because these structures, I mean, we live in Illinois, in the hub of like Chicago American Academy of Pediatrics and nursing, and I mean, we live in the hub where all of these systems, hospital systems are created, the laws are created, right? And so folks were not on board with building a freestanding birth center in the Black community where we have the worst birth outcomes, right? Not on board. How can you not? Women are literally dying right now on tables, Black women, right? So we had to build our own because we can't have it. We can't have it.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I think with that is something that you shared in the beautiful kind of introduction we had to the day in terms of you got to do that in coalition. And I think part of what that's about too is, and this is kind of maybe the whole spirit of even just community organizing, as well as I think in this conversation we've been talking a lot in terms of how do you like share power as like a process. But I think part of that too is building organization, building institutions that then can also hold that power is part of what it is, and also the way that coalitions can also share and hold that power as well too. And I think sometimes you can build your own, sometimes you still, even when you build your own, have to confront that power. Then it's a matter of just escalating the tactics. You can start off the negotiation, but again, if they're really in it and they're not responding to negotiation, you escalate until you get the response that you need.
Yeah, and I would say, this might be a little philosophical, but power is not a zero-sum game. I know that person maybe doesn't believe that. They think that if I have less, if you have more, I have less. But to say actually, I mean, so many of the examples today where I have more power when I have given it away because it's not a finite resource. There's always going to be someone who, for whatever barrier, is going to try to cling to that power because it's the unnamed thing that everybody is trying to get in our culture. But to, whether it's to go around that person or to go through and to say, if you bring others in, it actually makes you look good. It actually makes you more powerful because now you have more people on your team. I mean, I'm not an organizer, but organized people and organized money moves things. Nicole, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I just say I believe in an inside game and an outside game right now. So I do think it is start your own. It is build a coalition. It is work within institutions that are still here. Because, part of me is like, yes, like just share the power, but we're human beings and we're this legacy of domination. So do we walk away from things we should have? I don't want us to completely walk away. I want us to make our own, build a coalition, and then also keep talking and listening. Let's not be completely polarized. Some people are lost cause, but if they're learning agile, then zero in on that. Don't overwaste your time. But I just think that if we were to just walk away from that's how we are on a lot of issues. It's either we believe the same thing or we don't, and then we walk away, and we still have these bubbles of people have a lot and we've had some wins, so let's like keep at it.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's right. We can't just we can't throw people away. Other questions? Yes, and then we'll go here. Yeah, I'll do my best to repeat the question, but I might need you to supplement what I say. Coming from a big consulting background, spaces where power sharing is not a thing, templates and tools don't exist. How do we kind of create those tools, make those systems work for us better? Yeah. It's a great question. Go, Leslie.
Quick stab.
Yeah.
So Greater Good Studio is my example, to be honest with you. It really is. I'm not even trying to be all like, oh, I love you, but I do. Honestly, though, so working at the Girl Scouts, I mean, the Girl Scouts is a wonderful organization for a lot of folks and has been around for 100 and gazillion years, right? So, and for a lot of folks, Girl Scouts works beautifully, and I love that. My time there, we had to shift some things. We had to shift some practices that, I mean, honestly, I think 150 years, 100 and maybe, a lot of years, over 100 years, Girl Scouts has been in practice. And it took, I didn't come in with a design framework. I never even heard of human-centered design before I met you, to be real honest with you, right? I played around with organizing, but I couldn't even call myself a true organizer, I didn't think. But it took helping folks understand their own voice, their own power, and we were sharing that power, but I felt just as powerless as the folks who I was working with to change a deeply rooted practice that was holding folks back. I slipped and said black, but it was black folks in Girl Scouts that had to shift their thinking about why they couldn't move past a certain point in the organization, right? And it was very basic tools like draw your vision, right? Draw, make some stick figures, right? And really think about what a collective table might look like. Think about how to use your voice. Think about how to, shift mindsets based on your own personal truth. And there was tactics and ways to do that, and a beautiful design process that Sarah and her team took us through. But we shifted, we dismantled a long-standing program and process within the country, right? Because we decided that it didn't work. It was super racist, and it could no longer serve. And I didn't know how to do that. I didn't know what I didn't know. So moving now into a better sense of kind of conscious competence on how to do that, it took a design process. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and it's not like I've got some magical, kit of parts over here. It's instituted that it's research, and it's saying let's observe and let's actually notice the disparities. Let's notice the distinctions between, this program for mostly white girls and this program for mostly girls of color. And let's have a conversation about that and not have an argument, but let's be productive and generative. Let's draw, let's write, let's ideate and say, what could it be to solve this problem that we can't ignore because we're looking right at it?
And let me just say, it was super scary. I thought I was going to lose my job every 2 weeks, right? Like, I did. It was super scary because the folks in power in the organization at that time were not used to being challenged, and certainly didn't want to hear anyone say that they were upholding a racist practice, right? That was hard, really, really difficult to shift.
I'll say one more thing, and then Nicole, I see you. I will say that I think human-centered design is a Trojan horse for equity. And I think that as you, as a designer, go about your work, some folks are going to be like, oh, yes, come in because I see the equity in what you're doing. And others are going to say, oh, yeah, human-centered design, Stanford, innovation, cool. Like, we should do that. That's a better idea, right? But either way, you have work to do. And either way, you're going to be elevating the voices of the people who are not being listened to. You're going to tie it to something strategic. You're going to tie it to something market related, whatever you need to do to bring those truths to light. And so we call it human-centered design because it's very palatable, but it's also equity. Did you want to say something? I thought you were.
Just add that for the institutions, I think what Greater Good has been great about is connecting big firms with nonprofits, because sometimes organizations can't have that conversation about human-centered design or equity amongst themselves, but then helping them experience it through another lens is always a great idea. I've had experiences where we've taken corporate executives in community and trying to tell them that your supply chain system is inequitable because the farmers earn the least in the entire system, but them not being able to see it, but then putting them in a different environment, bringing them to Woodlawn community and to talk to residents and hear residents tell them about inequity, and then it suddenly clicks. So there's something about, I think, sharing, helping people in different environments within their own, but also within other people's environments, so that they need that spark.
Yeah, we see that. Thank you for your question. I think we have time for one more, and I know this person's hand was up. Did you want to say a question?
Sure, I'm going to try to make this as succinct as possible, so we'll try. So if design systems have evolved for efficacy and maximize everything, can you share some strategies on unlearning design systems and hierarchies? So, co-design is trying to flatten this ability to kind of say, like, I'm a designer, I'm serving these people, and here are my clients, and flattening those things out. What are some strategies to allow greater timelines and gain better resources without sacrificing ROI?
Just a simple question about how do we, no, this is like my everyday challenge. The question I'll try to articulate back was to, what are some strategies for giving ourselves the space and time to make the design process more equitable is kind of how I'm thinking about it. Yeah. I mean, I would love to know what folks think because I deal with that every day. I think that, what we often tend to leverage is the difference between people's kind of stated goals and then their expectations. So like their stated goals are typically in my space, they're on the money, right? It's like we want to, create more affordable housing. We want these public health programs to be more accessible, whatever the project is or whatever the mission of the organization is, there's always an equity mission that's kind of overarching. But I think sometimes, and again, my clients are not thinking like ROI in a financial sense, but certainly we want to see, return on impact. We want to see, changes. And so kind of leveraging or sometimes exploiting the gap, we can say, an equitable process is what brings equitable results. And, again, that might not work for everyone, but to say, if we want to see, more people accessing these programs, we have to take the time to listen to the folks who are accessing them today and the folks who are not accessing them today, right? And, you've had a hard time with public meetings. Okay, well, maybe we need to go to where people are. Maybe we need to go in the side door with a trusted advisor, with a partner, as opposed to like holding a meeting and waiting for people to show up at your door. So in lots of ways, I feel like I try to shift the conversation from the results to the process and to show the kind of alignment between those two. And when it doesn't work, I just add budget and time to the proposal and see how it goes. Do others have thoughts? Yeah.
Can I ask you a follow-up question?
Oh, please.
Again, I have this sort of corporate background, but every company who sells a product has with something they call consumer insights. Sure. There's a whole team of people, and that's their whole reason for being, is to understand the consumer. What do they care about? How do they think? And they invest millions and millions and millions of dollars into it. Isn't human-centered design just sort of a better way to get insight? Because I would say at the company, we're getting social insights. We need to invest in getting social insights in order to make this work.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And that's the work I did for about 7 years before Greater Good, was innovation consulting, which essentially is consumer insights. Sometimes a little bit more participatory than, you know, a focus group. We might do an in-home interview, we might do observations, but the argument there is this is just more behavioral and therefore more true than a survey or focus group. But essentially, yes, I mean, human-centered design, anyone at the Institute of Design will tell you, like, yes, of course, human-centered design is just a better version of consumer insights. And so that's kind of the history of this practice. I feel like at Greater Good and at so many other amazing, you know,
But that's
design.
the ROI. You were paying for it already.
Yeah,
So why
yeah.
don't you want to pay for that? That's what I guess.
Oh,
my
I see.
question is. You were paying for it already. So.
My clients aren't, though. Like, my nonprofit clients are not.
Right,
They
so-
don't have
so
the,
that's
you know what I
the
mean?
nonprofit sector. So I'm just pointing this out.
Yeah.
Because that's a bigger sector problem.
Yes.
That doesn't understand the value of that in general.
Yes. For the most part, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we're on the same page. Do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I just want to piggyback off that because I think it ties to your question around system archetypes. I was going to say every organized body has system archetypes, and it's very much explicitly stated in the language that people are using. So by the fact that you said this is a social net or this is consumer insight, and knowing that the same thing is this is social insight.
Yeah.
Right? Being able to translate and be able to ask those direct questions in one-on-one situations or in that moment of power, because that's a question that you could theoretically maybe lose your job putting people on the wrong spot at that moment. But being able to know this is the moment that I can shift this conversation, I think is critical, but also having the language and knowing that every group of bodies has a language to be able to use it, manipulate, shape it, and use it.
If I can add something just to complicate it a little bit, at least from my experience in terms of like community organizing based nonprofit organization, is sometimes, again, you need to know that, but sometimes there is just a limit. And to be able to change that limit, then there needs to be some undergirding policy change that needs to happen. So then you have to then respond to the different incentives that are created from that policy. Something else that I'll say too, just to also complicate this, and maybe it's not answering the question but adding another layer to the question, is oftentimes, you know, what that solution might be when it's designed is, oh, we'll bring in a community partner. And then that's just, okay, they'll take care of it. But then the struggle that happens, and I think for those who are in the nonprofit industrial complex know that even the nonprofits that claim to be the voice of the community and even have that because of just the way that this thing is designed, still aren't really truly accountable to community in certain ways. So that I don't want to end on a hopeless note, right? But just to be able to understand what are the layers to the problem that's happening here. That the solution can't just be we'll get a community partner, because there still has to be some level of accountability of what does that actually mean. And I think at the end of the day, the thing that I remind myself, even in our organization as it's growing too, is I don't need to be the voice for the voiceless. You just pass the mic. So the more, and that's where at base it becomes a values conversation, and that to be able to clarify what are your values, and then how much are what are the actual tangible, not just processes but bodies that you are creating to be able to, again, to hold that, to be able to live into those values. And sometimes it might just be the conversation is just at that values clarification, and it's just like, no, these actually aren't your values, and now it's clear that your values are just efficacy. It's not actually equity, right? In summary.
Yeah.
Get a community organizer just so that they can have somebody to say, we have somebody that's talking to the community, right?
Yeah.
But if you really want to do the work, you have to go to the people.
Right.
Give them gift cards. Have them come to this library after they get off work at 6. You know what I mean? You have to do the work. So it's just about how much work do you really want to do.
Yeah. Oh man. We're going to leave it there. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing the mic with me today. Thank you everyone for this conversation. I hope it continues. Let's go eat lunch.
Look at him. Look at, oh, there we go. You can hear me now. Hi, everyone. Hello. All right, well, welcome to Collaboration Across Collective Networks. I'm so happy that you guys came to see us and come hang out with us today. Ooh, a little loud. Down a little bit. Thank you. You're amazing back there. Awesome. All right, so we're here to talk about how activism can take root across collaborative networks. We're actually here to really learn about how these people became so fabulous in their practice, right? So let's just jump right on in there and find out more. Can you guys tell us who you are and more about something about your business and what you do?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cecilia Cuff. I am the CEO of the Nascent Group. We are a business strategy and hospitality design firm, and we've done hotels and restaurants and golf resorts, ski resorts all over the country. Most recently, I moved back to Chicago, my hometown. Thank you. Glad to be home, except during wintertime. But recently moved back to open up Brownsville Winery with my business partner, Eric Williams. So we designed and worked on that project for a little over 3 years. It was really distracting during COVID, so it was great. And then recently opened up Southside Sanctuary, located on 47th and King Drive, which is an outdoor green third space, very, very needed for our community. And then we've got a few more projects up our sleeves for the next couple months. So we've got a restaurant that just opened in the South Shore Cultural Center called Nafsi South Shore, which is a Black-owned restaurant in a space that historically we weren't allowed in. So we're really excited about that. But yeah, lots of things. There's lots of empty space in Chicago, and so I definitely jump at the opportunity to make those spaces beautiful and make people smile.
Awesome. All right. Next, we have Dave.
Dave Pabelon, Associate Professor of Graphic Design at Columbia College Chicago. I also have a personal practice called It Is Just Dave. Website is itisjustdave.com. Instagram handle it_is_Dave. Not joking.
He's not joking.
I got recently tenured a spring ago, which has felt like extremely satisfying and terrifying at the same time. My work also includes working with cultural institutions, nonprofits, and activist circles. In the spring of 2022, with the work in collaboration with Design as Protest, we put together the exhibition You Are Anti-Racist, where NTI is in brackets, so it looks like you are racist from like the signage outside the gallery. We thought that was kind of interesting. And then a project that I'm working on right now, a couple ones through the Center for Urban Economic Development through UIC, and we just released a report on warehouse workers at Walmart, and then we had 2 other reports that were designed for Amazon warehouse workers. So that's been really interesting to work with researchers and then giving their data like visualization. Yeah, that's about it.
That's awesome. And last but not least, or right before me, Nick.
Hey there, pals. My name is Nick Adam. I'm a design director at a studio in Chicago called Span. We're a graphic design, brand identity type of space. A couple projects that we have going on right now. So we're a very small studio. We're about 9 people, but we actually kind of function as 3 different studios. And so within my studio, the work that we have going on right now, a project called Safe Travel for All. It's a regional equity engagement campaign for CMAP. It's with CMAP and led by a team called Daylight. And it's for, as CMAP looks at planning transportation safety for the 7 counties, including Cook County, they're looking at doing 2 years of engagement by people most affected by safety. This is the first effort that they've ever done to do outside engagement prior to the act of like large-scale planning. Another effort is with the Illinois Department of Human Rights, and we're helping them create like Illinois' first ever hate act non-law enforcement response team. So there's, we're working with a group called IHDD to do the service design around this work, and we're kind of giving language and creating how to speak about it and what it looks like. But it's a statewide support service for folks that have either experienced hate, witnessed hate, or encountered it, and it's a non-law enforcement based service.
Awesome. Fabulous people. And I'm Summer Coleman Design, also Severe Side Productions. I work with underserved communities that don't have access to design firms like SPAN. I meet them where they are, and I get them ready to be invested in and be trusted enough to have a brand, colors, things like that. So I inform them more about where to get their brand so they can, get more money and have people trust them more. So let's get into it. Find out more about how networks, how we can be more collaborative, how these things work. But first we have to find out, maybe get into what are some of the key experiences that have happened, I guess, along your design journey that have gotten you here today. What made you choose SPAN? What made you choose Just Dave? You know what I mean? Tell me more about how you got to this point in your design journey. Anyone?
I'll start. So through my design journey, I worked for Hyatt Hotels for a little over a decade. So almost many of the hotels that you'll see, North America, South America, and all the islands during the year of the 2000s. I helped design both the hotel, the hospitality operation, as well as the restaurant operations. And I loved it. I loved the way that when you think about design, you think about wayfinding. I love the way that, when you think about design, how do you incorporate the local flavor and how do you story tell with every single experience of a space. I love the action of designing, how people felt at every single motion and really doing multi-sensory experiences. And I love to see something go from nothing to a space. Hotels very much, and many of our lived environments, our built environments are little cities that nobody really thinks about. And so what became more, I think, challenging to me within working in a corporate realm was that there was only so much I could do to use that little city to create socioeconomic activity for the community that we're in. I felt like we were building models that were a little bit extractive from the communities by not trying to figure out a way to more effectively locally source, or by not figuring out ways to hire the underserved or the ignored populations that don't have access to computers, or figuring out how to work outside of that segment that are easily touchable through Indeed or the other traditional ways. So how to reach out to seniors, how to reach out to those with challenges or disabilities. And so, from there, I really was focused on building a company that would build the communities we were in, because I knew that there had to be a better way to design, to speak to communities, and to design businesses that would build the communities we were in. So that kind of became a driver of my community, or a driver of my career path. And so I think now it's been about 20 years working on my own, and we've been able to incorporate that into all of our designs. And so every single project we do is a learning experience, which is great because every community we build or grow in has a different challenge. It has a different set of needs. And I think part of that is, just listening to the communities where we're in.
That's dope. It sounds as though that you have created a network of things that you've put together, so you don't really have to go out too much outside to find the things that you've come to bring in. So you said that you love the way things get built like a little city. So you try to figure out the ways in which that you can bring your network in. I really appreciate that. Dave, can you tell us a little bit more about how you've gotten through your design journey and made it to Just Dave and to the other places in which you work with?
It's not formulaic. I would actually say it's really accidental. I didn't share this whenever I've kind of applied for academic roles, but I've gone, for my undergraduate, I went to 5 different schools in 5 years. Yeah, and so like that doesn't, I didn't really put that, I don't put that in my CV. I don't promote that. But I think it has a lot to do with, my dad would have this saying, he was an immigrant from the Philippines, he had this saying, be good, not very good, which was like really weird to hear because, you know, like Asian parents are like, why aren't you scoring 100%? He's like, no, just be good, but not very good, meaning like don't draw too much attention to yourself, but also don't waver too much. And I think like acclimating to the design field, you kind of had to have this like big personality and like show off your work, and I was never really good at that. Instead, I had like I was very lucky to have great mentors along the way that just like believed in like this really kind of weird designer that had all these different kind of interests and backgrounds. And so I think it's the kind of entirety of like making mistakes along like the learning journey that has been really helpful, because I could point to all the failures and be like, okay, I learned this from that. So I really appreciate what Cece said about the idea of like everything's a learning moment. And so a lot of failure has kind of shaped the way that I've become, I don't know, I say lucky, but the way that I've kind of gotten here. So, yeah.
I like that. Be a jack of all trades, but a master of none. That's what we're doing. All right. Get it. Being good, right? Exactly. Tell us more, Nick, about how you got on your design journey.
Sure. I never really knew what design was growing up. As a younger person, I was involved in a lot of, I got brought into like kind of graffiti writing culture that then brought me into like the punk scene and the rave scene of the early 90s. And those three kind of communities, they're kind of self-creating, they create their own ecosystem, they create their own existence. And for the ones that I was a part of, we also like experienced a lot of death as a younger person. And I started to choose some paths that allowed me to move further away from that, because I lost some friends that I was very close to. My journey was extremely slow. I went to a terrible undergraduate school. They're defunct now, so in case they're watching, it's okay for me to say that. The government closed them down because they weren't exactly real. And so then I had like 7 years of kind of having jobs where I really was just learning the like world of like, what's it like to work on a team? What's it like to have a budget? What's it like to have timelines? And eventually doing some kind of jobs that were very much like designing, let's say, end caps at Walmart, if that makes sense. I started to find some additional free time to do kind of more artistic-based things that got me into design crowds that actually were ones I looked up to. By taking the free time and doing these artistic things, I got to start to interact with all these people that I never thought I would ever meet, and then I started working with them. And I think why I brought up that stuff about the subcultures early on, or like friends passing, death is kind of on my mind constantly, and I'm always trying to think of like, what do I want to be doing while I'm living? And so I try to structure a practice that allows me to work with clients where I'm finding infinite joy making work for them. I think I'm constantly thinking about, golly, like, what if I pass and it was a bunch of end caps, you know? Maybe that's fine for some folks, totally. I think yeah.
No, you're good. Thank you. Those were all good. I can tell you a little bit about my design journey too. Having a child at 21, leaving the corporate scene and just becoming a designer. Did not know. I was in the art school, but I just was like, this would be the least expensive art, right, path would be graphic design, because it's a computer, and that's all you really need. I was talented in other skilled forms of design or, art. But that would be the reason, pretty much the only reason why I became a graphic designer, because it was the cheapest form. Fast forwarding to now, I'm learning that I did not want to be in a firm, right? Working with firms, I've been down many different avenues. I have chosen to be alone in this journey, only because it seems to be easier to meet my community where they are by myself, it seems. So that's how I kind of got here. Just, it was an economic move associated with me having a daughter at 21. And that's how I kind of got here. We all have, but it seems as though we all have way different practices. Like, I'm independent, you work with restaurant design, hospitality design. Dave, I'm thinking you have a client base, correct?
I'm more academic.
Yeah, economic, and you work in a firm. So with all of that said, how do you feel, or how do you think our diversity in our design practices gets us closer to working with our communities? Like, how do you get to touch, how does SPAN touch the community that you're trying to touch, or even engage in a different way? Because, a lot of communities can't come to, a firm. So tell us more about how you engage your communities.
Totally. Thanks for that. Is it okay if I jump right in? So Summer, you brought up the idea of kind of creating this structure to ensure that you make yourself accessible to your communities. So something kind of interesting about SPAN is that there's kind of 3 partners, and we operate kind of separate from each other. So each one of us has our own kind of clients, our own team and everything. I'm a team of 1 person and 1 other person. And what that does is it helps with that ability to go, okay, can we make a process, a budget that's a little bit more accessible, that doesn't allow things so that it's not always like, okay, well, we have to have a budget that's just for a larger entity. So I kind of like having smaller teams where I guess what's kind of interesting also about SPAN is for moments in which there's like a larger engagement, other members of the studio can kind of come together and work on those things. But for the most part, a lot of my projects are kind of smaller, so it ends up being 1 person and myself.
I like that. So it's kind of a segmented type of thing, but then the group can come back together. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I actually haven't seen a lot of practices like it ever.
Yeah.
And so what's kind of nice is, let's say I somehow I won this big proposal. I can bring someone in the studio that's let's say a 3D renderer that always works over there. They can kind of join on this team. So it's always kind of morphing based upon budget size, time, and everything.
Seems like it would be a positive aspect to have different parts of talent you can pull from in the office. So that person knows fabrication, you don't, right? You get to pull that person into your team even though they might be a part of a different team. So that's a really interesting way that SPAN works. Nick, or Dave, can you get into some of the ways in which, or CC, if you'd like to get into some of the ways in which the practice is different? I know you don't. Do you have a client base, or is this just it seems like your practice is based on your specific business needs. Tell us more about how that works.
We have a client base. So right now we have clients. We have a cannabis client. We're designing a cannabis company in New York. We have a property management client we have in northern New Mexico that's got like 300 properties, and we just acquired our new hotel. And then in Chicago, we have about 6 clients that we work with who are either emerging entrepreneurs who have a concept and that they want to get their idea from concept stage into actualization. So finding their first brick and mortar or launching their business, or people who have bought, like emerging developers who have bought a full city block and want to make it go. I make things go, yeah. So we have a client base. All of our clients have been through word of mouth, which I think in the design industry tends to be something that's the same, is that you have somebody that's incredible. Like I recently worked on a project with Nick, and now won't stop talking about it because of the level of output that I received. And same with Summer. I've worked with Summer, and somebody reached out to me in our community and said, hey, I need somebody to design a logo for me for this new nonprofit that I'm making. It's incredible. And so I immediately thought of Summer. And so, I think as I agree with what Nick said, my team is a fully female, queer-fueled team. I love all of my team, they're great, but we do have the ability to ebb and flow and expand. So we have a core team of 5 that works within the business strategy service sort of field, and then outside of that, we have somebody who helps when we need to pull in construction, or somebody for research and development, or somebody specific to 3D renderings and architectural drawings. And so we kind of ebb and flow based on the client needs, and so that allows us the flexibility from the nascent group firm to be able to kind of hunker down, because there is a vast difference between a nonprofit, to be honest, that can't pay their bills on a month-to-month basis, and a client who's launching a hotel in an island. So we have to be able, if you want to be able to work with communities, you have to be able to be flexible with that. But I do think there's a model of subsidy that comes into that, and I always felt like I was Robin Hood when I was little, because I was like, I'm gonna take all the ideas from the corporations and I'm gonna bring it to my community. But I think that same idea of that Robin Hood mentality is, I'm going to use what, those who have funding and those who have money to kind of subsidize the cost for what I know in my community I need to be a part of building.
I agree. I also see the subsidization of us working with each other, right? So like, I don't have to go and find a new designer. I know exactly how fabulous this person is to work with. Let us collaborate the network and see who's in your network, You might have a concrete pourer that I might need, right? So we can bring our networks together to collaborate better and to get better results. So I find also that in my practice, word of mouth is a big thing. Once you get out there and you start doing better work and more work, a lot of people just kind of contact you and need you for different projects. Once you start, once again, collaborating within your networks, you kind of don't really have to find it. It's not really hard to find what you really need once you have a good network. So, yeah.
There's just oh shoot, I don't know if it's working. Oh, there it is. As you're saying that, I'm just kind of thinking about, do you ever hear like on the radio these advertisements for like
Top Dog Law?
Or no, for what is it? There's like these entities that are like, we're brand designers, we're website designers, and I'm like, what type of model do they have to buy this advertising? And then you look at their portfolio and you're like, what is going on here? And so, yeah, I think a big thing with us is like the marketing effort is only the work that's being done. There is no like outside, time to promote the studio. It's like, no, it's just like doing great work and being, likable.
Yeah, I would agree. Design dope shit.
Yeah.
Design.
Well, that was good. I loved hearing how networks can be plugged into each other and how we work very well together as teams when we do need that. Getting into the more thoughtfulness of the thing, coming into the challenges of working with communities, right? Have you thought of some of the ways in which, well, I guess we have to identify the challenges. So if you can tell us some challenges that you might come up against when trying to collaborate, right, with networks, or trying to bring people together, or trying to convey ideas across different platforms that might not, or might work or might not work. Tell us more about that. Anybody? I can go first. Yeah. Love you guys. So some challenges. Let's talk about some challenges. I find sometimes that when people don't have access to designers, they don't know what they need. So it takes a little bit longer. I know time is a thing. We were talking about ROI in the last discussion, right? Our rate of return or an investment or a return on investment. I find that the return on investment in my practice more so comes from helping and giving the information, right? So we were talking about power sharing. I learned a lot when I worked at Thirst before it was Span,
and I bring that back to my community. So when I learn, whatever I learned, I'm bringing back to you and I'm giving that back to you. Now that might not, you might not be paying for that extra information that I'm giving you, but that is my value add that I'm giving to you. You might not paid for it, but you need it. So I'm going to add that into my thing. So I find that some of the challenges might be me giving a lot and there is no money ROI, right, return of investment, but there is a return of investment when I see that brand looking fabulous and they know exactly what they need to do with that. So yeah, the challenge usually is they just don't know what to do with me. And then I make it so, I make them know. So do you guys have the similar challenges in this regard, or can you tell me some things that might come up that might be challenging?
Yeah, I think in the same respect, as most people in the audience design something for other people or for a client, it is, like you said, applying a value for it. So people have an idea of where they're going from A to Z, and a lot of times I don't think that design is always a step in that map, and that comes from architectural design. Like they're like, I just want this store. You're like, yes, but if you want a retail operation, you have to think about what is the experience, what is the floor plan, what does the brand look like, what is the design of the narrative that shapes, what the product is that you're putting out there. So I think being able to articulate the importance of design to clients it's not a challenge, but it's something, it is a challenge, but I think it's a challenge that you have to be ahead of to be able to explain to clients. I think something that I've seen from what I've seen work in that challenge, in that sense, is that understanding how to use pre-development and budget for pre-development dollars in a project. So if you're opening a hotel, I would weight the branding and design of your actual brand alongside the design of the architectural drawings. And so being able to allocate pre-development dollars to any project that you're going to design, whether if it's a physical project, I think is an important part of that journey. But again, I think it's something that most business owners skip over because they just think of what the end result is going to be.
My answer is going to be a little bit different, just because I'm going to just preface this with, I'm coming from a place of absolute kind of like entitlement, or like I have the ability to take on projects that don't necessarily have budgetary restrictions. Like I don't have to worry about it because I've really kind of used my creative scholarly research time to take on projects that kind of align with my politics and ethics and morals. And so that's kind of different. Like back when I was in undergraduate, all my design professors had their freelance work, which would then invest in their creative scholarly. So they're kind of getting double dipping in funds. And I'm kind of going the opposite route where I'm like, how could I use creative scholarly to work with people that I really care about and projects that I really align with to kind of promote their work, and using design practice as more or less a full service where it's not so much capital based. It's much more about effort and amplification.
It's funny, I feel like there's different notes on each one of these that I'm like, oh, I've had an experience like this. There was a studio that I worked at for about 7 years, and we did a lot of work that was extremely community-based, and there wasn't maybe a lot of, in the beginning, a lot of mindfulness towards what happens if the hours aren't respected. In that space, we each had winter jackets on during winter in the office. We had a space that was very cold, and we didn't necessarily have heat. It wasn't that great. And that's because we didn't really respect the business engine or the model. We just kind of were like, oh, okay, well, this one's over budget and that one's over budget and this one has no budget, but we really want to do it. And so to your point of when you're starting a project with a client, oftentimes there's the getting to know you and getting to understand the service and the exchange. There's a massive amount of hours that go into just writing the proposal and getting to know each other prior to any act of design, prior to anything being signed. And so there's, let's say 50 hours that go into just conversation with this person to make sure you two are aligned in understanding what can come from this. And oftentimes you're also kind of reframing the brief, which is cool. Something that just like, you know, as this is about kind of like activism and like how is design activism, I often think that in that early stage, prior to work ever beginning or prior to like there being an official contractual relationship between the two of you, you know, oftentimes the person on the client end has a bunch of ideas, and some of those ideas could use some like, you know, golly, what if we did this? Or like, what if we also address this type of thing? So not only are you kind of spending time to get to know each other, to write up the services, to define what would happen, but you're also kind of going, oh, you know, you want to do this, but it's actually going to poorly affect these other things. And so there's a greater opportunity to bring that in. So sometimes it's this reframing the brief, recreating a proposal, and all of that's, you know, 100% unpaid, right?
Right, that part, always. I love the way that you tied in the activism part. Being an activist, a design activist, right? This is what we're doing, though. We are activating, we are giving spaces things that they didn't have before or access to, right? And that's being an activist. Like, you are opening the mind or opening the space up, right? So what I would ask is, do you see your design journey including more social impact as it pertains to design activism? Do you see yourself going further into the social space of, like we were talking about this, Dave, right? You could either be rich or you could help the people. Like, how do you move your practice more into the activism, social space, right? But still make some money, right? That's what we were really there. Is there a really great answer for this? We're gonna see if we can find one. I would say, and this is my answer to that question. Like I said before, you got to do the work, and you're gonna have some sacrifices. You're gonna have to sacrifice sometimes a piece of the check, but I think the positive note that comes out of that is you are helping the people gain something that they didn't have before, and give them access to information that they didn't have before. So that is the payoff for me, and I've just made that the payoff. I know, a lot of people like to be rich, but on to you. Let's hear what you guys have to say. Do you think that moving towards activism, you know, your design journey towards that space leads to setbacks, or can we make this not a setback discussion? Can this be, right?
I think the word activism is kind of loaded in a lot of ways, and so sometimes it sounds militant, and I think I'm just going to take a step back and give a quick anecdote. I was born on October 4th, and so that's also the day of St. Francis of Assisi. So my parents were like, we're going to name you Francis, and my dad's like, no way. Like, he's going to get beat up. Francis of Assisi? Like, come on, just say that out loud. And so they changed it quickly, and this is like why my website's It Is Just Dave, because he just quickly changed on the birth certificate. It's just Dave. And they're like, David? They're like, no, Dave Pabelon, that's it. And Dave translates to beloved. And I think about this in a lot of different ways. And we talk about activism, we talk about connectivity, we talk about community. And I think when we're talking about challenges with clients, and again, this is coming from a place of privilege that has a supplemental income as an academic, is that I get to pick my clients. And in a lot of ways, I'm living this utopian life where I could pick my clients, and like picking family, my clients, my design peers are family. Like, this panel is like, we had this long conversation about before, was not accidental. Like, I won't tell the story now, but no, it's not. But the idea is, like, I've known Nick since I moved back to Chicago. I've spent many a late nights with Cece on our rooftops illegally, kind of throwing things off roofs. And all these things, all these people, if I see the Stevenson brothers in the crowd, I have a history, And I have trust in who they are as people, and I have trust in the way they carry themselves as creatives and community builders. And so that is like the thing that kind of creates the thread for me, is like creating a network or a kind of stratosphere where every person that I work with is somebody I love in some way. And I think building those relationships is how you kind of figure out pain points of like finances and resources.
Sorry there, I keep not knowing when to talk when it turns on. So there's like a lot of terms and ideas in here that we could like really, make a lot of assumptions around, like what is an activist, what is wealth, what is rich, what is sacrifice. I do kind of struggle with the word activist, and I actually think that in some ways, like every single person is an activist, but it's like, what are you kind of activating? What are you working towards? So again, just kind of going back to what I said in the beginning, I'm often thinking about how I'm spending life, and let's say as I sit down with my mom or with these peers here, right? I've known Cecilia and Dave for 20 years, way before we ever knew what our careers were. And if I sat down next to you and go, let's say we catch up and we're talking about like all the fabulous things I'm doing for, let's say, like grape soda, right? And like I pull up in like a really fantastic car, I don't think I could really live well with myself. The question's kind of like, do you see yourself going deeper into work that's activism? And so I think all of us in the paths that we choose, we are like standing up and activating based upon the subject matter that we've chose to work for. And that's not to shame anyone that like gets the big house and the great car. They have different motives. I have a Prius C, a 2014 that I split with my wife, and I feel infinite wealth with that. And so how do we define these things is something there. Something that I do a lot of throughout a year, I maybe mentor about, let's say, 10 to 15 young designers, and the things that happen from that after doing that for about a couple decades now, all sorts of new opportunities happen. You have kind of no idea what a next project's going to be or what a next collaboration's going to be. And so I see myself going further down this path. I have no idea what that next thing is, because it is a state of constant investment that ends up kind of showering back on you.
I think when I define activism, if in my eyes, there are so many different types of activists. I have friends who are marching every day, I have friends who are, lobbyists who are, lobbying for certain causes. And I think in my role in design, the idea of activism is doing something to influence a group of people or others to have a different viewpoint or influence them in general. And so I often get frustrated with my friends who are like, not necessarily the trolls, but they'll see something where we've done a ribbon cutting with the mayor's office and they're like, we can tell that you are far right, far left. But when I'm like, you guys, but you're on Instagram right now, and I've worked on something for the past 3 years, and because there are governmental bodies but what are you doing? Like, and we probably, again, same graffiti artist friends where you're like, dude, come, what are you doing? And so I guess I look at activism in a different way now than I did when I was younger. In my understanding, I do in my field of work, I do a lot of code switching. So I believe that I am the voice of my community because I do listen. When we designed Southside Sanctuary, we had monthly meetings with every sector of the Bronzeville community for a year. So we went to the senior homes, we went to the public meetings, we sat in the park, we went to the skate parks over there, and so we tried to figure out ways to take what the community was telling us that they needed and then work with the government to know the government has systems, and there are people taking advantage of those systems who are affluent, who are not advocates for our community, and so I think that part of activism in my role in design is understanding what those systems are that other people are either taking advantage of, and not in a bad way. They're taking time to look to see what resources are available, and they're activating those resources, whether it's a TIF that they use to build something that is extracted from the community, or that puts in another currency exchange and a fried chicken shop and a KFC or something like that. And so I want to look at, in my understanding of design and my design work and designing space, I want to take those same things and those same resources that other companies that don't have the best interest of our community in mind, I want to take advantage of those same resources and bring those resources back to a community, back to something that's more grassroots. And so when I think about activism and my role in activism in the design that I do, again, code switching is a big part of it, because I have to tell, I'm not going to go to, even Southside Sanctuary, when Pat Dow at the ribbon cutting, she still can't explain what it is. And Pat Dow loves Brownsville. She's our alderman. But I think at this point, I couldn't explain to her, I want to make a green space where kids can skateboard. Like, not going to fly. Same with the mayor's office and Department of Planning. But I knew that we needed an outdoor space where our community could have seniors walk through the space and sit down and talk to each other without feel safe. I knew that for kids who are walking, and anybody who's walking to the Green Line, there needed to be a space that was well lit so that they can walk from the train station to the residential part of King Drive. I knew that we need to get kids off of just their computers, and having green space in our communities is something that's really important. And I know that skateboarding is probably skateboarding is one of those activities where you can't be on your phone and do it at the same time. Where you learn to pick somebody else up and brush them off, where you learn to fail and you learn lessons. And so, and also a place where the farmer's market, can exist, where you can meet your neighbors. So when I think about design, I'm not good at this. I couldn't articulate, this is what I want to design and build. But I knew there were funding dollars available. I knew that if I didn't go after it, somebody else would, who would build something that maybe wasn't as beneficial. And I also know that, and I think part of the challenge is we have to know that what we're convincing people of, actually we can do, and to figure out a way to articulate that, because I think we are the best advocates for our community. And I think that's a big part of activism.
Agreed, totally agree. Go ahead.
There's something kind of cool about what's being said across each one of the stories that I'm just starting to notice. Is we're talking a lot about like conversation and listening. Like when we think about design, a lot of people think about like what is made or the act of making. And I think the act of making and what is made is maybe 5% of like the act of design. And it's much more the conversations and actions around that inform what is made. I think the ability to have small practices is a highly revolutionary act that used to be commonplace. In the history of Chicago, there used to be many small design practices. There's hardly any right now. The majority of designers go off to, and good for them, receive crazy pay at an advertising agency, work for Meta, work for things like this, right? And like they're advocates for, Facebook and Instagram, right? But by way of their actions. So it's a very kind of revolutionary act to have a small studio existing in like the contemporary space of technology and design today. And what the trade-off is, what you end up getting is you actually end up getting people that listen and speak and hear and translate and then make the design way more than the other spaces. Because as we've kind of talked about like the infrastructure, the human infrastructure of our studios, they're smaller, they require less funds, they require less everything. And so that makes it accessible for more things versus when you're kind of talking about a different type of developer that takes the same TIF money and kind of comes in, do you think they have the same exact conversations you're having? They don't even have the ability because of how large their human infrastructure is, right? How much money they would necessitate to do one community engagement versus 3 years of community engagement.
No, I totally agree. I am interested in the way in which we do collaborate, right? But how do you integrate new networks into your systems, right? How do we find new people to collaborate with? Are we interested in that, right? Like, we know each other, right? So I can always like be like, hey. But sometimes you might need to incorporate some new faces and some new blood. So how do we go about doing that? And I can tell you how I go about doing it. I just go outside and start asking people questions. Like, I just met a fabulous person from the Greater Good today. Like, just going around and asking people questions. What do you do? How can we work together? So those are the easier ways of how to do that. But I'm sure there's some other ways in which we get this done. How do you find your new networks, your new contractors, your new concrete layers? Like, do you just run into these people? Like, you're like, hey, you build hotels? Would you like to build one with me? How do we find these people, right?
I want to circle back to this this anecdotal story because I referenced it earlier. You bring people in, you just welcome them in. I don't know. I think that's like pretty much it. For me, it's I was asked when I moved back to Chicago, how did I get politicized? Yeah. And I think about it, and my kind of frank question in this written interview was, I go to parties. And they're just like, what? And I was like, every single person I have met in a social setting and have like shared a meal with or shared a drink with and shared a night with. And I used to live in this loft and we all were at the same house party on a roof. And we think about that thing from 14 years ago and we could point to it and we could like, oh, that person was there and they're doing this thing on that point and they're working in this part of the city. And I think that's how you kind of grow the network, is that you are warm and you welcome people in. You don't gatekeep. I think education is a huge part of it for me, is that I work with young people and I learn from them and then they come back and like, hey, do you want to work with me on this thing? And that's how it kind of like exponentially grows and becomes multi-generational. And so to hear that you mentor and to hear that you go back and you work with younger and older folks from neighborhoods, like that's how it works. It's like you just, I think the idea of like design as rock star or design as like dictator is kind of dead. So this idea of being a little bit more approachable is the way to go. At least what's been working for me.
I think the work that we do, especially in designing space, has so many contractors, which is there's so many people. I think so we tend to work really closely within the networks of the clients that we work with, and also just to make sure that we're working within the community, so that, like, for instance, when we built Bronzo Winery, we asked the general contractor, and that's the general contractor, what work have you already done in this area? We reach out to our older people also to make sure that they're people that they feel, because generally we lean on their expertise as well. If there's somebody who doesn't have a great track record, or maybe who has done something that isn't beneficial to the community in the past, we won't work with them. But in general, we try to use the networks. Like, for instance, like Grow Greater Englewood is one of our clients. Their network is the largest network that I've ever seen, because they do so much great work. But within their network, they have somebody that does almost everything in Englewood. So in general, I think it is easy, but I think we always try to localize it as much as possible. And then on our core team, in design, usually we'll work with some of the same, like architects or brand design or whatever it might be, to make sure that our core team always has the same values, because I think we want to make sure that we're working in a way that feels good for everybody. And so there's a certain level of trust that goes with those certain key positions that you're designing, that sometimes it's a little bit harder to go outside of the network, because when you're designing something as large as like a hotel or a resort, not having comparable value sets can sometimes get in the way of progress. And I think that's the same with like business partnerships too.
For myself, like I try to show up a lot, and what that means is a lot of my work is not just like creating a project or working on a project or making graphic design for particular things. A lot of my work is my life, and so I'm constantly trying to support my friends and their friends and things that they're up to. And often through that, I end up finding, like, again, peers that can be brought in, and to Cecilia's point, like a trusted peer, a peer that understands like the context of the work versus, looking at portfolios and going, their work looks great, let's bring them in. Oh shoot, they're maybe not capable of understanding the complexities of the project or the different communities. So sometimes my friends that I end up doing projects with, they often don't need projects. They don't need graphic design. Sometimes they just need physical labor. So I'll spend my weekend and do the physical labor. And so something that we ended up meeting at was Paula Eguerre's Overton activations. And Overton's this extremely cool thing going on at Anthony Overton School. It's an abandoned school from 10-ish years ago, and she's been activating it for about 7 years. And I often hear other folks within design going, "Golly, how can I get involved?" And I was like, "Well, I got to tell you, I just go there and I set up tents because that's what's needed." And they're like, "Well, I want to design something for it." And it's like, but the need is to assemble a tent and make sure the tent doesn't blow over. So a lot of times I think designers often want to go and make a cool website, make a cool poster, and it's often inappropriate. It's not what the actual need is. Sometimes down the line, it's like, "Oh, you did all that work. Hey, what else do you do? Oh, you do graphic design? You want to do this other thing?" And it's never like, "Golly, I'm holding the tent, so one day I get to make a logo." It's much more like, I'm extremely into this idea of taking over this space and like reclaiming this abandoned school. And right now, I just need to make sure that there's not enough sandbags, so I'm gonna hold this arm of the tent so it doesn't blow over. So it's a lot of showing up and working with others and asking and listening, what do they do? What are they up to? And then you often go, "Oh, I could plug you into that project. I actually need someone that does that."
I liked your point though about you're not holding the tent so that you can one day design their logo, because I do feel like even people I've hired, where I'm like, I try to hire people that I can mentor who then can open up their own business strategy firm, in whatever realm. But I have found that some people I feel like are just like, they get too excited about some of our clients. Well, they'll be like, "Oh, so-and-so, can you maybe introduce us?" I'm confused, and I think that's when you realize that the value sets aren't there, and maybe that's why those people aren't there, because I feel like it's disappointing when there are people who are just doing something because it's self-serving, and mostly because maybe many people in design, I think, are in it because they have a burning passion about something. And so you're either passionate about it because you're passionate about supporting that person, which is a lot of the reason I think that we do what we do, because they're advocating for something. So I think when people are just in it so that they can get exposure, to me that's really disappointing, and I think that's been one of the more challenging things as well, and really just disappointing.
See, now we're getting into advice, and good segue, because this is the last question that we have for everyone. What advice would you give to emerging designers looking to align their work with, I guess, activism, the word that we have not defined? I'm sorry, I didn't do as great a job as you as Empower. I love it. You did great with those definitions. What would you tell them about trying to align their work with activism? How would you tell them how to get into this design journey of loving on community as well as providing services for community? What would you tell them going forward? I know what I have for you. Keep going. It's okay. Sometimes it's not as rewarding as you'd like it to be, but keep going, because once you go down that street and you keep seeing all these fabulous businesses that you've helped look fabulous and look good, even though you might not be rich, but they are rich. You've made your neighborhood rich, so keep going. You're making the place rich. So that's what I would say about that. So what would you tell the emerging or the fabulous people of the audience on how to align their work, or tell us more.
There's no money in the banana shop.
Right.
So I think for me, since I work with probably close to 150 young people a year that come through Columbia College, I always tell them, don't look at my portfolio and try to mimic this thing, because it's what I'm promoting is a spectrum. You can't, there's only so many academic roles. Higher ed's in a weird place. Don't go into debt, don't get an MFA, unless it's something you really want to do, don't do it to fill time. But really understand that what I'm trying to, transpose or show by example is that you as a designer have autonomy to make a decision on where you are on the spectrum of what kind of political designer you are. Like if you want to go super left, know that there's going to be risk and reward there. Like there's going to be a lot of emotional reward and probably a lot of financial risk. If you know you need to not be in debt, get that job out of school and then be able to balance where your morals and ethics are with the boss that you're working with. And know that you have to be kind of true to yourself because you're going to get burnt out otherwise. If you don't look yourself in the mirror and you just keep on following a path, you're going to lose yourself if you don't kind of do these kind of check-ins internally. So I think just know that you have value in your lived experience, but also know that there's other things you might have to sacrifice along the way to kind of live your truest exemplar of practice and kind of passion in life.
I think advice would be take advantage of grants that exist because that allows you the autonomy to figure out which projects that maybe you want to work on and not rely on being paid and still getting paid, I guess. So I think that allows to subsidize. And I think when I think about grants, it's economy of scale. And so if you apply for 10 grants, you will get one. There are grants that are made specifically to provide services like design services for disinvested communities, or there are projects that are designed to allow you space to work on your own creative journey as a designer. And so, I would say don't be too proud to apply for grants. They exist and many people are taking advantage of them, so apply for every grant that comes across your desk. And if you get an email about it, a lot of times they take 10, 15 minutes, save your narrative in a Google Doc so you can copy and paste it over and over again.
Use AI.
Yeah, tweak it a little bit.
You're welcome.
In general, I think apply for as many grants as possible because a lot of that can subsidize. So there are a lot of really incredible art communities across the country that have great grant programs, and so I would say look them up and get on their mail list and try to apply for as many grants as possible because that it pays you and allows you to do the work that makes you feel most creatively yourself, so you can pick and choose what you feel like doing.
You can also go on AI and ask AI about the grants. It'll tell you. Use AI. Use it.
That's good advice for me. I've never applied for a grant. I don't know where to find them. I'm just going to go ask AI. If I can't find them, Cecilia, I may have some questions.
I got you.
Advice for folks, I think just there's a couple different things, but just that, none of us will ever have all the answers. So the ability to know, it's really good to just put your hand up and ask something, or to look to someone that has something going on and go, oh, it looks like you understand grants. Can I just ask you a couple questions? I think it's really good to, Dave said a moment ago, decide what type of political designer you are, or decide the politics of your practice, or something like that. I'm not sure. I'm sorry about that. But I think that's to say that knowingly or not, each one of us, designer or not, is extremely political based upon how they spend their money, where they spend their time, how they do their practice. Knowing that is pretty important and allows you to leverage that power. Not knowing that just kind of wastes it. It strengthens whatever thing that you're against because you didn't know that was a possibility. I think recognizing that a designer sits in a seat that is rather powerful. You're a mediator. You're listening to things. You're deciding kind of what happens and what doesn't. Someone said something, someone asked for something, it's completely inappropriate. You didn't say anything or raise your hand. Are you going to make it happen, or are you going to find a way to dance through the conversation and bring them aboard to that other side? I think being able to acknowledge that it's not just a service you're providing and a series of things to say yes or no to, but it's actually a dialogue. And if people are saying the wrong things, you can try to find a way to evolve that conversation to get it onto a different path.
I have one more. Just mentoring, and I know everybody's kind of talked about that a little bit. There is a lack of positive influence right now that is overwhelmingly accessible to the next generation. We have the opportunity to talk to each other, and we come from a generation of people that spoke to each other and who still went out and were able to interact with other people. I work a lot with high school kids, so during the Southside Sanctuary Project, we had 50 young women who we mentored to teach them how to be, what does an architect do? What does a city planner do? What does a developer do? All the way into, you know, what do people who pour concrete, that's an art, you know? And overwhelmingly, they just were inept in conversating with each other, with adults. They have a limited scope of what jobs are available. So don't assume that if we don't, and I mean the same with language and culture. I think about indigenous communities. Like if we don't pass on this language that we have and design as a language to the next generation, we'll have a homogenized viewpoint and everything's gonna start to look the same because that's the way that Instagram or Meta or whatever it might be wants to see that. And so if you are passionate, part of the activism of what we're doing as designers is you have to articulate that and you have to mentor somebody because that's the only way that we can break that cycle that is happening right now. But I think it's really important from an interpersonal standpoint to mentor, to make sure that you're getting, young children or young people out of their bubble and their shell and their patterns of communication. And then also design, just making sure that you're passing it on to make sure that it's not a lost language.
I love that. No lost languages in design, please. All right, well, we have, I think it's about 14 minutes for questions. So I'm gonna hop down off of this fabulous pedestal and come down here with the fabulous people. And let's see, any questions for our panel? I'm gonna come down. Anybody? All right, here we go. We're down here with the questions.
I'm the person who's always asking questions. Hi. Thank you for the conversation. This was actually really, I appreciated the level of nuance in the questions and the responses. But the thing that particularly caught my interest was the conversation towards the end about values and being driven by passion and value versus just trying to get to something. So I'm curious to know, and in my mind, I know Dave is an educator, but in my mind, design education and design practice are really like closely aligned with one another. So I guess my question is, in your opinions, how should design educators be talking to design students about some of the topics that you've raised or talked about?
I don't know how to answer that question. I think it's one thing that I constantly struggle with, because even in the way that you started the keynote this morning, the way that we've learned design is through this thing that is, you are a person that takes things in, uses this visual design language and skill set, and then you kind of amplify the thing that you have. And so for most times it is to like make something more successful, whether those are likes or income or intake for that company. And I think it's really hard to check yourself and say what are your values? Because that's something that was never taught. You're just always taught to grind harder. You want that job, you gotta work 60 hours. You wanna stay in that seat, you gotta work 70 hours. Oh, I'm working at a place that gives me free taxi rides because then I can just live there. Sure, why not? I'll sign over my heart and then just do that work. And so I think it just takes a lot of frustration. And I don't want young designers to get frustrated early or leave the profession because they've had some really bad work experiences where they've been exploited. And so being honest and be do the research on the company's politics, look at the makeup of the place that you're gonna work at, and if they look like you and they feel like they're speaking the same language, you might be a good fit. But just don't blindly apply for everything and then find yourself in a pathway where you're just gonna be frustrated or not feel seen at the end of the day.
Anybody else?
I think also making sure that students, it's so hard because when you're a student or when you're at the beginning of your journey, that confidence that comes with that confidence I think that comes side by side with the ability to choose your values it doesn't exist then, because you have like this imposter syndrome that you're like, I think I know how to design. And I do think it's really important to know the history of design, to have a great foundation or a base level for which then you can grow and choose your own value set and your own style in the way that you're designing things. So I think it's hard. So I think that teaching the confidence of being able to make that choice is something that we don't talk about in school. I don't think we talk about the psychological aspect of how strong you have to be as a person in yourself and in your design, because I guess I think about architects. Most architects worked for a large firm and designed things that they didn't care about for a long time before they went off and either joined a firm that they cared about or that was smaller, or just started their own practice because they're like, wait, I have this confidence, I have this skill set, I can do this myself. So I think being able to instill that sense of confidence in students at an early age is really important. And I also think using the world to also educate side by side with what you learn in the classroom is important, especially in the United States. I think we tend to have blinders, but when you look at, from a design influence right now, I think Nigeria has the fastest growing youth population in the entire globe. So that's why so much of our influence right now is that music and that design and that art and that fashion. So I think being able to travel and understand that you don't, not that I am an advocate for education, I actually went to school for education, but I think being able to balance the world influence and design around the world with what you're learning in the classroom is really important as well.
I'm not a design educator outside of the studio. I think the role of like a design professor is an extremely difficult one. One that often scares me. I occasionally get opportunities for it, and I'm just like, I don't know how to offer all the things that I think that the individual, yet let alone a whole cohort possibly needs. I think things that I assume could be helpful is really making sure that younger designers understand the gigantic breadth that exists within each form of design, be that architecture, graphic design, or industrial design. There's all sorts of ways of being and ways of practicing, and there's not one of them's right or wrong. So I think the more examples of practices that one can bring to students, I think is pretty helpful, and the more kind of awareness of and how does that work get done can be helpful. That said, you all have a lot on your plates already. I think a lot of times when we're bringing in new folks that are from, whether it's an internship or a younger designer, and they just left a university, oftentimes something that happens is they start to realize whoa, there's kind of decades more of learning that happens, or that sharpens my practice. I'm not ready to jump in right away, or hey, it doesn't seem like this project's fully formed yet. How do I start? So just a little, more awareness to the different ranges of practices there can be, so that maybe they can identify with a practice that they like or that they're kind of curious about. I do think the person that I was when I graduated from a BFA is way different than the person I am now. The thing that I wanted back then is pretty different than the thing that I want and I get curious about today. And so just letting folks understand that, golly, that dream, it may start to morph and change across time. I think it's also good to be, so I mentioned I went to this school that became defunct, right? And so I practiced for about 17 years after that, after my BFA, and was offered a partnership at this studio that I ended up turning down because I didn't think I was ready, and it also was never on my radar that I could achieve something like that. And so I ended up turning it down and going to a school that was really celebrated and getting an MFA, because I felt as though, like, golly, all these people I'm meeting in design have this way different education than me, and I need to understand what that is before I can be a director or in charge of a studio or something. And in that process of going to a really nice school, I started to learn that not a lot of people were at all like me. Most everyone has infinite wealth at these schools. I still have undergraduate loans and all my master loans. Right now, today, I'm 44 years old. I have my loans. You know, no one wants to talk about debt, and so I think sometimes students with debt are told, yo, just grab the Facebook thing, it's gonna pay it off. You know, and I'm living pretty decently. I have all my loans, I make payments on them. I don't have the house that's as big as my peer that has practiced as long as me. But check out my portfolio and my friends and the work that I'm doing. It's quite different than that giant house, you know. Yeah.
Totally agreed. I thought we'd have more time for one more question. I will piggyback on what everyone up here said. I think it's just a learning curve in education. So I'll tell you that when I graduated with my BFA, I was just pushing pixels around on a computer. Like, I was not designing anything. Like, I thought it was a flyer, because when I look at them now, I'm like, whoa, those are terrible. So I think today, I'm the bomb, and I can get you whatever it is you need. But back then, I thought I was the bomb, and yeah. So it's kind of like a learning curve. Once you, like when I got with Thirst, you guys really got me. Like, that was he called it my MFA, like my little MFA, because I didn't go to master's degree, but this is where I was gonna get my master's in design from him. And I learned a lot. Like, it was like a true glow up. So it's like you learn what you learn in school, but then you kind of got to get that extra kick from somebody else outside of the design world so that you can figure out, oh, this goes here too, and this goes here too, and then you can kind of figure that out. So I think it's not enough for undergrad. I think you have to get out of undergrad and like do some practice outside of school to kind of find that niche of where you belong. So that would be what I would say. Well, we have made it to the end of our discussion. I hope you guys have been entertained and informed by our discussion on networks and collaboration. I'm going to let everyone up here let you know how to get in contact with them, just in case you were wondering how you could get in touch. We can start with Nick, go down the line, and have a great afternoon, everyone.
My email is nick@span.studio, and my Instagram is @nickadam. Both are 4-letter words. There's no extra M, extra D, or S.
I love it.
It is justdave.com.
It's fabulous. Good job.
Mine is more complicated. So we're at all of our project portfolios are under @the_nascent_group. But if you want to find me almost every day, in the mornings I'll be at Southside Sanctuary on 47th and King. In the evenings you can find me bussing tables at my restaurant, Bronzeville Winery. So we can talk there, have a glass of wine. I'm usually there every night. So
it's amazing. I did the branding for Bronzeville Winery, yes.
Yeah. So if you check me out, Southside Sanctuary in the mornings, Bronzeville Winery at night, but our company is called The Nascent Group, and we love collaborations, we love conversations, and if anybody wants to further this conversation, we can do that at Bronzeville Winery in a glass of wine or tea or coffee on me. So,
how do we find you, Summer?
What'd you say?
How do we find you, Summer?
You find me at summercoleman.com. There you go. That's very easy. Just summercoleman.com. Blacken graphics also, because I blacken your graphics. Like chicken. All right. It's been great. I hope you guys have had the best time here. We love you. And go forth and be merry. Have a great afternoon, everybody.
You're gonna stand with the mic.
Yeah, we have
Just stand with them.
I think they complained about it. I think they want us to do a little like karaoke. Our presentation has to be in song.
Oh yeah, song format.
That's what I was told.
Cool.
I mean, you just let me know. I'm ready.
We'll drive a few people away.
All right.
Well, I guess we're going to get started. Hello. So we are the panel about the Just Transition Visioning Project. And we're going to be going through different sections. I'm going to share a little bit more about our organization as a community partner on this. And you're going to be hearing from William Estrada as well as Caitlin Stancy about their roles as partner artists within this. So again, hi, my name is Ashley Williams. And I just wanted to start out this panel and presentation with just really acknowledging that we stand on the shoulders of giants. And that really, when it comes to the intersection of art and activism, really the visionaries and innovators of this was really the Harlem Renaissance and the Civil Rights Movement. And if not for them, right, we wouldn't be where we are today and really talking about art as resistance. And so we'll be showing a little bit more visuals of what that's looked like within our work. I also want to acknowledge, in terms of the brave artists that, in the face of censorship, haven't stopped talking about Palestine. And so despite, right, their lives, their bodies being on the line, they haven't stopped calling for a ceasefire. They haven't stopped calling for an end of the war. And again, this is the reason that we do this work. So solidarity with Palestine and everyone there on the ground. And with that, I'm going to start my presentation. So this is a picture of all of us up here and the collaborators on the Just Transition Visioning Project. And my name, again, is Ashley. I actually grew up in Ottawa, Illinois, just southwest of here, actually, and by Starved Rock State Park. I really got activated through this work as an executive director and environmental justice organizer through actual art. I worked on a lot of different protest signs and visuals for a local resistance against a frac sand mining mine that was being proposed outside of the state park. So this was a number of years ago, and I found myself in Chicago following that fight and really cut my teeth with organizing with the amazing folks on the southeast side, the Coalition to Ban Pet Coke and the Southeast Environmental Task Force. So they have been such a second home and organizing family for me. I now reside in Michigan City, Indiana, and as mentioned, I am the executive director of Just Transition Northwest Indiana. JTNWI, we are a grassroots environmental justice organization. We really actually came about through a local fight where we were trying to sound the alarms about a silent crisis on the shores of Lake Michigan, which was actually coal ash waste, 2 million tons as we speak, that are currently leaking into Lake Michigan. And so we got activated, we formed because we said, right, no one else is gonna save us. So we got organized, we came together, and never in our wildest dreams would we have imagined that we would still be here today, servicing the Tri-County area. We are from LaPorte, Porter, and Lake counties is really our primary area where we organize. We do a lot of work, solidarity work with Chicago and the South Side, as well as across the Midwest and even nationally. And for us, we're really rooted in the Just Transition framework, which we'll talk about here in a second. And what exactly is that? I want to give you a little bit of context on my home in Northwest Indiana. So Northwest Indiana, I don't know, I'm sure folks that have been through are familiar to some degree. It's just this wild dichotomy where you have this gorgeous biodiverse region, right? The Indiana Dunes, Lake Michigan, right? The 5th most biodiverse national park in the country. And that's just created such a beautiful, I'm so grateful to live there, and everything in terms of like the nature's bounty that we get to experience every single day. And I also live on Lake Michigan in Michigan City. But we also live in a sacrifice zone. So on those shores, 50 miles of shoreline, it's checkered, right, with a panorama of toxic industry. You throw a stone, you're gonna hit a cluster of Superfund sites, chemical waste processing facilities, coal plants, a refinery. And for us, right, that's really created such injustice in our communities and disproportionate impacts. cumulative impacts, right? Because it's not just one coal plant, it's not just one refinery, it's all of it, which we know in Chicago, right, that there's really this shared injustice that we have with this corridor of toxic pollution. And so just kind of bringing into center to Robert Bullard, who really coined the term and giving definition for this is, we as communities are being sacrificed for the profit motive. And we call this, basically what we're living in is the extractive economy. And this is a picture of the BP refinery. And that's in Whiting, Indiana, one of the areas that we really activate and organize in. And this is a picture of when BP decided to uncontrollably flare and have basically a mass belching of pollution, everything cancer-causing hydrogen sulfide, benzene, into our communities. And still to this day, there has been no penalties. There have been no ramifications for BP and what they've done to our communities. And this is every day, right? This looks like straight out of Lord of the Rings, right? This is like Mordor. No, this is actually, right, folks living in the sacrifice zone every single day in Northwest Indiana. As you can see, all of those homes, the folks that every single day are being sacrificed. And we'll talk a little bit about BP and our campaign to stop the pipeline soon. And this is just kind of how, right, the extractive economy plays out in our everyday lives, and the fact that the climate crisis is, right, just a symptom of a much larger issue, that our system is broken, right? It's predicated in capitalism, it's rooted in dig, burn, dump, and that kind of economy that fuels folks like, right, BP as a major actor. And also, right, really fueling the US war machine, right, the war in Gaza and all of it. It is not an economy, right, that is for the people. It's for making money, keeping the rich richer and the poor poorer. And this is, right, why we see things like with the horrible disaster at BP play out within our community. So this is actually from Climate Justice Alliance, and we're a member organization of them, and their founding Just Transition framework. So what are we doing about the extractive economy? And again, we're going to talk a little bit more about the actual full framework and transitioning away through William and Caitlin's portions. But through our organizing, we've really been trying to chip away at the pillars of the extractive economy. And so for us, within a few different fights, and with art all being so center and informative for all of them, with Michigan City, we have been, as we mentioned, that's been our founding fight, organizing for years to clean up the coal ash waste. And we actually sued the EPA and had no idea what we were getting into, but we knew, like, we had to do this, right? Because our communities are at stake, right? Everything is on the line. We showed up, and after, again, years of legal advocacy and organizing, we were able to get the strongest federal coal ash rule in the history of the US. And so that's us coming together with our allies, El Southeast Environmental Task Force, Climate Justice Alliance, ton of folks all mobilized in Chicago. And this was the day of the Canadian wildfires where it was like the worst, right? That you remember very clearly about that in 2023. So we were mobilizing, galvanizing, like choking on, right, the most polluted air. And we still showed up, right, at Federal Plaza. We rallied. And actually this year we were able to get that coal ash rule, which we've been really, really proud of. And William and Caitlin have had everything to do with that. And then over there to the right, you'll see the Stop CO2 pipeline. That's a current campaign that have been really activated around and trying to stop BP from basically capturing all of their carbon and pollution and just trying to pump it underground under our communities and creating basically a CO2 graveyard that we feel like is a ticking time bomb. This is what we call a false solution and, you know, has no place in a just transition to a regenerative economy. It's something that we're seeing right in Illinois. It's part of what we call the Midwest Alliance for Clean Hydrogen, which is a fallacy. And that's something that where Indiana, Michigan, and Illinois are all a part of it. And so they're going to be taking all of this 23 million metric tons per year of CO2 and just piping it through our communities. Does that sound like a bad idea? Yeah. So we got organized, and we've been having a series of activities. We've been knocking doors, pounding pavement, to be able to get out general awareness about this. And through art and doing these art builds with William and through Caitlin as well, really trying to amplify that awareness and bringing community together. And another thing we've been really part of is how we're building community wealth and being able to bring about the regenerative economy to the solar sector. And so we've been training folks, lower income folks that wouldn't otherwise be able to have access to this, and getting them to become solar installers, helpers, and entrepreneurs. So we've been really excited about that. That's actually been led by the NAACP in Michigan City, and we've been so proud to be a partner of that and being able to build local community wealth. As mentioned, with the Just Transition Framework, what we organize with is through the Climate Justice Alliance and Movement Generations Framework. The Just Transition Framework goes much farther back than that. It really was forged through the trade unionist movement and with environmental justice communities, like dating back to Tony Mizaki, and really around the peace movement against the bomb. And so through that, Tony Mizaki really coined the phrase, well, there's a super fund for dirt, there has to be one for the workers. And so that's really where that came about. And through that, after so many years, it's taken on much more of a holistic term where we're really talking about communities at the front lines as well as the workers. How are we building solidarity? How are we advocating for communities to be able to get their power back, right? And to be able to be at the forefront of decision making, right? And that's really what it's all about, is shifting those pillars of power into the hands of the front lines. And then, yeah, I think too, with Just Transition, as mentioned, it's really a step towards building the regenerative economy, a visionary framework, imagining that just futures are possible, that a new world is possible. And then this is just showing what does that look like, right, in terms of a regenerative economy, and the different pillars where we are not living, right, in this regenerative economy. This right now, right, is very much our hopes and dreams articulated and what could be. But certainly for us, it's about confronting the comforts of US empire and really looking at, right, the system, and not just looking at quick fixes like how are we sequestering carbon, how are we planting a tree. It's really, again, how do we not just embody it within our lives, but really through our everyday modes of production and systems of relationship. So this is not, right, what we're embodying just yet, but through certainly our art, the Visioning Project, we're trying to bring that to life and make those other worlds possible. So what is the Visioning Project? I'm going to give a little bit of a touch base to it, and we're going to hear again more about what that's looked like for these artists in collaboration with JTNWI. The overview is that we really started, and I know they're going to talk more about this, looking at, it was kind of going to be a different project in many ways, but it ultimately came to looking at, okay, let's put out a call to artists across the region to dream with us of this just transition. What does that look like through the eyes of, across the spectrum, young, old, across the Northwest Indiana and Calumet region? And so we sort of casted a wide net and invited folks in to dream with us. And we did that in spring of this year and kind of kept it open through July and to see who we could bring in. And there was a lot of great responses. And for that was really a big goal of this, in addition to creating a dynamic space for artists to share and dream and have that connection with community organizations, and to be able to host additional visionary activities through that and continue talking about the framework, continuing talking about how do we build those intersections with artists and communities in such a way, unlike anything that we've been able to do before in Northwest Indiana as such a historic sacrifice zone. So this was the call for artists that we put out, and asked for folks to submit and gave them sort of the criteria of just, here's the framework. Let's see what they come back with. And, you know, it was really interesting just to see how folks all approached it, because there is no, you know, one size fits all. We know that folks would have so many rich imaginations and articulations of this, and they really did. So we put it out, and through that, we were able to hold a lot of visionary activities, as mentioned. So we did art builds, and as you can see up here at the podium, we did some different like bandana and banner making, all through Caitlin and William and Emily, who's not present with us. And just getting people to start just putting it out on paper and, you know, putting ink to paper, getting out those dreams, those imaginations, getting activated around the ideas and the concepts that we were talking about. We did it at universities, Purdue and Indiana University, also in community at different Earth Day and other celebrations that were happening within the month. And it was incredible. This all culminated, actually, we're like fresh off the exhibition. So again, you're getting us like full on fresh and messy, kind of working through this process that is still ongoing. But we held it in July, and it just concluded in August. We did a huge debut at Paul Henry's in Hammond. And we're able to bring in poets and dancers and musicians and textile makers, printmakers, all to do, and photographers, all to be able to come together for this exhibition. And that's just some of us in the cohort at the exhibition itself, with Caitlin's beautifully designed flyer. And this is some of the pictures that, you know, give you a bit of a spark of what that looked like, but it was just truly such an amazing, profound event, and coming together of artists across the spectrum, as mentioned, young and old, all trying to collectively dream of how do we transition from this extractive economy to a new world. So it was, you know, a beautiful day, a powerful day, and I'm really excited just to kind of dig in a little bit more during the Q&A about what that's looked like and kind of showcasing some more of the artists. And with that, I'm gonna turn it over to William. Thank you so much.
I'm gonna try and see if this works for me or if I'm gonna have to stand up. Hi everyone, my name is William Estrada. I am a multidisciplinary artist, educator, and I'm currently working as a teaching artist at an elementary school, teaching pre-K through 8. Been there for the last 23 years. And I've also working at the UIC School of Art and Art History, where I'm a clinical assistant professor, specifically focusing more on art education or doing teacher training for undergrads who want to become high school art teachers. And I also teach printmaking at UIC. But a lot of the work that I've been doing has originated with my own experience growing up. I was born in Southern California, grew up in Mexico, specifically the state of Jalisco. And when I was about 9 or 10, we came to Chicago, and I've lived across 7 different neighborhoods in the south and southwest side of Chicago. So earlier on, when I was in another workshop and folks were like, what is home? I was like, you know, I have a complicated relationship with that, right? I came from a family that had a mixed status, right? Multiple of my families were undocumented, so there was a lot of conversations around where we belonged and what we didn't, right? And even coming into Chicago public schools, thinking about where I was represented in the curriculum that I was taught. So growing up, I was really interested in art, but art was not something that was really encouraged in our neighborhoods, and it wasn't something that we didn't have access to any cultural programming, right? So the only art that I saw in the streets were mostly graffiti, which had connotations of gangs, right, or of creating neighborhoods that were quote unquote bad. So a lot of my relationship to art early on was negative, and I didn't really see a lot of artists in my neighborhood that were celebrated. When I went to high school, I had an amazing art teacher by the name of Cheryl Stallings. She introduced me to Jacob Lawrence, which was the first artist that I learned of and who I could relate to. And it was actually coming to the Chicago History Museum in the early 90s, where he had his exhibition on the Great Migration, that I completely related to a lot of the series, right? And seeing his documentation of his family coming from the south of the US to the north, right? And the segregation that they ended up encountering, the racism, right? The housing disparities that they ended up encountering. And it was through those images that I started seeing a relationship from my family and the ways that I could tell my own stories through art making. And that's kind of where I decided to become an artist. Through my path of becoming an artist, I discovered art education. Art education was, I went to an art school, and the art school was a complete cultural shock. Not only economically, but culturally. It was one of the first spaces where I realized the lack of resources that I had grown up with, and also the lack of representation, right? And I completely felt inadequately prepared to exist in these spaces. And it was within those experiences that I discovered art education, and art education was one of the only places where the type of artwork that I was interested in exploring, which was really focused on social justice and activism, was in question. I was constantly told as an artist that artists didn't make work that was around social justice because that was not real artwork that belonged out in the community. And it was devalued because that work couldn't be represented in gallery spaces or museum spaces. And because of the school that I went to, right, a lot of the community conversations were like, well, you're going to this elitist art school, so what is your relationship to this space? Even though I was part of those communities, right? So it was this conversation of like, where do I belong? Do I belong in these institutional academic spaces, or do I belong in this community grassroots spaces, right? And at that point in time, I wasn't quite sure of where my place was as an artist. And it was in art education that I found a home. And I found a space where I could explore these ideas further without necessarily having answers, right? Because I was still becoming more critically aware, and I feel that I'm still becoming critical aware, right, of the intersections of our experiences and the historical aspects that have shaped the way that we see ourselves, the way that resources are present in our community, or the way that historically communities have been historically robbed of resources, and then we've been blamed for not having resources. So what I started doing is really thinking about what could, as an art teacher, what kind of themes could we address to use art as a tool to mobilize and organize ourselves in our own neighborhoods? How could we use art as a way to think through how knowledge is created, what knowledge is celebrated, where knowledge exists, but also who gets to claim the title of artist? What kind of artwork is celebrated, and what kind of experiences are represented within the context of, capital A art, right? And I slowly started exploring these ideas. Some of the work that I started doing initially was, I'm a K through 12 certified art teacher, but I completely rejected working in public schools, and I preferred working in community organizations because I wanted to have a lot more freedom to talk around these social justice issues. That at the time I believed I was not going to be able to have these conversations in public schools. So I started painting murals across different Chicago public schools. a lot of them thinking about migration and thinking about metaphors, using the monarch butterfly as a metaphor about migration, but we will also talk about race, power structures, systems, housing and housing insecurity, and sacrifice zones, right? Thinking about why these toxic sites or industrial corridors always exist next to Black and brown neighborhoods. A lot of the work that I do is primarily centered in North Lawndale and Little Village. For the last, since the pandemic, a lot of the focus of my work has really been in Little Village. I actually haven't done tons of work in North Lawndale in the last 4 years, but I've always been interested in this economy of neighborhoods that are divided by either bridges or railroads, and specifically the way that Black and brown neighborhoods are pitted against each other around the lack of resources that exist, when wealthier neighborhoods have a lot more resources because there's more wealth in them, right? And we're told that there's minimal resources, so we have to compete against each other for those resources. Which gets me to these conversations around this work with Just Transition Northwest Indiana. A lot of the work that I attempted to do is collaborative. My interest has really been in focusing around art education within the context of art and community art making. I've worked with and we create out in the neighborhood. I'm also part of the Chicago Art Collective, which is about 21 individuals doing grassroots or making art for grassroots movement that support people, primarily in the Chicagoland area. I'm also part of the Just Seeds Artist Cooperative, which is an artist cooperative of like 40 of us in Canada, the US, and Mexico. And we create graphics primarily through print for global movements, to support people movements globally. And my interest has really been in thinking through how can, as an educator, how do we use art making as this vehicle, not only to remind ourselves to play, but to imagine the different possibilities and to challenge systems that we've been told exist and cannot be changed. I'm not an expert in environmental justice, but I am curious. And a lot of the work that I've been doing has originally started with a conversation with Edith Tovar out of the Little Village Environmental Justice Organization about 5 years ago. Edith actually ended up reaching to the Chicago Art Collective to generate images for their Let Us Breathe campaign in relationship to the coal plant that was in Little Village and the smoke, what is the name of that? What is that? Yeah, the smokestack, thank you. The smokestack was gonna be, was scheduled to be demolished, and it was demolished, and at that point, there was a big puff of smoke that actually covered about 3-mile radius, and it was completely botched, right? Everyone denied that they knew anything about it, and just recently, they ended up settling with a lawsuit that the Little Village Environmental Justice Organization was part of, where community members were able to get some recourse in order to begin the conversation on how to repair the harm that the company had created. So through that conversation, we were invited to think through what were some of the dreams for the neighborhood. And we did a call for artists and thinking about what were their dreams for Little Village, right? What was a just transition? What could a just transition potentially look like for the neighborhood? And it was through this call for artists that we started engaging more people into these conversations around what a just transition is, but also in attempting to understand what is a just transition, right? And thinking about the complications that come with ideas or concepts that we ourselves are becoming familiar with. We ended up generating a coloring book, and as part of that coloring book, we also generated a mural that took us about 8 months or so to paint, and we painted across the neighborhood. And it was this conversation that introduced me to Ashley and Caitlin. It was through these conversations that we started thinking about the Just Transition framework. I had learned about it through the Little Village Environmental Justice Organization, but again, I was still trying to deconstruct some of that knowledge, right, and think about what that looked like specifically in the neighborhoods that I grew up in, and engaging conversation with my students, my family, my neighbors. And there's 8 principles. There's Buen Vivir, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. I'm not gonna be able to read it from here. Regenerative ecological economies, meaningful work, culture and tradition, self-determination, solidarity, resources and power, and then building the things that we need now. A lot of the conversations that we started having through these Just Transition was really thinking about how do we start engaging as artists, how do we start engaging with concepts that we are still familiarizing ourselves with, and how do we engage in the difficult conversations that we need to have in order to explore what are our own biases, what are the preconceived notions that we have about communities, and our role, right, as artists in either creating culture or maintaining power structures that are harmful to us, right? And I think part of the conversation in this is in thinking about how are we able to invite people into conversations that are not always part of them, but there's policies that are being created that directly impact them. And as artists, I believe that it's our responsibility to invite everyone into these conversations to imagine, right, different possible worlds. And also in thinking about how do we also think through our role as artists in creating and also in challenging our notions of what we've been taught within the institutions or systems that we've grown up in. So these are 8 graphics that I ended up generating as part of the conversation. And when Caitlin and Ashley and Emily and we were having a conversation around these Just Transition frameworks, and all of us were like, well, we're still trying to figure out what this is, you know, and understanding these aspects and what would it mean for us to generate artwork when we're not experts on it, but we're trying to figure out how to ethically represent ideas. And there are these singular stories that are coming from us as artists, right? So I ended up generating 8 graphics that were meant to, or are meant to exist out in public. These are all available free digitally for people to use. We ended up printing various risographs that were for sale as part of the exhibition that we had of Hammond, Indiana. And then sometime in the next couple of weeks or so, they will get printed, and they're actually going to be sent up to our Just Seeds shop so people can purchase them. But as part of my practice, I'm also going to be printing various renditions of these, and when I do public workshops out in the neighborhoods of Chicago, they'll get distributed for free as well. But if anybody wants them digitally, let me know, and I'll be more than happy to send them to you. But thinking about Buen Vivir, right, means that we can live well without living better at the expense of others. And thinking about the practices as an artist, how do we start generating communal spaces for us to learn from each other and share resources so it doesn't become competitive, or we start garnishing all the resources, right? Which is something that growing up, right, like we were constantly told, like, you have to look for number one, you have to look out for number one, and thinking about how do we start deconstructing those messages in order for us to start sharing resources and build spaces that are beneficial for everyone. Building what we need now, there's a lot of discussion and thinking about we must build the worlds that we need now. This may begin at a local small scale and must expand to begin to displace extractive practices. Again, one of the pieces that we were thinking through when creating this image is really thinking that when we have conversations around creating systemic change, it can become extremely overwhelming because these systems are so hard for us to imagine them otherwise. And I think part of it is like, how do we start having these conversations and starting to put things in place that are small scale, so we slowly build collective power. And we're practicing this together with our families, with our loved ones, with our chosen families, and thinking through what are the aspects of, I don't know what happened, but what are the aspects of the work that we do now that we can start practicing in order to model this for each other and with each other. Culture and tradition. Capitalism has forced many communities to sacrifice culture and tradition for economic survival. And thinking about my own childhood, right? And thinking about the things that I had to sacrifice of myself, of my identity, in order to assimilate and be a quote unquote American, not a hyphenated American, but an American with a capital A, right? In understanding, right, that in the erasing of our cultures, we're also erasing a big part of our identity and a big part of what makes this nation what it is, right? And it is only through the embracing and respect of our culture and tradition that we can become a whole nation. Equitable redistribution of resources and power, where we must work to build new systems that are good for all people and not just a few, which is, I think one of the hardest concepts. And I see this growing up and thinking about our elders and thinking about my friends, where folks are like, well, we struggled, so they have to struggle in order to earn this, right? And we see this constantly in questioning. It's like, well, if you struggled, what did that teach you? And was that okay? And if you didn't enjoy that, right? Like, why do we want other people to struggle through that process as well? Why can we not make these experiences easier for others, even if we are not benefiting from that? Meaningful work, Just Transition centers on the development of human potential, creating opportunities for people to learn, grow, and develop to be their full capacities and interests, and thinking about what does meaningful work mean, right? And thinking about the value that certain work has over others, and the value of work, specifically of the work of women, right? And thinking about what is valued and what isn't, and reimagining these spaces for us to actually think about all the invisible labor that happens in our communities that we absolutely depend on, but isn't discussed. Regenerative ecological economies. Just Transition must advance ecological resilience, reduce resource consumption, restore biodiversity and traditional ways of life, and undermine extractive economies, including capitalism, that erode the ecological basis of our collective well-being. And thinking again, getting in touch with the land and really being able to relearn the information and the resources that the land provides with us, and bringing that balance back to our lives, right? Instead of seeing the land as something that we extract from, thinking about what is the balance that we have between the land and the spaces that we live in, and our relationship to them. Self-determination. All peoples have the right to participate in decisions that impact their lives. This requires democratic governance in our communities. And as we're having a lot of conversations around democracy right now, especially as we're having conversation around democracy right now, especially in relationship to the elections, really thinking about an actual democracy, right, where the people's rights are respected and people across class and across economic spaces are listened to and are provided with resources to not only live full lives, but also experience joy. And then, of course, solidarity. The just transition must be liberatory and transformative. In thinking through, right, what does solidarity look like? Again, in thinking about spaces that we might not necessarily be affected by, but are affecting others. And thinking about what does that look like in order for us to actually break down walls, right? And think through what are the spaces that we need to build for ourselves that are gonna be open to everyone that wants to be in those spaces. In thinking through of these aspects and in generating these images, a lot of the work that I do in education, whether I'm teaching pre-kindergarten, undergrads or grad students, is really thinking about what is the relationship of artists to ethically engage in knowledge creation through art making. And a lot of the questions that I like to ask is thinking about what is the artist's responsibility to things that are happening in neighborhoods, whether you live in those neighborhoods or not, but also how can cultural workers or organizations invite artists into conversations so artists are part of the organizing work happening in shaping policies and legislation at a small scale or a larger scale. I started doing this collaborative resistance print shop at usually taught in the summers at the UIC School of Art and Art History, where a lot of the conversations that we have are thinking about how do we use printmaking as a way to take research that exists already in the city and teach artists how to go through research, how to, what does data mining look like? How do we start interpreting this research and create graphics that are then gifted back to these organizations in order to not only talk about the relationship of artists and how art is research, but also to invite the researchers that are putting these studies out into the world to invite artists as part of these conversations around the research that they're doing. And what we're starting to do is we've been doing work with the Institute for Race and Public Policy at UIC. We've also done work with the Chicago Housing Authority. We've done work with multiple arts organizations and community organizations in the city, but then we've also partnered up with various environmental justice organizations and other housing organizations that are particularly working through land trust in the city and cooperative housing to generate these types of these types of images. This summer, we ended up working with Just Transition Northwest Indiana as a way to think about these just transitions and invite students into these conversations. And this is some of the work that they ended up generating. Leslie Navarro, which you can follow them at Windy Workshop, ended up generating 11 by 17 graphic around solidarity. And the description was they tried to bury us, they didn't know we were seeds. It's highlighted in green surrounding the image of a watermelon, which represents Palestine. Palestine is usually symbolized through a watermelon because the colors are similar to their flag. And the watermelon is dripping juice onto and holding seeds. Plants go around the palm, producing fruits of hope. That seeds are hope for the future, that growth, safety, water, and food will come back. Second one is Raven Day. You can follow them at Raven Day with a 3. The theme was around meaningful work, and part of this was the print portrays various fruits, vegetables, and flowers in additional to a central text that states cultivate growth. I wanted to create a print that portrays how we can enjoy the fruits of our labor through teamwork and patience. Emerging near the hands is a native flower, the purple coneflower. The hands signify the work required to cultivate community for oneself and one's community. The next one is Viviana Ortiz. I lost track of my time. Viviana Ortiz, it's Viviana Culture and Tradition, and the print portrays words, merecemos crecer, we deserve to grow. with echinacea flower in papel picado inspired design. Papel picado is often created and used during a celebration or a decoration. Through this image, we encourage the celebration of culture as well as strength. Siguiendo Raíces by Alejandra Guzman, around culture and tradition. And Siguiendo Raíces is a piece that drives us to share the importance of preserving traditions and memories. Daniel Gantner, equitable redistribution of resources and power. The print stresses the importance of alternative energy sources in creating a future for us as human beings and the rest of the living organisms of our planet. Zbit Schobert, Buen Vivir. The print represents a forest spirit or a nature spirit. She's meant to personify a maternal godlike figure meant to protect the integrity of Illinois ecosystems. And then Al Yuquis, equitable distribution of wealth and power. And this is related specifically to the BP Whiting Refinery, located on the shores of Lake Michigan, just south of Chicago. It's a major air and freshwater polluter of one of the Midwest Great Lakes. This print illustrates the ecological fallout from the violent exploitation of land and resource extraction. And then Giovanni Suniga, What the World Needs Now. Print description is included an image of people of all different ages, young adults and elders, to express the idea of community. Dan Velasco, Self-Determination, and the print displays a bouquet of thistles surrounded by thorn vines. The piece explores self-determination through viewing the environment as its own community. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, William. Hello, everyone. My name is Caitlin Stancy, and I am nowhere near as established as William. But I am just starting out and having fun learning my place and learning where I fit in my community. So I am a multidisciplinary artist, designer, and educator. I teach graphic design and printmaking over at Indiana University Northwest in Gary. And I truly do believe in the power of art and design to make a difference in our world, in our daily lives. Even if that is just getting the conversation started and getting the door open so that we can start talking about this and meeting the right people and working with the right organizations. So over the years, I've done a number of different works, projects that range in themes of pollution, deception, and satire, and all sorts of things. This first piece is about fracking, obviously. The second piece is a comment on the honeybee colony collapse disorder, which we're still battling today. And the third piece is a little bit more crazy. It's about weather modification, specifically cloud seeding being used for commercial purposes, such as weddings and events. Yes, a company is really doing this out in London. Their name is Oliver's Travels. If you don't believe me, look them up. So pretty bizarre stuff, can't make it up. But one of the larger projects that I've worked on, I did as an undergrad over at IUN. Yes, I went to school there too. I did a large project, a false solutions welcome campaign for the town of Pines, Indiana, that advertised the coal contamination issues there as perks of living there. And a reason to move there. So it was a bit sarcastic, a little over the top, but I was a bit upset about how all of these problems were just being swept under the rug and not being addressed properly. So I got to work and I created a whole branding campaign for this satirical false solutions company called Sitting Duck. I made the logo, I made some tote bags, welcome kit full with business cards and a welcome letter and a travel guide with a map, and a survival kit that included all of these impractical solutions like a jar of fresh air when we don't have any more, or a blindfold to just block it all out. And a cool companion, like a pet rock, if you will. Some super soil, contaminated coal ash soil to grow your flowers in, and a fake robotic bee for when we have no more bees left. I even took it further and made my own newspaper dispenser out of cardboard. And there's my map up there, which is mostly accurate with a few little extra sarcasm things added, sarcastic. And of course, my own Artificial Times newspaper that I filled the dispenser with. And that highlighted different properties around the area that I found while researching out there. There was a number of properties that were, abandoned or taken down, if you will, vacated, and with signs that said U.S. government owned, contaminated, keep out. And so I thought that was some good material to use for this. So I threw that in there. I threw the picture of the coal plant in there and a bunch of other fun commentary. And I even made a cardboard bench with the sign and some realty ads, and really had a lot of fun with this project. And I didn't mention, if you didn't catch, there was at the bottom of the newspaper dispenser and the bench up there, there is actual coal ash that I took from the town of Pines. I went out there and there's this entire road, or there was, don't know if it still looks like this, but at the time there was this entire road over by the landfill, just full of this coal ash, just for people to drive all over and kick up dust everywhere. So I went and took a good sample. It's still there. And I brought it into the gallery for my show. Don't know if I was supposed to do that. But after the project was done, I didn't know what to do with it, so I didn't want to just throw it away. Didn't know how to dispose of it, so I thought I would just take it back where I got it from. So I didn't want to just leave it there, though, so I left a little fun message of waste management on the road. Don't know if anybody found it, but I definitely left it there. And I guess backtracking a little bit, yes, I know Ashley touched on it a little bit, but yeah, if you haven't heard of the town of Pines and the problems there, or coal ash is the byproduct of burning coal for power, which is the method used at the plant in Michigan City, which is just down the way from the town of Pines. And if you couldn't tell from the map, the town of Pines, if you didn't know where that was, it's right next to Beverly Shores and Michigan City, and wedged right in between all of our National Lakeshore land. So that's where it's at. And that's why it kind of hit home for me too, is because it's so close to, I grew up in the area, close enough at least to visit there all my childhood, and I couldn't believe that this was happening so close to such a beautiful place that I grew up around, and nobody was really talking about it or doing anything about it. And so NIPSCO, Northern Indiana's public service company, throughout the 60s and 70s, thought it was a great idea to use coal ash for use in the roadbeds throughout the town of Pines, as well as the construction landscaping filling through hundreds of properties throughout the town. So the entire town is literally full of this contaminated waste. And from the early 80s to the early 2000s, they dumped all of the contaminated waste into an unlined landfill in the town of Pines. And the state of Indiana and the EPA knew that this was leaking into the groundwater and the local river systems, but they decided not to do anything about it until the community members started complaining that their water tasted weird and people were getting sick, and they started getting their soil tested. So they finally put a stop to that. But yeah, so it was leaking for quite some time before they actually started to do anything about it. And since then, it's been labeled as a Superfund site, but the cleanup has been very slow going and very difficult because, again, it's everywhere. And the rules that they've got in place for the cleanup aren't even very strict, because how can they be when it's literally everywhere? So there's still a lot of concern about how that's actually being properly cleaned up. And again, for years, people didn't even realize that this was happening. So their kids were playing around in the dirt and they were growing vegetables in their backyards and had no idea the kinds of effects it was having on their health, their families, and their environment. So this project is obviously what led me and Ashley to meet. She found my work. I don't even know how. I Googled. I put it up on my site online or whatever, and Ashley found me. And she reached out and said, hey, love what you're doing, would love to see if you want to get involved in the organization. And I said, that sounds great, but I just moved to Arizona. I moved to Arizona for 5 years for a little bit. So I was like, I don't know how much help I'll be from across the country, but let's keep in touch. So then when I finally moved back and started teaching at the university, I thought this is the perfect opportunity to start getting involved in the community and start doing the work that I care about. So this led to some conversations and the visioning project. So that was really exciting. We started talking about this idea for this project, and I was like, yes, let's do it. What do we need? And we're like, we need a logo. So threw together a logo, got to work on the branding a little bit, some of the marketing advertisements for the art exhibition that we eventually had. Throughout the summer, we had a lot of tabling events trying to talk about these issues and recruit artists for our show. So I worked on the bandana designs. And again, the bandanas, they reference quotes and phrases from personal testimonies and protest signage from the EPA hearing that was held in Chicago here last year, 2023. So I did the bandanas, and then I also did some Protect Mother Earth prints and tote bags for Earth Month. Another great opportunity to get out there in the community and talk about all of this stuff and see what everybody's got to say. And of course, I had a lot of fun making swag bags for all of the artists who participated in our show. So I printed tote bags and prints. The Solidarity print on the right is Emily's that you'll see closer up in a second here. But I filled it with stickers and buttons and educational pamphlets and printed some thank you cards and threw a bandana in there and licensed to Dream notebooks. Had way too much fun with that. And then the art that I actually made for the exhibit. So I decided to focus on 3 different principles, but I made 4 different pieces. I made 3 posters and 1 zine. So the first one was Buen Vivir, which mentioned earlier, of course, focuses on living well without living better at the expense of others. And that includes people, plants, and animals. We all are connected and deserving of fresh air, water, soil, food, shelter, etc. And I chose to incorporate the bison in this poster because I took this picture in South Dakota last year and thought it was pretty good and worth using, but also that it was super appropriate for this because of the history of Western colonialism and its impact on our indigenous ancestors and almost extinction of the bison. And because of all of that, it's become a symbol of resilience and abundance and strength and unity. So I thought it was great to incorporate for this principle. And again, just remembering, by remembering the past, that we can build a better present and future. The next one, I'm getting up for this one because it's a wordy one. Which of course we already went over this definition again, but regenerative ecological economics is referring to advancing ecological resilience, reducing resource consumption, restoring biodiversity and traditional ways of life, and undermining extractive economies, including capitalism, that erode the ecological basis of our collective well-being. Like, wow, what a mouthful, right? And that's why we wanted to try and visualize what some of these principles mean and talk about them a little bit more specifically. So for this principle, I wanted to reference the 9R strategies for a circular economy, which is a model of production and consumption that involves extending the life cycle of products for as long as possible using some of these methods like sharing, leasing, reusing, repairing, refurbishing, recycling. And if you notice, some of the first things on this list are refuse and rethink. You know, some of the first steps we need to do for analyzing what's going on with all of these issues is let's refuse the way that we're doing it and let's rethink this and figure out a better way. And I chose to incorporate a sunflower for this principle because not only are they beautiful and amazing for our pollinator friends, but it's an extremely regenerative plant that can help sequester carbon and enrich and remediate soil health. And they also have super powerful medicinal uses and contain phytoremediation properties that help remove hazardous substances like heavy metals and radiation from contaminated soil. So I don't know it's enough to reverse the pines, but it might help a little bit. Every little bit helps, right? Oh, now I've got the clicker and I've got a button. Okay. The next poster that I did was on composting, which serves as an actionable example of the principle regenerative ecological economics. Something that we can do on an individual level to help address these production consumption issues. Because it's one thing to talk about all these words and all of these methods, but what does that actually look like in real life in my personal daily life? And so I wanted to mention composting because it's something that we all should be doing. And I didn't, until actually researching this in the summer, actually start doing it myself. So if you're not doing it yet, you should. But composting recycles organic materials into nutrient-rich, biologically stable soil, allowing us to grow more nutritious food. It helps prevent food waste and other organic materials from ending up in landfills. It sequesters carbon and helps reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and it reduces reliance on chemical fertilizers and pesticides. And it also does strengthen sustainable local food production by using locally generated food scraps and materials to create this valuable soil amendment that helps plant growth. So, super powerful thing to get involved with. And the last thing I did was create a zine, focusing on the principle of meaningful work. I created a zine because it was the only thing that I really could envision depicting this principle for. Because meaningful work is referring to creating opportunities for people to learn and grow and become their best selves. So for me, I was like, I don't want to just make work about that. I want the piece to actually be meaningful for the person. So I made a little self-help zine that kind of focused on that and kind of went over some of the Just Transition framework and added little questions and phrases and tips and tools for you to help you think about what is important to you and what goal are you trying to reach and what does success look like for you? What is your personal manifesto in life? So there's little things in here that, again, you're like, what makes you happy and what does your dream life look like? And, let's get a little bit more specific with SMART goals. Let's, be specific and measurable about the things that we actually want to do, and let's actually plan the map to get there. So the back of it is a journey map, if you will, referencing a mountain and even Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Again, asking you, what is your calling and what are your intentions and how are you going to get there? I left little spaces and questions again for you to ask and fill in the different steps along the way for you to reach your top of the mountain success, whatever that looks like for you. And when you're done, what do? You keep going, you move on to the next mountain, right? And this zine was risograph printed by William Estrada, so thank you again so much. And that's all, folks. That's what I got. And then back to, oops, sorry. William.
Test. Okay. So just topping it off, because we want to hear from y'all for maybe like a question or two. Bringing into the room Emily Essling, who was such a core member of this team and making our visioning project possible. She also lives in Michigan City, not too far from me. And this is a little bit of background on her. She similarly is very new to like the artist space. I think now she still is like, I don't know if I'm really an artist. But she sort of just like, I stumbled into it and just started creating cool shit. And so, Em is on her journey right now, and I I think I actually, I came to know her because she offered free beer for a beach cleanup. And we came into talking, and I'm like, oh, wow, you're a really cool printmaker, and I want to know more about you. And so she started creating visuals for our Protect Lake Michigan campaign, the coal ash campaign that ultimately led to that victory against EPA with the new ruling. So she's been such an instrumental part of this and our work and advancing environmental justice in the region. She created these two pieces, which we talked about the principles, build the world we need now. Let's reach out and grab it and start planting those seeds. And then solidarity, were the principles she wanted to choose and articulate. So you can see those there of the beautiful regenerative economies with cooperatives and supporting one another, community gardens, local clinics, and so on. So really amazing pieces, and her signature fists. But yeah, just calling into the room M and all of her amazing work she did with the Visioning Project. I will end there and just please encourage y'all to check us out and check out the Visioning Project. So this is our website. Feel free to scan the code, grab our URL, and learn more about us and the amazing journey we're on. We're still on it, so excited to share back on what does this look like in another year? So yeah, thank you so much for listening to us. Thanks for hanging out. I don't know if we have time for even a question. Yeah? Okay, so I guess we'll start there, and then, yeah, William, if you wanna let folks know. So we have the signs for y'all to take. This is actually from our Stop the CO2 Pipeline against BP and their false solution. So feel free, please do take those. And
Printed by William.
Yeah, yeah. And then there's also some stickers, so just calling attention to that. But would love to open it up to all of y'all if you have questions for the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have much to say, but I like that. I haven't heard the idea of a false solution, but it's so clear, what it means, and in this context, it's just I think a really great sort of way of framing a lot of what we're given as possible solutions. I don't know if you have any more insight into that, that language, or sort of how you all use it, but I really enjoyed it.
So there we go. So we did not coin it. It's actually, I think, we really started talking about it with Climate Justice Alliance, as we've referred to in the past. Again, these are market-based solutions, quote unquote, to the climate crisis, right? So we're talking about carbon trading, or again, techno fixes, again, sucking all the carbon. Hydrogen, right? What we're getting is dirty fossil fuel produced hydrogen for this hydrogen hub I talked about earlier. These are all false solutions that are being marketed, right, as this is what we need, this is good for you, this is what is the answer to decarbonizing, right, our industry. But it's just greenwash, right, at the end of the day. That's all it is. And it's just a big old PR campaign for BP and these other players, and they're doing a really damn good job at it. But I think, there has been such a groundswell that's building, especially around these false solutions in our communities and in Northwest Indiana, right south Chicago. So yeah, I think it's it was the same thing for me. I'm oh shit, okay, now it's clicking. But unfortunately, a lot of people are really bought out on this. And again, that's because they've been doing such this great job with that. But we've been really trying to dismantle and expose that, again, this is just perpetuating business as usual. This is perpetuating capitalism as usual, continuing to keep our communities oppressed, right, low income communities of color, as it always has been. So I don't know if y'all want to add anything more to it with false solutions. And yeah, and I think, thank you so much for that question. If there's maybe one more, if we have yeah. Or even comments too, please do.
So first of all, thanks for an excellent panel. I've been able to sit in this one room all day and just listen to all the panels going on. And I'm gonna honestly say, like, this is the one that I've learned the most and am the most excited about. And for one reason, the sort of regional work that you're doing over in Indiana, right? I'm very familiar with Gary, Indiana, and the work that you all are doing, like where IU sits and where and how it's situated in a very disinvested area, right? And one of the questions that I've been kind of thinking about is like, you know, why art? And then this thing about movement making, right? Because a part of it is, it's like you all are choosing to use a form that most people would question, like, is this the best tactic to take on such big issues? But at the same time, you all are like going through this, like, you said, you know, you leaning on some of the old systems of the civil rights movement. A lot of times we forget this very intentional work of movement making, institution building, all of these sort of things, and as they're really like design solutions. So could you all speak to that? Or many complexities in that question, I guess.
There goes. I will say that I think one of the things that it's slow work, right? It's slow work, and also think that when we talk about Northwest Indiana, I know as someone that works in Chicago, but I actually live in Cicero, right? It's like, oh, the things that are happening in Northwest Indiana, like, are not related to the things that are happening here, but they are, right? Like, it's really close. It's still our drinking water. It's still, you know, all that air, right? Actually, most of the air actually goes more towards the east because of the airflow. But there's a lot of conversations, right, of the same things that are happening with like General Iron in southeast Chicago. All of those companies are talking to each other and are organizing, and we're starting to see those same tactics being used in Northwest Indiana, right? So I think for one of the things that I like to think about is these small ways to invite people to the conversation, you know, and it's not to offer like this is going to solve the problems, but it's like, how do we start threading the needle through multiple spaces and multiple conversations, so we start slowly tightening the circle and the relationships that we have with each other. So the fight in this neighborhood is not seen as different from the fight in another town, you know? And for me, that's the goal, right? Like, how do we try and bring as many people into the conversation, or at least spark a curiosity of how what's happening in Whiting, Indiana is related to what happened in Lincoln Square, what happened in Southeast Chicago, what is happening in Cicero right now. You know, like, what are the relationships? What are the patterns that we're starting to see? So.
Yeah, if I could add to it, yeah, I agree. I don't think that art or design may be the end solution for a lot of these things, but I think it is a very strong way to get the conversation started. I think it's a very powerful tool to be able to convey a message to the masses and actually change their way of thinking and way that they live their life. And yeah, art and design, even if it's just the conversation starter, to get people talking about this problem, to raise awareness about it, and to start then getting the right minds together to brainstorm and to figure out what are the right possible solutions, the most inclusive solution that we should proceed with. But I think it's a great way to start the conversation.
If I can also add that, and I think as artists, we have the opportunity to take these really hard conversations and make some beautiful work out of it. And remind folks that although all of this stuff is burning down, right? There's still joy in our communal efforts of coming together, of the power that we can wield together, of the joy and celebration that exists in our existing in these spaces, but we need each other, right? And I think it's the art, it's the dancing, it's the singing, it's the visual culture that we create that is gonna save us, and the solutions are present in our neighborhoods, you know, but we need to come together to figure those pieces out.
I'll just say that I think oftentimes too, it's like these companies and these oppressors, the ruling elite, they want us just to again fall in that cycle of like we have to be the experts, right? We have to be chasing the techno fixes, and again realizing that we are experts in the community, right? And there has been such tremendous power through being able to convey these issues through art, even just the power of a yard sign, right? We use that so much within our campaign Fulcrum in Gary that was proposed. A glorified dump. Oftentimes, Gary becomes the dumping ground and has been the dumping ground of Chicago. Another one came in. The power of yard signs, the power of art within their campaigns. The power of even just the sign that William created for us, and the questions, right, that have come out through that, and issues that they've never seen accessible or interacted with, and now it's that light bulb, right? It's that spark. It's that accessibility to be able to meet and have a relationship with the issue and with those behind it in the communities. And so, it's as mentioned, it's part of a toolkit, but we really believe in the power of art and building community solidarity and breaking through those silos, as William said, that is keeping these like barriers that don't exist between Chicago and Northwest Indiana and Michigan, and so on and so forth, and also our shared drinking water supply that is Lake Michigan, right? That's what it is all about. Water is life, and so I think I'll add there. Do you want to jump in? Yeah. Well, thank you so much, y'all. We appreciate you. Come up to us afterwards. Take care. Thank you.
What? I feel like I'm full adrenaline right now. I'm like, yeah. Okay. That wasn't me. Yeah, I think we can just use hers.
Hello. All right. Let's get started here this afternoon. So welcome to the last session of the day. Thank you all for making it through the day. I hope you've had a great time, lots of insightful conversations, and building community with others here. I'd like to point out, we have a couple chairs at the front for folks who might not be as comfortable on our Post-it notes. That we invite you to come sit here in the front. My name is Weslyn Ashton. I am a professor at the Institute of Design here, and I am so thrilled to welcome Chandra Christmas Rouse to be our final keynote speaker for the day. So Chandra is an urban planner, advocate, and artist with a background in community development and environmental justice. This informs her design approach of working with community stakeholders in a participatory process to support capacity building, achieve place-based solutions, and reimagine systems. Chandra currently directs housing, technical assistance, and policy advocacy strategies at the Metropolitan Planning Council, and she is the author of Where the Sidewalk Grows, and she'll share some insights from her work. So Chandra, thank you for being with us, and we're looking forward to hearing from you.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. It's always a good day to be amongst colleagues, peers, friends, so thank you for the warm welcome. Again, just want to thank you to Jessica and the incredible team that put this event on. It's been so insightful to be a part of all of these conversations, panels, lunchtime discussions, so thank you for this. A little bit about me before we get started. I'm an urban planner who was trained at a design school. So for me, the power of design is about its ability to influence the relationship between people and their built environment. More specifically, I think a lot about whose imagination has shaped our built environment and why, and how we can expand our collective consciousness on what's possible in our built environment. So this looks like, how can we make visible power that is in part derived from being invisible? How can we help people to understand not only how we got here, but make a prescription about how we should think about where here is and provide some language for that? So that's a lot of my creative work. Design school in particular taught me that this is not just a battle over who gets access to resources and cities, but it is also a battle of imagination, as writer and scholar Adrienne Marie Brown often reminds us. We are living in someone else's vision for who is deserving of these resources. And I try to use the tool of design to interrupt that, to help order our attention and make us more literate in power, so that ultimately we can get to a more nuanced understanding of how race and class in particular inform a very limited vision of our cities and how they continue to be shaped by those visions and what we can do to expand it. So that's a little bit about me. I also want to share what brought me to this work of designing civic imagination and repair, and more specifically, who. So this is me and my dad. So my dad grew up in LaGrange, North Carolina, which has roughly a population of 2,000. But he always imagined a world much bigger than the farmland that raised him. Like his dad, he joined the military as soon as he was eligible, and this was the first opportunity that he had to think about himself outside of how he had been defined by his home life and community. It was an opportunity for him to be a part of something bigger than himself. He was also seeing how Black people in other countries were being treated and what rights were afforded to them abroad versus back in the States. And he spent time on lots of different military bases. In those experiences, he had shared housing. He got to walk to see his friends and their homes. He had a lot of his benefits and health care provided for. He had access to a dining hall. For some of you all, this may just sound like where we are now, a college campus. But for my dad and many others who couldn't afford that experience, it was the first time that he was able to be in a space that sparked public imagination about how our lives could be, and more importantly, how they were supposed to be for him, and also instilled the value of being around people who were different from us. So when he returned from his time abroad, back when I was just a baby, he continued to engage in those spaces that expanded civic imagination. So he spent his weekends volunteering at a public radio station in DC that brought critical information to many communities. He also was a referee and would go to charity basketball games, volunteer his time. Every election season, he served as an election judge and also trained other folks on how to be an election judge to protect the integrity of those elections. And he would take me everywhere. So our civic field trips took us all around the Washington, D.C. area. Sometimes it was to public libraries, sometimes it was to public school gyms, sometimes it was to college cultural centers, all places that we now see under attack. If we think about book bans, DEI initiatives across college campuses, and I really believe this is part of what these spaces did for me and my dad and so many others. They trained us in imagination and empathy, which I think gets us to a place of repair. And now I find us so polarized because there's such few spaces left where we're around people or forced to be around people who are different from us and actually have to face their humanity and connect with them. So in this moment, I believe we need to be trained in both imagination and repair. And you may be wondering, whose job is that? That sounds great. But my hope for today is that I can show you all that it is the job of designers to train us in imagination and repair, and most importantly, to get to the work of addressing our systemic inequities. So I'm going to share a little bit about how I do that in my creative work and my systems change work. I'm going to talk about what's working, what's kind of working, what's not so working. And I hope this can be an invitation for you all so that we can find our role in this work and most importantly, work together toward this. So that's a little bit about me. I now want to orient you to the history of the neighborhood that we're in, because this is where my creative work is based. This is also the neighborhood that I call home, so the greater Bronzeville neighborhoods. So I was first introduced to the history of this neighborhood in my graduate school research. And my master's thesis was entitled Race, Space, and the Poetics of Planning. And at the core, this research was about how we take the things that Black people created in response to spatial inequities or structural violences. So think about redlining or dehumanizing narratives. So wanted to really think about what were those institutions that communities created in response to that. So that might look like the Ada McKinley settlement homes here in Bronzeville that helped Black people who moved from the South to Chicago as a part of the Great Migration get access to resources. That might look like cultural production, neighborhood plans, right? All these institutions that were being formed, specifically to get access to resources in the built environment. So if we take the people that created those institutions seriously as urban planners and the work that they created as the work of urban planning, I believe that it makes our analysis of the built environment sharper and our solutions become more precise. Part of this is because you're then not just dealing with people and residents who had power exerted over them from the systemic removal of resources, but you have people that have a clear spatial knowledge born from navigating the intersection of multiple oppressions. You have clear strategies of power sharing and institution building that I argue urban planning serve as urban planning institutions that allocate resources, that organize systems like the Black Panther Party. And I believe that is work that urban planners can learn from. So I began this research by putting a lot of Black geographers and Black feminists like Catherine McKittrick and Bell Hooks in conversation with spatial production theorists like Henry Lefebvre. Next, I identified which are the things, like what types of institutions that I want to lift up and which Black people did I want to engage in this research. So of those things, and thinking about all the incredible institutions that were built in the absence of public institutions like planning departments, I wanted to look at art and expressions of culture, so creative interventions. And in my research, I developed a term called the poetics of planning, which refers to a spatial language rooted in cultural expression. And the folks that I wanted to center in that research were Black women artists. I was seeing all the creative maps, material, imaginative ways of knowing and being, and I thought we could learn a lot from how they specifically filled these gaps that were left by many of our public institutions. So one of my goals for this research was to create a vocabulary for the discussion and exploration of Black women's creative approaches to building and designing planning spaces in Chicago, and offer a model of reading and analyzing what I referred to as their space-making practices as legitimate and legible urban planning strategies that we built environment practitioners could learn from and ultimately sharpen our analysis, as so much of our spaces have been informed by race and class and these types of cultural production. So I can share later 100 pages of my argument on that research and what I found, but I want to focus on one of the challenges in particular in this work, which I'm sure many of you all have faced, which is the archive. So after I defended my graduate school thesis, moved to Chicago, I wanted to continue to explore the archive and its impact on planning practices in Bronzeville. So as part of that continuation project, I engaged in another lit review for this project, and I worked a lot with the work of cultural historian and writer Saidiya Hartman, particularly her work around critical fabulation. So this image is one of the more popular images that I came across when looking at the archive of Bronzeville, and I want to talk a little bit about how she helps give me an analysis to better read an image like this. So critical fabulation, which is what she's most known for, is the use of storytelling and speculative narrative as a means of redressing how history has omitted so many different experiences, particularly for those lives of enslaved people. So a lot of her research looks at the Middle Passage and using artifacts and pieces of folks' history to tell a more full story to engage in the archive. She also had a work that I used a lot, which was Wayward Lives and Beautiful Experiments, the intimate histories of riotous Black girls, troublesome women, and queer radicals. And a big part of that work was to fill in the blanks that were left in a lot of our historical records and to acknowledge people's agency, and particularly how young Black girls contributed to shaping a lot of the cultural movements, which I believe and kind of started my argument that have transformed a lot of our urban landscapes. So she specifically focused on melding history and literary imagination in Philadelphia and New York in the beginning of the 20th century. But I wanted to focus my work again on Bronzeville and telling a more full story. So I wanted to this image was often lifted up as the renaissance of this neighborhood. And I wanted to think more about all the different cultural renaissance that were happening both historically and currently in the neighborhood, how that was shaping our cultural movements and ultimately our urban landscapes. So I wanted to plan for a future of this neighborhood that better reflected a lot of the radical aspirations and desires of folks that didn't appear in the archive as much as you see the folks that do appear in the archive and those who consistently show up at town hall meetings as an example. So my research question was, how do we remember a past that does not forget anyone to build a future that includes everyone? So I went 100 years into the past and 100 years into the future. I started this project in 2020, 2019. And a big part of that is that I wanted to remember the multiple histories that existed in the past to be able to imagine multiple possibilities that can exist in the future. So again, given this limited archive, Bronzeville is always approaching in or falling out of Renaissance. That's pretty much the only axis in which this neighborhood exists in a lot of the archive, but also in our memories and in our plans for this neighborhood. And it really reconstructs in our memory who lived here, why. So you see a lot of images like this, middle class, heteronormative, married couple, kid, and really shapes what histories we preserve and who we're planning for if we think about preserving the Black middle class of this neighborhood. So I revisited this image with all the literature review that I had done, and literally zoomed out and brought in both history and speculative narrative to think about who trimmed these hedges, who was washing the car, who was tailoring the suits, who was sewing the dresses, who was hanging out, there's like a public housing behind this, who was hanging out in the alleyways there, and tried to think about all the other histories and cultural renaissance that were happening during that time as a part of this work. The next part of this is thinking about what a living atlas could be that captures all of those stories. So I created the Map Libs project, which is a living atlas of the spaces that make us remember, feel, and imagine community in the greater Bronzeville neighborhoods. And I spoke with pastors, neighbors, business owners, students, teachers, lots of different folks in this. And this is what I would ask them to do. Again, this project kicked off beginning of 2020. So I was trying to find a way to engage people through what I experienced as the most disarming way to know a stranger, which is play. So I developed this word game and asked folks to fill in the blank about what their sensory experiences of community as a more accessible way to start to plan for our future. So these were examples from some of the workshops that I did at Bronzeville Scholastic Institute as a part of an After School Matters program. So I would ask students to fill out the word game and then have them list out their favorite things and least favorite things about the neighborhood, and then ask them to envision their response in the last sentence. So when it says, "In the future, I hope that every street corner has," I said, okay, let's actually design that in a way that reflects all the things that invoke community for you. So we then took those elements of how could we address the things that they don't like by lifting up the things that weren't kind of a typical technical planning strategy, but that actually invoked a sense of community for them. And so we were able to have all these different types of conversations about community, safety, history, particularly where young people feel safe in this neighborhood. So that was kind of the analog version of this project. I then moved into creating a digital archive, and the concept here was as I'm hearing these stories, I'm literally transported to people's imaginations, their memories, and I wanted to put that in a digital archive where you could physically be placed into someone's view of community. So I'll show you what that looks like. So on this archive, I collected the submissions, and if you hover over where whose submission this is, you can see their answers to the prompts. This person named that they wish more people knew about the history of the man that Mandrake Park was named after. And so I wanted to then lift up where that person was referring to and why that particular park was so important. So to be able to eventually submit this video or sound footage of what that particular memory is for them. And so I added this kind of window swipe here to literally kind of as if you're opening a window into someone else's experience. So for this person, they talked about their neighborhood feels like a community when they go to Sip and Savor and hear people conversing over tea and coffee. So you can imagine if you're going to Sip and Savor and and you're literally just capturing the audio of that. Could you put this in this digital archive to capture what that experience is like? And so it continues to kind of, again, lift up different images. This person talked about Uncle Jay's barbecue, so you can literally see and hear what that person was experiencing as a part of the smells that invoke community for them. Let me... So, as I mentioned, I was doing a lot of different workshops and gatherings. Sometimes I hosted them, but the most exciting workshops were when I was invited into someone else's space and asked to be a part of the conversation. So early 2021, I was invited to a community town hall in Bronzeville that focused on the spike in carjackings. I don't know if you all remember, this was a really big issue that was happening. So a meeting was called to think through what that looked like. And so I started to capture what I refer to as spatial imaginaries, which are all in the forms of questions like this. So these are particular moments in the workshop where I feel like we were able to spark not just a solution, but create an invitation for what we could do to address that community challenge. So the context of this spatial imaginary is that a group of elders named that they would like to see more police presence in the neighborhood to address the spike in carjackings. The young people on the call named that they feel less safe when police are present in the neighborhood. And so it kind of got into this back and forth about whose definition of safety is most important as we address this issue. And so I was invited them to play map libs and to try to take on a different set of language to talk about what they're actually seeking. And one of the elders lifted up that she sees so many faces in the neighborhood that she just doesn't know, that she's actually missing her ability to know who's on her block, who's in her neighborhood. And so then this kind of opened up a different conversation where safety wasn't just about everyone being her exact neighbor, but like wanting some type of connection. So instead of safety being rooted in the absence of difference, like everyone just being an elder in a townhome like her, we could talk about it was the connection and the relationship that actually enhanced her sense of safety as a part of that. And so someone else lifted up, you know, the part of why I no longer know my neighbors is that I always go through my back door. So a lot of these homes that they were living in had detached garages, and so they literally just weren't seeing each other because they were always going out their back door. And so there's this moment where this like contentious town hall discussion that was happening virtually at the time went from, you know, whose safety is most important and who can protect that sense of safety to what can we all do to commit to each other in this moment? Like, can we imagine ourselves actually going out of our front doors and making this connection that has nothing to do with law enforcement, that has nothing to do with some of the other solutions that were lifted up? So I tried to capture some of these questions that for me really shifted the tone of the meeting to get back to where people are wanting to see more community and how that relationship is actually the solution as opposed to another type of tool. Another question that I often got in these workshop spaces was, what if planning institutions were fully accountable to the harm they created? To which I always said, great question. That's what I do in my day job. So this is my transition to what I do at MPC. So as I mentioned, I was trying to capture all of these questions and think about how do I take this creative work and bring it more into the work that I do at MPC. And I first just kind of want to set some context for institutions like MPC, these types of intermediaries or community development nonprofits. I think there's something like particularly important about this iteration of spatial inequities that we're experiencing that has, I think, particular salience for those of us working within institutions or with institutions. Like, I think it's one thing if we're doing this work as an individual designer that's coming in to consult, but I think it's an entirely different set of constraints, limits, and opportunities to do this type of work within an institutional or organizational context. while we're navigating this city's politics, with this state's politics, with this nation's politics. And I think it's particularly important to name because there's just so many people that are questioning our institutions, whether that's students on campus, whether that's the groups that we work with, because it feels like decisions are being made by a small group of usually corporate interests instead of the majority democratic processes that we might have been taught, because that is what's happening. And so to be able to directly engage that frustration, I think is like a new set of challenges that I think a lot about what my responsibility is as someone who works within an institution doing this type of work. And so when I started my role at MPC, it was designed to be intersectional as opposed to more issue area based roles. So you might think just strictly a housing manager, or just strictly someone who works with a particular set of tools. So while doing intersectional work as a built environment nonprofit was not new, doing it intentionally and structurally for the organization was more new. And so like many institutions that work on these sorts of built environment issues, we were paying closer attention to how we need to work in ways that reflect how we don't live single issue lives. And so needing to be more specific and intentional in how we do this. And so I knew stepping into this more intersectional role at an institution at a time when we have such low trust and faith in our institutions that I had to talk to a lot of people. And I knew that I wouldn't be able to support our partners to do the type of systems change work that I really believe in and strive for in my career without taking and creating an approach that is responsive to the particular challenges that they have. So I started talking to a lot of people about what they need to make systems change. So I started with our government partners, because that was so much of the work that we do as a policy change focused organization was working really closely with them. So, you know, I set up a lot of meetings with different departments and lots of worksheets and asked them, what would you need to be able to make systems change? And they said, well, we have this data and we updated our missions and we're going to be really explicit now about equity and justice. This was after 2020, so everyone was like riding this high of like, yes, we're doing all these really progressive things. We have a new set of data that we're now driving our decisions and policies by. And so we'd get to the end of the meeting and I say, okay, well, what do you think organizations like ours can support you with? And they said, oh, we just need you all to implement these changes. And I would say, well, like, what would that look like? And they would always give some type of technocratic solution. They'd be like, give us an innovative data management tool, and that'll just like fix all of our equity problems, which is important. Data is important. Those types of innovative tools are important. But what I kept hearing was like policy analysis, which is a story about who we think we are, that we are rational beings that are motivated by clear incentives. And so they were defining systems change by solely doing policy change work. So the solution was just to align the right incentives so that people could change systems with these innovative data management tools. And the issue with their response is we have a lot of data and evidence that this is not how people operate, which means this is not how systems change if our systems are just groups of people. We've seen whenever big populations, groups of people undergo significant change, like a pandemic or a uprising, or building a new institution, like a new Department of Housing that was previously a part of a Department of Planning and Development, as an example. We do this because we've been motivated by a collective story of who we want to be. And this is narrative work, this is culture work. So we're always in negotiation with who we want to be as a culture and as this motivation, but then also who we think we are as just rational beings that are making these types of decisions. So I asked a few more questions in these department tours and talking with different stakeholders, and realized that they're being motivated and driven by departmental narratives of what does it mean to do this first, what does it mean to do this the best, like all of these new current administration narratives. This was right when Mayor Lori Lightfoot stepped into office, so if y'all remember, like the lighthouse was like her symbol that she was gonna come into government and really change things. So these are all the stories, the emotions, the narratives, identity types of discussions that were driving a lot of these changes. So I said, okay, I'm hearing this. And so they're like, my job title is to do this. And then they're like, well, at 9 a.m. I yell at this person. And then at 10 a.m. this person tells me this story. And then I have to make this type of thing work. So I'm like, okay, it's a little different than what's in your job description. So I said, how is this data management tool going to change the beliefs and the culture and the yelling matches and all these things that you're telling me are happening? And they said, yeah, we're just gonna like bring in some data. And so again, it was like this constant tension between the two. And they were like, oh, well, we didn't say all that. We didn't say like, we're doing these things from places of emotions or stories. So like any good accountability partner, I pulled up some receipts. So I said, well, quote number 1, this is what you all said in this meeting, which is that I'm probably too ingrained in the city to make these changes. And for me, this is like the imagination crisis, right? Like our imagination of what a different world can be is so limited because we're like deeply entangled in the very systems that we're organizing to change. And so I wanted to lift that up as like, this is going to be a hurdle in this work. So we need to engage whatever narratives you all have about what this means and what you're implying with this type of city culture. Next receipt. Someone said, while there are laws against discrimination, you truly can't legislate how people feel about one another. And I said, oh, well, you said y'all don't have feelings, but according to my receipt, you're talking about how y'all feel about each other. So this was clearly a culture that needed repair, right? This was a shift in beliefs that needed to change in order for the expression of our beliefs, like our laws, to take hold, to actually condition a culture to accept all of these new legislation that was trying to be passed at the time. Next receipt. My greatest personal challenge would be how to learn how to be subjective and objective at the same time. And I said, great, y'all have done my job, because this is the only work, right? We're like constantly balancing between the subjectivity of culture and the objectivity of what we think is like just the policy and rationality that we're trying to do. So my job was to help these folks be nimble, right? To respond to this personal challenge. And so that's the work that I tried to take on. So I took all these conversations and I said, okay, now I need a definition of systems change that reflects what you all told me you are struggling with and how we can best support. And a big part of this is that I wanted folks to understand how we cannot disentangle policy analysis from cultural analysis, and we cannot ignore the relationships that are required to do this work, specifically to do this work well. So I wanted folks to understand how we're living into these roles so that we can navigate these systems differently and enable folks to be more self-aware about how they're functioning in these systems, so that we can build a culture to allow this work to sustain and take hold and think about themselves differently. So this is the three-legged stool that my team and I developed of the incentives that need to be shifted. So these are the structural pieces, and that could include both policy and funding. We talked a lot about the processes. So, I'd ask people what they do in their job, and it would be I, and then I'd ask them, okay, how do you do that work? And they'd say, well, we. So we had to think about, okay, what are the processes, the relational pieces of this that have to shift, just not what's solely in your job description. And then this transformative work of like, what are the beliefs that we need to agree enough on to move this work forward, to not be perfectly in alignment or have everyone think exactly like us, but enough to be able to move the needle on this. So I also tried to summarize what I heard as the 3 biggest barriers to making systems change in this think, relate, and act buckets. So the first one was around this hyper focus on symptoms. It was every funding priority was driven by the symptoms of these systemic issues. And so getting people to take a step back and think about how do we think more at a systems level. Around relate, I heard a lot about how folks were trying to make decisions where those closest to the problem were farthest from power, and like how they were constantly hitting these barriers of things not landing how they thought they were. So really thinking about how can we respond to this relational challenge. And then the Act, a lot of the systems and protocols that people were trying to introduce hadn't ever existed. And so I knew we were going to need to be creative, and they told me, well, creativity's too risky. Like, I kept hearing about the kind of space to fail was just not an option. The stakes were too high, and so how do you actually kind of acknowledge what is manufactured urgency and think about where we can iterate and prototype some of these things. So this is the approach that my team and I developed. The first was helping folks to learn, folks had an understanding of these root causes, but how to understand their role within systems, help them to connect when they're being driven by a symptom and moving it to the root causes. So a big focus on the personal leadership development. The second was around co-creation, like if you have some type of tension or trauma, whether that is between community groups, between institutions, institution to community, there's a new set of skills that you need to navigate that. So how can we equip folks with the skills needed to build the right relationships to move this work forward, and ultimately give folks space to practice sharing power? And then lastly, how do we get to this transformative piece of implementing these systems changing solutions with the creative approaches needed to try out new things to get new results? So all of that folded into this initiative that we call Change Lab. And what you see on the outside of this is all the different pillars of skill sets that we believe are important to be able to move through this continuum. And we do that in 3 different containers. We take learning events where folks can have kind of a one-time action that's focused on developing this awareness of what their role in systems are so that they can change. We also offer the container of communities of practice, where we're bringing not just individual practitioners of a sector, but taking groups but with different institutions. So if there's been some type of fracture between 2 institutions, that's who we bring into our communities of practice. So our client is the relationship, not the individual institution. And then lastly, the transformation part is like deep partnership to actually get under the hood of your organization, your department, your collective, and think about what does it take to implement the solutions that we've now built together on this journey. And we do that through the lens of engaging systems thinking, collaboration, and narrative and culture change. Okay, that was a lot. So I hope to leave you all thinking, oh, by the way, this is my parents, and this is me. I hope to leave you all thinking differently about the moment we are in, how we got here, where we can go together, and what gets in the way. I hope this reinforces your belief that you do have the capacity to change and that we can create more lasting policy change with this. Generations of racist policies, decision-making have shaped the built environment that we see today, but it's up to us to decide what we will do about how our environments have been shaped based on the imagination and fears of very few people, and how we have been shaped, our values, our beliefs, along with it. Where do we find the courage to take up that which has been handed to us by those like my dad, who was determined that the status quo was not sufficient? How do we transform ourselves into the fighters, like you see my mom ready to take on the battle here, of who will sustain and keep building this movement of design as activism? How do we build the transformative relationships needed to make transformative solutions? Before we decide where we can go, we all need to know where we are, who we are, where we came from, and what we care about. We all came into this world, this very young project that we know as America, with lots of different ideas and lots of inherited beliefs. But my dad and I both got to experience the power of being a part of something bigger than ourselves, to feel the connection with those who were different from us on our civic field trips, and the joy of organizing with others to achieve this something bigger. For my dad, it began with a spark on a military base that led to giving people a love of civics like he has done for me. For me, it began with a spark on one of my dad's civic field trips and led to my career in designing civic imagination and repair. Those experiences shapes not only our commitment to democracy, but also how we think change happens, who change is needed for, the acceptable methods of making that change, and what kind of change is possible. My time, my place, my material conditions significantly shaped how I see the world, how I approach building a new one as we repair, and how I've come to think about change. My parents here gave me the most enduring lessons about civic imagination, and while my dad, if he were alive today, would not be able to imagine my life and career and the opportunities that I've been able to have, he absolutely would have been able to understand my choices, like arguing to keep my local library on 35th and King open and having updated services and design features, about getting more funding for my college's Black Cultural Center, which I often had to organize around. My dad would stubbornly practice hope in the South, where he actively and subconsciously fought other people's limited imaginations of who he could be in this country. So this is my call for you all to engage more deeply with your imagination, to train others, and I hope you answer this call. You can start today by envisioning a construction of a world not yet born, where more of our systems work for more people. Seek out the connections to help you construct it. Create those connections, those possibilities. It's all creative work. So while I share your fears, your furies, your righteous anger about this world and the work ahead, I also trust your creativity, so you should too. And although this work will be messy and the possibilities on the other side will be worth it, I can't promise you that resistance like what you often see in our media, but I can tell you that everyone in this space is our greatest hope. So thank you all.
Thank you, Thank you, Chandra. I'll invite you. I don't feel like this is on.
Just turned it on. Try it again.
Hello? No. So how about this one? This one's on? Yes, maybe.
Testing 1, 2.
All right. Can you guys hear me with this one? No? Robert can.
Testing.
All right, there we go. All right. Chandra, can I invite you to sit over here and I'll give you this mic. And I'd love to invite some questions from the audience for Chandra.
Hang on one sec while we give you a mic.
Thank you so much for your presentation. That was awesome. And something that stuck out to me was in your Mad Libs system that you created, and one of the responses from, I think it was one of the students, and they talked about like what was in their neighborhood and what they wanted to see. I saw something around like they wanted to see corner stores. So, and I think that when they say corner stores, obviously, like, what is a corner store? A place where you can get, like, resources, food, or hygiene products, or something like that. But how do you see your work helping people to really figure out, like, what is it that they really need in their community? So, yeah, like, how have you seen that, you know, impact people in your work?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I mean, I think that's why I wanted to start with something that is so innate and instinctual, like how we sense things. And so we didn't start the conversation there. They told me about the foods that they love to smell. They told me about the sounds of the music. And I said, well, where does this happen? Where do you get these types of snacks? Where do you hear these songs? And then we started to talk about the corner stores. And then we also engaged in a conversation about what they didn't like about their neighborhood and how their corner store could be a resource to respond to those things. So I also invited them to say, well, you're familiar with how this particular resource exists now, how can you design it to be responsive to these challenges? And so I think to both ground people in what their most kind of engaged and embodied sense of this work is, and then moving them to a more imaginative place of like, we actually can organize for these types of resources to look differently because someone organized and designed them to look the way that they do now, like the way our neighborhood has been shaped. Like, I think that's usually the kind of decision points that I walk students through. And when there's silence, I say, well, let's look back at the word game. You already have answers about how this place should be designed. So I think engaging in the language that I hear people talk about of like, I feel safe here, these are where my homies hang out, this is what I hate about the sound of this thing in my neighborhood or the sight of this thing, starting there was important.
Thank you. That was really fun to listen to. Thank you so much. There were two things you said that really stood out to me. The phrase, a poetics of planning, like beautiful. And the most disarming way to know a stranger is play. And I would love to hear you talk a little bit about, not everyone thinks planning is play or particularly fun. So can you just talk to us a little bit about how you plan for play or how you sort of bring these two together, just how it makes sense to you?
Yeah, I think, well, I started with kind of the first tool that I was taught as a planner, which is surveys. Like, one thing a planner is going to do is give you a survey. And I thought back to an experience that I had in grad school where I was doing the assignment of creating a survey, going to community, and the survey was about what you'd want to see 50 years in the future. And the community member said, you haven't responded to the 50 years of the past. Like, how do you expect me to get here when there's all of this deferred maintenance of what this particular institution has done? And there was like such a contentious moment. But I think it was also an opportunity to talk about why that person decided to even come to the meeting. Because I think you have to have a sense of hope to be able to engage in planning for a future. Like, if you think another day exists, you're a hopeful person. And so I think it was in those conversations when I heard about the things that inspired that person, like, they were very playful. It was the park that I wanted to take my son to hasn't been repaired, so I came out to this meeting. Or I love to take my mom out to this particular restaurant because it always makes her smile when she orders this thing. Like, I think play is so present in how we naturally communicate about what keeps us going and what keeps us connected. And so it was easier for me to access that because people had invited me into those spaces. So I didn't create spaces of play. People brought me in to their memories of play when they answered those questions. And so I think that was the connection point that I made, that I'm just here to facilitate these things, but it's lifting up your visions, your definitions, and bringing them to these institutions.
My mic's stopped. You had a couple of questions too, did you? Sure. Yeah. So you are not a native Chicagoan, and you came to Chicago. Can you share kind of what drew you here and drew you to Bronzeville, and how your experiences in other places have shaped your interest in coming here? Like, so what's special about Bronzeville?
Yeah.
And why did you come here as opposed to all of the other places you could have gone to, or places that you'd been before?
Yeah, so my introduction to Chicago is through Eric Williams, who's the owner of the Silver Room in Hyde Park. And he had a particular focus and interest around cultural economies and the roles that festivals play in building, specifically the economy of the South Side. So that was like my first research assignment that I was given. And in all of the stakeholder meetings that I had as a part of it, somehow there would be a tie back to the history of this neighborhood about either a particular cultural venue that they modeled their parties after, or a particular cultural organizer that inspired how they do their work, or really just some of the history nerds that I got to talk to, telling me about what other models of cultural economies to look at. I kept being drawn back to this place, and so that started me down deeper research and getting into the archive and thinking about how I could be supportive and lifting up that legacy as well. So I think it was really through cultural economies that I first got connected to this neighborhood and the extraordinary history that exists in the archive and outside of the archive. So that was my introduction. I think prior to coming to graduate school and then eventually here, I was working in Nairobi, Kenya, which is a completely different context, as a climate change planner at UN Habitat. And I think when I thought about kind of the macro problems that places like the UN are working on, it's very reactive. People only call the UN when there's a literal disaster. So I think thinking about ways that I could be more proactive and lifting up the cultural resilience of communities was something that I wanted to do more of, to be a steward of, to feel accountable to, like enhance and contribute to. So I think that was a big part of what felt different about the work that I could do here, as opposed to the role that I played before, or just thinking about other cities that I worked in, hadn't felt nearly as connected as I did or embraced by the cultural organizers and artists that I met here.
Other questions? I have more, but I'll open it up to anyone. Sarah.
Thank you so much. You are so amazing. I wanted to hear about where the sidewalk grows. Could you tell us a little bit about that project?
Yeah, I promise this wasn't a plant. Thank you, Sarah. I'm a big fan of Sarah. So Where the Sidewalk Grows was a part of an artist fellowship that I had through an organization called Three Walls. And we were thinking a lot about, I was doing all this research, I was engaging in all these community meetings. How did I want to show what I had learned and really honor the work that I had been able to be a part of? And so some of my peers were doing more typical traditional exhibits or gallery displays, and that just didn't feel aligned with how vulnerable folks had been with me and how inviting folks had been around their experiences of this community. So I kept coming back to what would be a medium that was accessible. And after having written 100 pages of research, I found it way harder to write a short story about this work, but it felt important to me that it felt like an invitation, and I recognize 100 pages of research doesn't feel so inviting. So I wanted to think about what's the right pacing of the story, what's the right medium. And some of the workshops I did were at senior housing buildings, and a lot of the stories I heard from elders were about things that they had personally archived in their photo albums. So I kept coming back to like a photo album felt like the right pacing of a story. I wanted someone to pick this up and it feel like a photo album, which is something you can flip through in 5 minutes if you want, or 3 hours like I do with my family when we're reminiscing and lifting up stories. So that's the experience that I wanted to call back to as a part of this. And I also thought about the mediums that the students were most excited about, which is when I would bring graphic history novels to give them as readings or activities that I would do in the class. And so I wanted a resource that felt as much accessible for an elder as it did for a young person. And so I landed on this graphic novel that was the length of a photo album, but the medium that young people wanted to see. And in the story, it's a composite story of a lot of different people that I met along this creative journey, and kind of splice together some of the moments and kind of dialogues that were a part of that work. and tried to tell a coherent story through the eyes of Amani, who's a 13-year-old girl who's going through a MapLibs workshop like how I would have done, but facilitated by her teacher. And she's having conversations with her teacher, her peers, her grandmother about who and what used to exist within the neighborhood, and kind of collecting all these experiences from her peers. So one of the things I always do in my workshops is I give homework that you have to do the MapLibs with someone of a different generation. So most of my folks were Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and so having them do the assignment with someone of a different generation. And so those were the stories that I was often kind of getting back from people, and so I wanted to map out a story that felt like a similar trajectory and learning journey that I tried to best facilitate in the class.
Take one final question.
I have a two-part question. One, where can people find the book, and do you have any copies on you for purchase?
Thank you. Also not a plant question. You can find it on all mediums that you get your books at, Bookshop, Barnes & Noble, the large distributor that we all know as well. I have a handful of copies with me, and see me after if you would like one.
Great, awesome. I'll see you after. My other overarching question is, you've talked a lot about the amazing work and change work that you've done in policy and at the hyper-local level, working with community members, but then also trying to actually change policy, change laws. And I know that work is hard because you mentioned that even when you go to meetings, they're like, well, what about the problems from 50 years ago or the problems that I'm facing today? I can't even imagine a future, right? How do you stay kind of hopeful and not jaded when you're kind of interacting and butting against these systems that are so hard to change? I'm sure there's a lot of students here, people here who kind of need to understand, like, how do we continue to stay vigilant even when it's hard and challenging? So would love to hear your perspective on that.
Yeah, I mean, I shared a little bit about this. I think planning is inherently hopeful to be able to think about a future, but for me, I mean, I keep going back to the stories I shared about these very playful moments that I had with young people. I think that was a real source of hope when I was writing something where I was like, I just want to write 100 pages. It's much easier than writing 20. So that was something that motivated me. But I think just generally to do this work, I would interact with these students who would make mistakes, who would maybe mess up in an assignment that I gave them. The world wouldn't end. I think I constantly got to watch people make mistakes and grow and learn, and that's a luxury I don't get to see with a lot of adults. It often feels so much more high stakes. So I think to know that type of commitment to learning is possible really inspires and motivates me to double down on my commitment to learning, to be sharpened, to be softened by the people that I'm engaging with, and to not let the hard work of policy harden me. I've done a lot of work to not absorb the energy of some of the partners that I work with, because as a facilitator, I'm trying to build a space where that type of learning journey that I see with 13-year-olds can be possible with Gen X and other generations that I engage with. And so I think to continue to make a soft container for folks to land in, to make mistakes in, to iterate on, to fail quickly, and know that we have a space that will continue to support them, like that moment, and also seeing people develop and engage their curiosity in the workshops that I facilitate or the creative spaces that I try to build for folks always fills me up and allows me to keep going.
All right, please join me in thanking Chandra for joining us today. Jessica.
That's it.
Thank you, everybody, for coming. Please do stick around. There's some snacks and things if you like. We will be following up, as I said, with proceedings and trying to capture all the things that you couldn't go to. I'm so happy that it looked like people were making connections, and we will be in touch. So thank you very much. Thank you, Chandra, for sharing your time.